Hi guys! Hello. Can you hear me? For those who have a question about how to play in the tournament, you should do !limitless. There's a YouTube video on how to use it, like how to use the entire platform. I definitely recommend checking out that YouTube video if you have any questions, if it's your first time playing in the tournament. Hi guys. If it's your first time playing in a tournament, if it's your first time using Limitless, if you just have any type of questions, please make sure to watch the YouTube video, guys. It is really informational and really nice. Lutindo, thank you so much for that Prime subby. I really appreciate that, buddy. And hello, guys. Hello. How are we doing today? How are we doing? I'm on a new little platform for Twitch today and YouTube. Thank you, Young Mung. So you're gonna have to bear with me as I figure it out a little bit, guys. We are multi-streaming again. So if you want to, there's a YouTube channel if you want to check it out there. But you can watch on either one. I'm just making sure everything looks correct. Hi guys. Hi Astra. Hi Ice Matcha. Hi Linda. I'm gonna go through and say hi to everyone. Hi Young Mong. Hi Dance. Hi Dawn. I can't really change that to Young Mong, but I'll know that for the future. Thank you. Hi Jordan. Hi Smithy. Guys, make sure to join the join the Discord. I think there's some like problems going on with the bot. Someone was saying. So I don't know if like the bot's down right now or what's going on. We haven't ever had issues with it. So it might just be like multiple people clicking at one time. It's not like you can't do this. How he says the player, rounds distracted. You're not supposed to watch stream during your round, bro. You're not supposed to watch stream during your round. Yes, it is only one deck for the entire tournament. We have about, oh my gosh, 45 minutes till the tournament starts. So please be sure to check in as you see the button here. You see the button here, click the check-in button. Make sure you submit your deck list. I have a YouTube video if you want to Limitless that can tell you exactly how to sign up, how to get ready, and things like that. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate that. It is not too late to enter. We do have a wait list going right now, but we do expect, yeah, exactly. I think it's just like an influx. So if you guys just like keep toggling it, it'll sooner or later do it. I'm doing really well, guys. I'm doing really well. I'm really excited for the tournament. Very excited for the tournament. So how do you know if we're gonna be able to play? Well, you can just ask me and I'll let you know. Right now, only 600 people have checked in. So you can, ooh. Thank you. Sorry guys, as I said, I'm still getting used to the whole new thing. So I'm still getting used to everything, as you can probably tell. So sorry about that. There's only 600 people checked in right now, and there's 2,100 registrants. So no, please let me know if there's any bugs like that. Like if you hear an echo, if you hear anything, please let me know. I'm still getting, as I said, everything set up, so I need to know exactly what to do and things like that. Welcome in, gamers. Welcome in. I hope you guys are having a fantastic day today. I'm very excited for our tournament today. A huge. You can use whatever you want, Astra. You can use whatever you want. We don't change anything. Thank you so much, Marcella. I appreciate that. But yeah. Boa hair looking great. Thank you. You see it. Yeah, this is the hair I use when I'm doing Boa Hancock cosplays. But I thought it worked for today. I thought it was cute. I thought it was cute and chic. If we want to screen share our Swiss rounds to any of the channels of Discord, yeah, if you want to, you can screen share to any of those channels. It is set up so that like you will not be messed with by anyone who is not me. And no problem, Astra. I'm sorry that I did not get to your question. We have obviously a lot of questions coming in, a lot of people getting ready for the tournament. I've been getting ready all morning. I've been prepping for the last like 3 hours. Thank you so much. And they match. So I'm sorry that no one got to your questions, Astra, but I'm glad that we're able to answer them now. That's why we're here a whole hour early. So anybody has any questions, needs to know how to get signed up, needs to know how to get checked in, we're here. We're going to answer any questions that you guys have. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. The only thing I ask from you guys, okay, is be nice to the judges. They're putting so much work in as well, and it allows me to, you know, broadcast smoothly. So you guys say thank you for doing the tournament. All I ask for is be nice to the judges, you know, saying thank you, and things like that. We love the judges. The judges put in so much hard work. So please make sure to, you know, thank any judges anytime you have a judge call, and be nice to them anytime you have to talk to them. A huge shout out to them for helping us get this tournament up and going, letting me be able to broadcast the whole stream, because when I'm having to do judge calls, it's not fun for stream, you know, so huge shout out to them for letting me do this type of stuff, except Pirate. Nah, still shout out to Pirate. Let's see, we're up to 2153 registrants now, guys, which is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. But yeah, make sure. Oh my gosh, you're gonna be so sleepy, Toppin. You're gonna be so sleepy. Good, no arguing, exactly. We're really excited though for this tournament, and I really am excited for how it's gonna go. I'm like semi-hopeful we might actually be the largest Pokemon TCG tournament ever, online. So that'd be really hype. We are looking to be the largest Pokemon Pocket tournament yet. Obviously, we did find there was a VGC tournament with 3,000 participants in it, and we're definitely not hitting that number tonight. But anything you want to use, Lupin, that you can make work, you can do it. But, you know, yeah, anything you want to use, you can use it. But yeah, where can I send a screenshot? Well, if you need to, thank you so much, John. If you have any questions on like screenshots, there's a channel called Judge Screenshots, and you send your screenshot there. You only need the screenshot, guys, if there's any type of like match dispute. So you do not need to send your screenshots every single round just for a match dispute. So, I mean, it's good to take the screenshots, obviously, because you never know when there's going to be a match dispute, but you don't need to do it otherwise. ! Tournament Coldfire for how to sign up. I'm not playing Ninja. I don't play. I broadcast. I'm always winning because you guys are here. I think there's a problem with the bot right now, Nika. I just think it's getting overloaded a bit. So if you keep toggling it, it'll sooner or later give it to you, I believe. So if you have any questions how to play in the tournament, do !Limitless, and there's a YouTube video on how to sign up, register, what to do when it starts, how to check in. Linda, we don't recommend any sort of like if it's an emulator or whatnot. But you know, they're not gonna know it from my side. They're not gonna know it from my side what you choose to do. Hi, Raven. Are you playing today, buddy? You need to play in one of these. Oh my God. You need to play in one of these, bud. Bro, I got people who are playing in, like, normal tournaments. Not normal tournaments. Who are at 3 a.m. right now for them. It's 3 a.m. for some people, and it's like 6 p.m. for you, bud. Oh, Gabriel, I do need to set that up, in the YouTube video. I'm sorry about that. But if you go into the channel, if you go into the channel, you'll find it really quickly. I'm really sorry about that, guys. I do need to set up Nightbot for YouTube. But I'm not really sure how to do that yet. I need to set it up at YouTube. I have not figured out how to do it yet. Let me just grab the link so that I can post it for people who have any questions about it. Can someone Limitless in Twitch chat, and then I can just like link it for them? I think it's an excuse. There's people who are 3 a.m. 3 a.m., you know? Yeah, 1 a.m. for some people. It's only 6 p.m. for you, Raven. Excuses, buddy. Excuses. But yeah. So, All you need is a Limitless app. All you need is the Pokemon Pocket app and Limitless on a browser. Limitless is a website, so you just need it on the browser. But yeah, but you need the Pokemon Pocket app, obviously. So super excited, guys, for this tournament. We're gonna have so much fun today. I'm really excited. Please, everyone, make sure you submit your deck list. Put your deck list in here. Make sure that it's all typed up, that when you click it, it says confirmed. It'll pop up in green over here when it is confirmed. And then also make sure you click this check-in button. When you have clicked the check-in button, it will no longer be there. It will no longer be there when you click it. It will no longer be there when sign up closes at 1 p.m. EST. If you go to this webpage, ! Tournament, it will say the time for you. Like, it'll say your local time right here where I have highlighted. So, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Pepto. People also used to tell me that I looked like Medusa for Lorcana in this. So, make sure you go here. Make sure you submit your deck list. Make sure you have it. That's so exciting, Black Mage. Welcome to your first Pokemon tournament ever. I'm so excited for you to get to play it. Make sure, if it is your first tournament, though, that you've watched the YouTube video, Black Mage, so you know exactly everything that you need to know for that, and you'll be able to do everything super easy. So please make sure that you're all set up. But we're so excited for how many people it is their first tournament. I love how many people that for them, this is their first ever tournament, or at least first ever Pokemon Pocket tournament. We're so excited to show more people the competitive space, and to get more people involved in it. What are those clothes called? This is a dress. And this is gloves. Do you have to stream if you make top 8? Yes, Coldfire, you do have to stream if you're in top 8. Make sure you join the Discord. And there's a YouTube video as well on how to stream. And if you watch the Limitless, Limitless video, at the end of it, it has a short explanation on how to stream as well. You're totally getting there, Astra. I believe in you. You're totally gonna make it. Oh, thank you, Ninja. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. You got this, Astra. I think you're getting first place. I think it's your first tournament, but you're getting first place for sure. So this is so exciting. We are so close to the tournament right now, guys. I am quickly going to... all top 32 needs to be able to stream. All of top 32 needs to be able to stream. Let's see. Why do I feel like I hear a sound? Oh, okay. I know what's happening. Cool, yeah. I have a little bit of background music going on is what's happening. Let's see, we have about 20 or 33 minutes. Okay? So yeah. You're into the top 600, Black Mage? I believe in you. You got this. I bet you're gonna do better than top 600. If you finish doing the stadiums by then, clear the mains. I'm not sure what game that is, Aussie, but will X3? I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what will be the top cutoff for top 32. You should check in the Discord because people there will probably be better answer the question for you. I think I might need to make the tournament channels public for today because it looks like, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to make the tournament channels public for today. Edit category, permission, view channels. I think people should be able to see the correct channels now. Just making sure everything's synced otherwise. Permissions synced. Make it where everyone can see this. And I think everything else is synced, so we're good. Once the tourney starts, we can use a Swiss round calculator. That makes sense to me. Yeah, so people will be able to use the calculator once it gets going. But I think we have to see how many people are actually registered for it to work. So yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, I love dressing up for these tournaments. They're a lot of fun. I really love, I kind of just like dressing up in general. Let's be honest. I like to dress up. So any excuse I have, I normally dress up for it. But yeah. Make sure, you know, you guys could dress up too sometimes, you know, like I dress up for you guys. Why aren't you guys dressing up for me? I'm unsure on that dynasty. Nice. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate the compliments. You guys are the best. I think I have made it public now where everybody can see it in the case that it doesn't work. I'm just making sure everyone looks good. I'm gonna repeat this one more time, guys. Make sure you check in. If you have clicked this button, it will not show up. This button, it will not show up. So when you click it, you'll be good. Nice tricks. Let's go. Okay, good. I like a good penguin outfit. No, I bet you could fill it out better than me. I bet you did. Make sure you also submit your deck list, fill it out, and when it's filled out and you submit and it is correct, it will show up green on this side. Currently, we have 903 checked in. Well, completely ready. Currently, we have 903 completely ready. So make sure, guys, that you are going, like that you're all ready. Make sure you're checked in. Click that check-in button. Make sure your deck is submitted, and then you can always wait over on the dashboard, however you want to do it. But make sure you're checked in. Sorry, this is not where you guys should see. Make sure you are checked in. Make sure you are have your deck list. If you want to register, you can still register. Thank you, Astra. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I think tournaments are a great way to like really get to battle against people who are really trying, and like, you know, really putting a lot of like, you know, like if you win in a tournament, you know, you're playing against people who are also trying to win and who are being competitive, versus like sometimes we're all like half asleep, right? Maroon, never apologize. Everyone has real life to deal with. But like, you know, on ladders, we all have to admit it. Sometimes we're half asleep playing in our bed, playing some random deck. So, you know, in tournaments, that doesn't happen. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Hishiro. I am really proud of our tournament series so far. Last week, we had 1,100 participants. I'm hopeful we're gonna do better. But we'll see. We do have 1,400 deck lists submitted, guys, but only 954 of you have checked in. Only 954 of you have even checked in. Where are my check-ins, buddy? Where are my check-ins? Check in. Click the... Owie, I hurt my finger. Ow. Owie. Anyway. Oh my god, guys, I burnt my hair. I was straightening my hair today. Side note, we're gonna do a really quick story. I was straightening my hair today. You can't do that, Harry. It is one deck list only. No, it's a different finger this time. Only one deck list only. So I was straightening my finger today, and I clamped it on my thumb. Sean, if you are on... Yes, I believe so, but if you're on this page... If you're on this page, and it doesn't have either of these, you're good. Like, if you go to the Limitless Tournament page, it will say... Once you've submitted a deck list, the submit button will go away. Once you have checked in, the check-in button will go away. So if you go to the tournament page, I love One Piece. Yeah, no, it was a major ow. It hurts so much. My finger is not happy with me. I'm definitely having a bliss. It was like also the bottom layer of hair. So I still had to go through all of my hair still after burning my finger. But so I'm so ADHD. I'm really sorry about this, guys. But if those buttons are up there, you are not ready for the tournament. If these buttons are up there for you, you are not ready for the tournament. So make sure you have submitted your deck list. Make sure you have clicked that check-in button, or Ursii's gonna be very mad with you. That's all. Yeah, you very much regret it. I bet. I bet, bro. Oh my god. Yeah, that sounds so painful. That sounds so painful. I would not do that to someone on purpose, but at the same time, you kind of deserved it for saying it probably doesn't hurt. It hurts a lot, yeah. You have to go through tiers. You have to do bottom layer to top layer so that all your hair lays flat. But anyway, my finger is in a lot of pain. Yeah, do not have a mad Ursi. And I'm not gonna actually mad. I'll just be very disappointed. I'll be very disappointed. So make sure, guys. We have about 26 minutes left. Click that check-in button. Click that submit button unless you want me disappointed. I'm not angry, but I will be disappointed. You know? But yeah. This is a nice, it's very cute, right? I love it. It's a dress. It's a full-on dress. It's a full-on dress. Not mad, I'll just be very disappointed. But it's a cute little dress, I like it. Yeah, exactly. Where do I make a deck to put a list into register? If you do exclamation mark limitless in the like description, there will be a deck list. However, I'm gonna show you a really quick way as well. Honestly, I like Venusaur the best, but you should play whatever you're feeling. Whatever you're feeling, you should play it. That's my opinion. So yeah, don't make me disappointed in you. Yeah, so check in and submit. But I'm gonna show you guys something real quick because why not? So. Oop, I don't know what that I just moved is. Unlock. Oh no. Oh yeah, I am. Wait, what's happening? I keep blocking it. Unlock. Oh, you can't see it here. But if you click the Limitless logo, so we're gonna probably have 10 rounds of Swiss, Joe. We're probably gonna have 10 rounds of Swiss. We are currently to 975 ready players and 2,100 submissions. Not submissions, 2,100 registrations. There are 1,400 submitted deck lists and only 1,000 of you have checked in. How does that math out? I read everything, yeah. I changed the deck list link, Igor, or I believe I did. Math is not mathing with that. Math is not mathing with that. There are Swiss rounds, yes. The first part of the tournament is Swiss rounds. We have 10 Swiss rounds. Oh no, Titsy. I don't know if you should have said that, buddy. We're family friendly. We're family friendly. I'm gonna delete that message if I'm being honest. Do I have a mod here that can delete that message? I have to go to another channel to do that. How do I delete a message? Hi, Kello. How are you doing? How are you doing? But let's see, guys. Make sure you're checked in. Not you, Kello. Everyone in general. That not Crocolore. That, oh God, what is the first evolution of that guy? You're sleepy, oh no. No sleepy, no sleepy. How do we know who we play? If you watch the exclamation mark limitless Flute Coco, the Flute Coco is so cute. I'm doing really well. We're really excited. You made your first ever top cut in a small tournament, and you're gonna do better and better every time, every time. If you do exclamation mark limitless, there's the YouTube video. It will be a YouTube video. Congrats though, Joe, on the first top cut. We got this, guys. I'm really excited for the tournament. We are currently at 993 readies. 1,040. You know, guys, let's go. Raven's in. That's awesome. Guys, I'm gonna show you some math, and it doesn't math. 1,400 of you have submitted a deck list. 1,042 of you have checked in. But for some reason, only 993 of you have both checked in and done your deck list. Only 993 of you have done both. I'm missing 50 deck lists from check-ins, and I'm missing 500 check-ins from the deck list people. Hello? Oh, thank you so much for that, Subby. I really appreciate that. Don't bully her. Do not bully. Which one is this? I think. Oh, how long is this? Okay, that is incorrect. I don't know why that's wrong. Bunny is fed, not dead. Yay! Thank you guys so much for all the compliments. Thank you, I appreciate that. Make sure, guys, go to this webpage. Go to exclamation mark tournament webpage. Make sure you go to it. Click and make sure these yellow bars are not at the top of your screen. Yeah, if you don't put your deck list in, if you don't check in, I'm gonna be really upset. I'm gonna cry, and you don't want to see Ursi cry. And no matter what, don't make me cry, even if you do. Don't make me cry. Check in. Owie! I burnt too many parts of my fingers today. Make sure you're checked in. Make sure you've submitted your deck list. I need you all to have checked in, all to have submitted your deck list. There are only 993 of you guys ready, and I have 2,100 registrations. Yeah, I cry a lot. It happens. Yeah, laughing so hard is acceptable, but being disappointed is not. Disappointed crying, not. Understandable win, understandable. You could play a couple rounds and drop when you don't want to play anymore. It's also an option. They're really good games. You get some really great matchups. So yeah, but yeah, no. I talked about, oh God, what was it? I talked about a sign of affection. And I sobbed my eyes out. I also talked about Freyrin, and I sobbed my eyes out. But that's as far as we're going. Also, bro, so many animes make me cry. But okay, 1,000 of you are ready now. But somehow 1,057 of you are checked in. Where's the 57? That yellow button up top where it says submit is still highlighted on 57 of y'all's pages. I think, guys, make sure you are checked in. Make sure you are going, you got all your things done. Tournaments are a way to improve. Yeah, exactly. They're a great way to improve competitive play. I definitely agree with that. I definitely agree with that. It's a community service. That's really funny. Yeah, we're officially at 1,000. If you see the check-in line, if you go to this page and there is a yellow line at the top of your screen. Yeah, no, you've been doing a community service as well, Goop, for sure. But it's really funny. If it has a yellow line at the top of your screen, you are not ready. Make sure it is all done. That's exciting, Jitterbug. I'm excited for you. My odds of winning are growing by the minute. Exactly, Astra. The more people who don't check in, the greater the odds are. Gohan missing more chance to win, honestly. But let's refresh. I'm refreshing. 1,034 of you are completely ready. 1,085 of you have only checked in. And 1,400 of you have submitted deck lists. Guys, why is my ready number not higher? If every single person who submitted a deck list checked in as well, we would have the largest Pkmn TCG tournament ever online. It would be insane. It would be insane. Let's see. Do 18 minutes. I'll do a 15-minute check-in call. Okay. Okay, guys. Cooking. No, but it is not. It happens. It happens. But yeah, make sure these buttons are not up here. I want you to click that submit button. I want you to copy and paste in your deck list. And if you do not see a green thing show up here, I'm gonna be very upset because that would mean that you have not submitted your deck list. If it does not turn green, you are not submitted. If it does not turn green under current submission with your deck list, make sure that the EX Pokemon are EX Pokemon and the non-EX Pokemon are non-EXs. If you put Mewtwo in your deck, but you meant Mewtwo EX, you're going to have to play your tournament with Mewtwo's. Or drop out. If you meant to put Charizard EX in here, and you put Charizard in your deck list, you are going to have to play with the baby Charizard. So make sure that your deck list is correct. Make sure. The holos don't matter. You just need to have the correct card. The arts don't matter, just the correct card. And EXs and the normal card are very different. EX is normal card. Art does not matter. Getting the correct card does. Judges will not be able to change your deck list once you have started. Once the tournament starts, the judges cannot change your deck list. So make sure that your deck list is correct and that it turns green. If it doesn't turn green, you have not submitted your deck list. And then hit the check-in button. That's not a legal card. I believe it has it in the deck builder. It should have it in the deck builder. We could bring up the deck builder if we want to practice it, but they have different dex numbers. So make sure as well that you have the correct Mankey in. Make sure you have the correct Mankey in. You do not get kicked out, but you have to play with the cards you submitted. So if you put in the wrong Mankey, you're going to have to play with the wrong Mankey. If you put in a Charizard, but you meant a Charizard EX, you're going to have to play with the Charizard. So I would really recommend you put in your correct deck list, or you're going to have very, very wrong things. Yeah, if you play with the wrong deck list, you will lose that game. If you play a game with the wrong deck list, you will lose the game. If you have played multiple games in a round with the wrong deck list, you will lose the round. But make sure. Can I update the list? Yes, you can. If you go to your dashboard, which you cannot see right now, it is in the top right corner. Click dashboard. You can click it. Here, right here. You can click submit deck list. You can also click I think it's edit deck list. It may say edit deck list here if you've already done it, and you can click it. There. Double check all of your deck lists. Make sure that this check-in button is not a bright yellow. There are no ban cards. Tricks. I believe you can only have we're not sure yet. Edit your deck list to the correct deck list if you have the wrong deck list. I've said deck list too many times. It sounds wrong now. Make sure check-in is not bright yellow on your dashboard. I'm really sorry that my southern accent came out like that. Make sure check-in is not bright yellow on your dashboard. Make sure it does not say, you have not submitted a deck list for this tournament yet. I need there to be no yellows. Just have a PSA video on repeat. I have a YouTube video made, but sometimes people don't watch it. So make sure it's all there, guys. But yeah, pin it in chat maybe. We can try pinning it in chat. If you have no yellow, you have a happy Ursi. If you have no yellow on your screen, you have a very happy Ursi. Thank you for posting it so I can. Pin message for, yeah, that works. I'm gonna 13 minutes. I'm so excited for you, Spaghetti. If you have done everything, if you've checked in, your deck list is submitted, double check that you have the correct deck list, and you're in the Discord, it's time to wait. If you have any questions on how to know when the next, yeah, we're going to have a top 32 that cuts to a day 2. We are officially doing that, yeah. It's in the Discord with an announcement. We are officially day 2 of the top 32. Yeah. Make sure, guys, that everything is good on your list. Then all you need to do is join the Discord, and you'll be able to know when everything is ready. Goofy, I have already made all tournament channels public, so that is not a problem. I've already made all tournament channels public, so we do not need to manually assign people. Yeah. I did that about 40 minutes ago, so I don't know if that was... They seem to have said that more recent, but I did it like 20 minutes ago, so... No, nothing is banned. Nothing is banned. I will double check, but they're where it's viewable. People are spamming it, but at the same time, they're spamming it in tournament channels. They're spamming it in tournament channels where it doesn't make sense as well. It's kind of funny. So there is a tournament category. There are no banned cards in this tournament. There are no banned cards in this tournament. There are no banned cards in this tournament. I'm so excited for you, Goth. I'm so excited for you. That's super, super exciting. Wait, where are they spamming this? Actually. Nothing is banned. I really don't think people should make jokes. But nothing is banned for this tournament. I don't think so. I don't think so. Nothing is banned, and it's not a funny joke. Yeah, you'll need to be top 32 at the end of the last Swiss round to be going on to day 2. That's Marcel, you're definitely getting in. You're definitely getting in then. Make sure, guys, that we have that you do not have these yellow squares at the top of your screen. Yeah, people are just trolling, but people are getting confused for sure. People are getting confused by it. So how are the numbers split? Is the math still not mathing? It'll never math. We'll never have our entire tournament field, I feel like. We have 2,100. We have 1,174 players officially ready. This is a weekly event for those who are playing. Only top 32 is tomorrow. All rounds will have to stream their game into the tournament. Thank you so much, Doodles. We are officially at 1,174 readied players. That means they are checked in and their deck list is submitted. That does mean, however, that 1,000 of you have forgotten to check in or submit your deck list. And there's about 300 that have forgotten to check in, even though they submitted their deck list. I'm gonna post another announcement that there's about 9 minutes left. I'm gonna actually... Who is the current reigning champ? I think it was Saitama last week? So we have 1,174 players completely ready for the tournament, guys. I'm really, really excited. I just checked in. Do we have to share a screen? Roboto, you do not have to share your screen unless you are in top 32. What is the link to the stream on Discord? There is no stream on Discord. There's no stream on Discord. It is players are allowed to stream on Discord, and I can stream it onto YouTube or Twitch for it. Yes, you can edit your submitted list. You click your dashboard, and you will see edit list where this says submit list. Let's see. You can edit your list where this says submit list. So make sure you are signed up, guys. Make sure that this is green here with your correct deck list. Double check that your deck list is correct. If Charizard EX is the card you mean to have, it better say Charizard EX. If it is a Charizard, a baby Charizard, you will have to play with the baby Charizard. How do I use the deck builder? Oh, Joe, there's a short on how to do it. There's a YouTube video and short on how to do it. Check in or else, yeah. And make sure this check-in button is not there. It's only one deck. Yes, it is only one deck. It is one deck. You will do a best of 3 with your one deck. we are officially to 1174. This is absolutely insane. Super excited. Also, guys, if you are willing to stream, your games, please go on and get set up in the Discord, in the different tournament channels. I would love to stream some different players. So yeah. How do I check for other people's submitted deck list? You can't see their submitted deck list yet. The highest ever was last week's tournament with 1,105 players in the tournament. How to delay stream on Discord. I will cover up hands, but you're not gonna have a delay. It was not a delayed stream. It's not a delayed stream. You can, yeah, you don't have to stream on Twitch. You can stream in the Discord. If you do !limitless, there will be, yeah, you can stream directly from your phone onto the Discord. Thank you, Astra. I'm on my home now? Oh, wait, home, okay. Have a great one, Derek. Yes, streaming is completely voluntary day one, but we would love to have a lot of volunteers. You can do it from your phone, from your iPad, from your computer, however you would like to do it, but we would love to get some volunteers in the Discord, streaming and ready to go with round one. So yeah. Yeah, you can do it a lot of different ways. You can do a lot of, it is best of 3 all the way through. Best of 3. Can you see my game? I'm gonna definitely mute myself real quick. I can see your game, yes. I can see your game, Young Lung. Thank you, Young Lung. How do we match up with our enemy? Sean, do !limitless in the YouTube video. It will specifically show you how to find your pairings, how to how to do your pairings, how to talk to your chat. Oh, I just pulled this out of my closet. Yeah, how to talk it gives you a little chat to talk to your opponent. You can talk to them there and you swap a password. If I want to stream my match in Discord, yeah, you just hop into a channel. It does look like our channels are full, but our judges will make new channels. Not judges, our tournaments will hit, our mods will make new channels. I can go on and make one duplicate. I'm gonna call it number 9. I just made an extra channel if anybody wants to jump in and stream there. I will obviously go on and I'll stream different people from the Discord, but it is completely voluntary day one, guys. It is completely voluntary day one. You do not have to stream if you do not want to, but on day 2, you will have to stream all your matches. How do you find my match? You should go to !limitless, and it will has a whole guide on how to do it. Manuel, I'll drop it for you. Sorry about that. There's a whole guide on how to do it. Thank you, Brow. Let me grab that link. I don't have Nightbot going yet in YouTube, on my YouTube chat. So yeah, you can do it in the Discord, you can stream on Twitch, you can stream on YouTube, wherever you'd like. For those who do want to stream on Twitch, I highly recommend you connect your Twitch to your Limitless. That way you can get a lot more viewers through it. Jitterbug, there are currently only, let's see, there's currently 1,262 fully ready, but that does mean we have 800 spots that will be pulled in from the wait list. You're definitely getting in, buddy. It's up to you where you want to stream. I can always make more channels. It's not a big deal. We can continuously make more channels, as long as people want to use them. It is up to every single person, if they want to stream on day 1, but day 2, will be, is required, but day 1 is completely up to each person. I just went on and made up to 16. But yeah. So yeah, it's up to you guys if you want to stream day 1, but yeah. Okay, by the way, if you are on the wait list, you still need to submit your deck list and check in. If you if you are on the wait list, you still need to submit your deck list and check in if you want to get in. If you are on the wait list, you still need to submit a deck list and check in, like right now, guys, like right now. Like you need to do it right now. You have 2 minutes. You need to make sure if you are on the wait list that your deck list is submitted, that you are checked in, and make sure your deck list is correct. Make sure the deck list is correct, guys, and it will be starting in a little bit. Yeah, we're larger than last week. It looks like we're about to be 1,300, about to be 1,300. Thank you so much, Sean. I really appreciate that. We have a couple that we need to get up, but we have not gotten them up yet. I need to make my thumbnails still. I really appreciate that, Sean. Limitless is lagging. Okay, Limitless is lagging, so we're gonna give people a little bit extra time to check in and submit deck list. That's okay. We will. Do not worry. Do not worry. It'll be fine. If the website is down, we'll just wait to start the tournament. It's not a big deal. I will not be playing Kaizo. I will be streaming the entire tournament. It's okay. Robin will have it up momentarily, guys. Robin will have it up momentarily. Robin will have it back up momentarily. Yeah, it's just really big. It's at we just have a very, very large tournament, so do not worry. It hasn't even gone down yet, honestly. I can't tell if I'm streaming a match in Discord. It's up to you, Glory, if you want to do it right now. You'll be in it. You'll be in it, Raven. You'll be in it. Just make sure you are checked in and you've submitted your deck list. Make sure you are checked in and you've submitted your deck list. Oh, is it? It's just loading for it. It loads for me every time. Okay. And it'll be up shortly. The website is having a little bit of a moment. It's having a moment. We are overweighing it. We are weighing it down, so we'll start shortly. We're giving people extra time because it did start. Yeah, it's crashing for different people. So we're just giving people some extra time to get it all done. Let the website come back up. We do this every single week at this point, but honestly, what are you supposed to do? Like, we're the largest tournament every single week, like double that of any of the other tournaments, like Pokemon tournaments. So it's totally understandable. We have 2,200 people signed up. There are currently 1,300 check-ins, 1,500 deck lists, and 1,200 people ready. Honestly, Robin is awesome. Robin runs this website. It absolutely carries the card game communities online. Robin, yeah, we're giving it a second. We're giving it a second. We have not put out the pairings yet. We're giving it a second. We're giving people an extra minute to check in and stuff since it's up and down. This website, honestly, Limitless carries not yet. Limitless carries basically card games online, like all of them, on its back. Robin does such a great job with the tournament. It'll be back up in a second. We're just definitely overtaxing the website a little bit, but we're just so lucky to have Limitless to even do this tournament. Yes, when you're paired, you'll be able to see your opponent's deck list. Make sure you're checked in, guys. Especially if you did not check in before the last 5 minutes and you're just checked in, the website's having a little bit of problem. So please, please, please double check that you're checked in. It is best 2 out of 3. Yes, it is best 2 out of 3. We're giving it an extra second. We're giving it a second, guys. Let people... Yeah, but they won't be like completely, they won't be completely on the same like time schedule, so it'll be fine. Yeah, guys, it's a little bit up and down, so just give it a second, guys. Just give it a second, and it'll be fine. It happens. It happens. It happens. Yes, you are, Sky. It'll be given to you. Yeah, we're giving it a second, Toast. We're giving it a second. Okay. We are just, once you go past round one, it'll be, yeah, well, it's not single a limb. It is not single a limb. You get to play as many rounds as you want. You could play all 10 rounds if you'd like. So it's complete, like it, but it will get better as rounds go on because people will drop out of the tournament and stuff like that. But just give it a second, guys. You don't have to, Mad, but if you want to, you always can. You always can. But yeah. 1 second, let me. I'm just making sure I have my message for when we do post the actual pairings, guys. Give me 1 moment. So that we can get going. Let's see. Okay, guys, site is back. Yeah, we just give it a couple minutes and it'll be fine. What's the prize? We have a 400 USD prize pool for this week. It's very exciting. Where did I just get added? I guess I messed up some things. Give me a second. I thought that was okay. Okay. Whew, I want to advance next round. How many losses? If you want to make it to top 32, you need, we don't really know yet, but it's probably like 1 or 2. You do not have to add anyone, Goth. There's a password. You'll be given a chat. If you do exclamation mark limitless, there's a YouTube video on how to do everything. You'll be given a chat that you will have only with your opponent, and you'll share a password for the private match. I'm just double checking. I have everything ready from an admin standpoint. Wait, let's see. Oh my god. Oh god. We're having some lagging. Give me a second. We're still having some lagging stuff. Yes, they will appear in the dashboard once posted, Captain. I will also add everyone in announcements and add everyone in pairings and tell everyone in this channel. No, you would probably want to wait in you'll probably want to wait in your dashboard. Guys, Guys, we're at 1,313 players right now. Let's see here. Ooh, someone's getting banned. Wait, how did they, where is it? Very confused where that is. It is not time to start yet. It is not time to start yet. I think somebody gotten it then. Where is the link? We are not starting it. I'll be posting it very shortly. We're gonna start at 1 in about I'm just making sure I have everything set up correctly. Phases, Swiss rounds, 10, 5, and 32. Okay. We're all good here. Oh, I should have. We should be starting in a little bit, guys. Give me 1 second. It is 1:10 now. Let me quickly make everything. Yeah. So when the site goes down, not site goes down, but when we start the tournament, the site will have a hiccup. It's going to be really, a large number of people all going to the same web page. So don't worry. So yeah, tournament is about to start. And then we will go. About to start. Give me 1 second. Did it go? Guys, the lag, I think I stopped it from starting. Okay, round 1 is up, it looks like. Round 1 should be up. I'm getting the link for it. Pairings. Copy. It will go up in a second, guys. It's gonna lag for a second, but you just have to, you just gotta wait a second. All of you clicked on pairings at the same time. All of you guys just clicked on pairings at the same time. We're unintentionally DDoSing the website. So you have to give it a second. It is gonna lag a little bit. It does work, Guff. We're the largest tournament by like multitudes. So it takes a moment, but it will be up in 1 moment. I promise. And I am gonna look at metagame once it loads. The page is down. Just give it a second. See, it's slowly working. It's slowly working. It is slowly working. And while you guys are going to do it, we can talk about the metagame a little bit. While I'm waiting for people to start their streams, to get going, we're going to look at the metagame a little bit. Seabass, it is too late now. You've already started. It's already started now, Seabass. It is in the description. This is pretty normal. I'm surprised how few Pikachu there are, though. Surprised how few Pikachu it looks like. But it's not really few Pikachu, because in reality, there's multiple types of Pikachu. You will, if you submitted a deck list and checked in, you'll have a match, but you could have a problem if you didn't do either of those. Lexus, if your name is just Lexus, I see your match. I see your match right now. So, you have one. Yeah, just be patient, be nice to everyone, be nice to your judges, make sure you are checked in. You need to make sure you are checked in for your round. You go to pairings here, and over here, you'll only have one that says view. This is a community tournament though, guys, so please remember to be nice. Check out the YouTube video retro. Young Mung, refresh and do it again. It's just that the website's being DDoSed right now by our tournament. Just wait for a moment for the button to work. You could refresh in a second and click it again. And if it doesn't work this round, just call a judge. We understand that the website's a little bit overtaxed with our tournament. So, like, judges will be helpfor and they can always reset it if needed, but it's not going to be every single round. It's not going to be every single round. Click the view button, like for this one, right? It'll have a chat here for you to talk to your opponent. Website's being DDoSed by us. Yes, it is. But remember, guys, this is a community tournament. Please be nice to everyone. Make sure you check in. If there's a judge call, not a good time for head pat redeems. I probably should turn them off during tournaments. I'll do that in a second. That's up to you, Jordan. That's up to you. Astra, they'll fix that for you. Just call a judge afterwards. Between your games, call a judge. If your opponent does not show up, does not talk at all, does not check in, you'll get the round win. You'll win the round. However, if they talk and they forget to check in, or because of lag, the check-in doesn't work, obviously we'll understand. We'll help, especially round one. Round one, we will help people figure stuff out. I am going to watch the matches, Ninho. We're just making sure everyone gets into their games real quick, and then we're going to get started. But we're going to hop into a game very shortly. Very, very, very shortly. So yeah, give me 1 second. Okay. The first one I checked, opponent has not shown up yet. Let's see who all is streaming. Make sure you're checked in, not checked in, but checked into your round, guys. We would love to get to stream some different games. So please, please, please make sure that you have, you're all checked in, everything's going good. Ninho, you should be able to play if you submitted your deck list. You are probably in a game right now. Yeah, exactly. You just go into the private matches. If you forgot to check in this round, you can all, just call a judge. Just call a judge. But it's the first round. People are going to understand. And we're going to go in and get a round started, guys. I have found one player to follow right now. Yeah, I saw that. I was going to try to stream your game. So, 1 second. We're getting up a game, guys. Give me 1 moment. I'm just getting up a game set up. Okay. Let me just get a stream. Okay. Okay, guys, let's start our first game. I'm just fixing up the scoreboard right now. And we'll transition on over to that. Hi, guys. Game 1 time. Let's see. Okay, guys. So for our first game, it is Moido versus Numasaur. And it is a Pikachu versus a Blastoise deck, it appears. Blastoise is definitely not super meta, but it's very interesting to see. Sadly, Pikachu does have a bit of a type advantage versus the water type Pokemon. But we are seeing over here that that they're going to be using a Charizard tank. So assuming that the Snorlax tank, so assuming that Snorlax could actually be started in the active, we could see some really interesting games here, guys. That is game 1 for Numasaur here. So we're going to go on and restart it. That is game 1. And we're now going to go into that game 2. I'm going to hide that for a second so that no passwords get shared. But they're going to go into a game 2 next, guys. It's very painful for a Blastoise to go against a Pikachu, but Blastoise is super interesting. Blastoise is a part of almost like archetype in water, where if you have excess amount of energies on it, like if you're Misty, put a lot of energies on it, if you have a lot of extra time, you're able to attack for even more damage. So normally Blastoise does about 100 damage from, I think it's 3 energies, but by having 5 or more energies attached to the Blastoise, you actually end up doing, I think it's upwards of 180 damage. 180 damage. So it's not the worst to be fighting against. And we are going to go on and go into this second game now, guys. I'm bringing it up. 160? Okay. For some reason, I thought it knocked out. Oh, because it's only one who survives is Venusaur. It's 160. So we're going to have that Pikachu versus Blastoise now going into game 2. Okay, and it starts with Squirtle again on the Blastoise's side, which is not good. Not good at all for Moido here. Moido is only going to be able, hopefully has some type of X speed to retreat to a Snorlax, is the hope that he's going to be shooting for. Because this Squirtle could have upwards of 40 or 50 damage on it just from that peck from the Zapdos. Going first really also isn't helpful for that Squirtle player or that Blastoise player. But it's really interesting to see the Blastoise being played in the tournament. It is round 1, so I guess we're not super far in. But it is a deck that I feel like could be really interesting. But obviously, because of how strong Pikachu is, it definitely gets shut down in the meta. We are going to see another Pokeball. We do have a Blitzel already on the bench. And we're going to have to see what our Zapdos player, Numasaur, does decide to do here. Okay, so we have that 20 damage onto that Squirtle very early. The opponent could find a way to retreat, but it definitely needs a stage 2 to be able to do that big damage that it's going to need to do. We do finally find Snorlax on... we do finally see that Snorlax on Father Toff, just call a judge. Call a judge, and they'll reset it for round 1. For round 1, they'll reset games like that. So we do end up getting a second Snorlax down, which is going to be really good for that Blastoise player. By being able to get a second Snorlax down, they're now going to stop any type of Sabrina play that would otherwise allow them to go and hit the Squirtle. However, if that Blitzle does turn into a Zebstrika, we could see a bit of a problem with that bench snipe. We do see 20 damage go into Snorlax now, but hopefully on the side of Squirtle, Squirtle is going to really want to be evolving that. They're going to want to start getting more energies onto that Squirtle, that Wartortle, that Blastoise, and start finding so we do find that first Wartortle, but they're still going to need that Blastoise. Both sides are currently at 0 points, so we will see how that goes. We have Zebstrika come down, which does mean the damaged Squirtle will potentially be knocked out this turn if they decide to retreat with that Zapdos. Zebstrika can shoot around those big Snorlaxes. And still get damage down. Let's see here. Okay. We do have a Misty come down, which is really when Blastoise wants to be able to get that excess damage that we talked about earlier. One Sky, you have to wait a moment. The judges are really overtaxed during the beginning of the tournament, but they'll get to each one as it starts. Please be patient with the judges, though. I'm really sorry about any delay, but in round one, there's so many, especially with that. We all felt the lag at the beginning of this round with how much excess lag there was, and how slowed down the tournament was a bit. There's gonna be a lot of judge calls. Okay, guys, so we are seeing the damage start landing on that Snorlax, which is exactly what our player for Armoido is really going to be wanting here. Having that damage put in the Snorlax means that his Squirtle is safe from the bench behind the Snorlax. Oh, but we do see that retreat, which could mean Zebstrika is going to be attacking the the Squirtle, by going around it with a bench snipe. Let's see. Okay. So we do see that Squirtle's first point be taken. Is there a place to fix here? Nope. So we do see that first point for Squirtle on Numasaur's side here. They're able to bench snipe the Squirtle with 30 damage, which is how Zebstrika can attack the bench or the active. But now we have a Snorlax captured in the front, which can be a bit of a problem when it comes for our Blastoise player. That really high retreat cost does mean that X-Speeds will not be able to rescue Snorlax, but maybe it was a bait, as was mentioned. We are seeing a Sabrina come down, which does mean that we are going to be having to choose which of our Pokemon to promote to the active, and if we are going to really sacrifice energy to retreat back again. Pincurchin is who gets put into the active here, which does mean that energy could be expected to be sacrificed for that retreat like we were just mentioning. Pincurchin is a 1 retreat cost, and there's no energy currently forward. But it Snorlax definitely was able to do his job at first, allowing Blastoise to get set up, but retreating it and getting the Blastoise into the active now could be a bit of an issue. Let's see. It seems like we're still deciding what to do, and it seems like the Blastoise waited out his time, or didn't get to decide what to do there, and it passed back here. There's no eliminations in this tournament in Swiss rounds. Swiss rounds, you're able to play all 10 rounds. So we are going to see that Pkmn get a retreat here. It does look like Zebstrika is going back to the active now. So it does look like we're going to start bench sniping that Blastoise from the active and not even touch the Snorlax. Okay. I do think this is the correct play to continue doing the bench snipes around the Snorlax, because Snorlax has such a high retreat cost. This is really the risk when it comes to running Snorlax as a tank. Instead, now captured because of his own retreat cost, it'll need a second energy as well as 2 X speeds to really get Blastoise back into the active. And without any other Pokemon to hide with a Sabrina could even make that problem happen again. This is definitely an issue when it comes to facing Zebstrika especially. So we'll have to see how it continues to go here. It does look like we're still choosing what to do. Let's see here. It does seem like this Blastoise is just going to be stuck for the rest of the tournament, the rest of the game. We could see 2 X speeds to pull this Snorlax to the bench. However, having any type of having a Sabrina would mean that a Snorlax would have to get promoted again, and then the Zebstrika could force that bench snipe all the way to knocking out that Blastoise. Zebstrika definitely seems to counter these like tank plays, especially when the player's tank has upwards of 3 to 4 retreat cost for being for this Snorlax. We are seeing Pkmn promoted again with that Sabrina, but it may not mean much when it comes here. We could just see that retreat back again, and in 4 turns that Zebstrika take a win. Okay. Let's see here. So we are retreating back to the Zebstrika now, and we're going to be seeing those bench snipes again. It does look like Snorlax is 1 turn away from being able to retreat, but with only 4 energies on Blastoise, Blastoise may still not be able to do 150 damage on its first turn. Okay. Hmm. One second. Let's see here. We do have that Snorlax end up getting knocked out now. And Blastoise will finally be able to do the damage he wants to do, at least to Strika. But Pikachu here can just take those last 2 points that they need. Let's see. Let's see here. Okay. That will be a game 2 for Numasaur here. Let's see. One second, guys. I need to find another one. And then we are going to continue on. 1 second, guys. 1 second, 1 second. Let's see here. People who are streaming, so I like stream to streamer there, they can have a delay. So like the player themselves that we were streaming here can have a delay. But sniping is a DQ. So I am finding a second game real quick, guys. Yeah, it's BO3. Exactly. Exactly. Exactly, Zara. Exactly. Okay. One second, guys. I'm trying to see who else we can stream real quick. We should have... Okay, so we have a quick one that we can play here. Or watch here. Give me 1 second, guys. Then we will get into that. Oop, 1 second. Where did my chat just go? Okay. We'll see how far they're in real quick, guys. Oh, that one is ended as well. Okay. Why don't we check out the metagame then while we wait for the next round? It does seem like most of the streamers might be done. It seems like we have about, it seems like most of the streams might be done, so we're going to quickly jump over to that metagame real quick, guys. And if I can find one, we can hop back. So, quick transition time. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. So we have a really fun meta. A little bit of the same, a little bit of different meta here. I think it's going to be really interesting to see exactly how many are still what it looks like, or what it looks like for a second. So give me one moment. It does look like everyone's basically done that is streaming. So we'll have to see how this tournament does crack out, guys. We've seen a lot of different decks lately in the competitive scene. We saw some interesting Blaines. We saw some interesting Blaines get top 16 last week. We saw an Arcanine EX Moltres EX deck get second place last week. I think there have been a lot of really interesting decks that have been popping up, so we're gonna have to see how our tournament this week really shapes out. So obviously we have a huge amount of Mewtwo Gardevoir in our meta. This is pretty common in most of the tournaments. In only one tournament have we ever had Pikachu EXs actually overcome Mewtwo EX in its meta share. We are seeing a little bit of that still though here. So you're seeing a Pikachu EX Zebstrika and Raichu that make up about 288. And then if you add in Pikachu Electro, 288 plus 88, actually may just shyly still beat it. So even though it looks like there's a lot of Mewtwo here, Pikachu EX actually is overwhelming Mewtwo in this case. There's upwards of 360 Pikachu EX decks. So it's really interesting to see. Mewtwo EX most recently has an actually really interesting tech that we can look at really quickly here in its card, and that's going to be the Mewtwo card. So the baby Mewtwo is 100, and let's check it out real quick, is 120 health, and does 120 damage itself. That means that, one second. I didn't realize it was going to bring up a whole different page. That means that while Mewtwo EX is able to one-shot all the Pikachu cards other than Zapdos, and is able to, with the Giovanni, also knock out that Zapdos. It actually does not get one hit back by any of the Pikachu Pokemon. So it's a tech that's able to attack for multiple turns, and hit a lot of their deck, and at the same time it's only 1 point. Furthermore, there's also a really interesting line with Mewtwo EX and that baby Mewtwo, where you never actually have to hit Gardevoir to be able to sweep your opponent's side. So if the Mewtwo is able to start Mewtwo baby in the active, has a Ralts at some point, and that Mewtwo EX on the bench, you would be able to get 5 energies on that Mewtwo EX the turn that it would be getting promoted, which means that it could sweep the Pikachu's board and get those 3 points without Gardevoir ever having to be completed. So that the baby Mewtwo can act as a tank or an additional 1-point attacker, which is really, really, really interesting. And I do think personally that it's going to really improve their matchup against Pikachu. We have some of those games coming in as we wait, guys, here. So let's see. That's not what I want. Young, your opponent didn't show up, right? Just so I'm correct on this. But so it's a really, so some of these games are starting to come in now, guys. We do see that 46 Mewtwo EXs did pair against themselves. And we see about 25 matches actually versus Charizard EX. However, Charizard EX is a little bit of counter towards Mewtwo. At times, Charizard is not able to be built up, but in general, if Charizard is fully built up into that big Charizard EX, it can win that Mewtwo matchup. And you see that with only a 40% win rate from Mewtwo into those Charizards. Let's see. I think those are, we also see that Pikachu Zebstrika. Wow, and I think this really kind of showcases what we were really talking about. So Pikachu in general has a pretty good matchup into Mewtwo, but with that new baby Mewtwo, we're seeing a 72% win rate against Pikachu Zebstrika. That is absolutely insane for a win rate into the #1 deck Pikachu. So that is absolutely crazy, but I'm really happy to see it. So we'll have to see from here, guys. And then are there any other really big scores? I don't see any too big scores here. We did extend the round. We are extending the round 5 minutes, guys, just for heads up. So that, because we had a lot of check-in issues with the round 1, so we did extend the round about 5 minutes, or we believe it's extended about 5 minutes, so that extra matches can get completed. We're going to have to see how that goes, so just heads up, we're going to keep talking about the metagame for a little bit while those players really get to finish out their matches. Really sorry to anyone who had any issues with that. It's completely my problem, or my fault, but yeah. Let's keep checking them out, guys. So next, I want to go back to that metagame here, and let's look at Pikachu Zebstrika. So we already did see that Pikachu Zebstrika is having a really hard time against Mewtwo, and I would not be surprised if it's because of that baby Mewtwo that we saw. In fact, let's really see how it came out, though. So we are seeing a huge win rate versus that Charizard EX Moltres. In my opinion, it's not the best matchup into Pikachu with the Charizard, but oftentimes if you're able to make Charizard, it is not big of a problem because Charizard can wipe any board. He does 200 damage. There's not a Pokemon that survives more than 200 damage in this game. However, Moltres EX is a Pokemon that is weak to electric type, which means we don't actually see that, so we actually see that Charizard has a smaller amount of time really to get set up and to be able to attack and fight and be able to get those 5 or 6 energies on that Charizard or evolve up into that Charizard in the way that it needs to be able to continue the match. Let's see. Okay. Let me fix that. That could be my fault. We had some issues today with the bots, so I've been having to change stuff, attach files, embed links. It should be fixable now. You can fix it. Sorry about that. I made it where I didn't seem to. So there we go. But that is one that I think would be really interesting to talk about here, Rod. So Pikachu EX is basically the S tier deck. It is, or not the S tier deck, but is the, in my opinion, or was the BDIF. So Pikachu, even if it's losing to Mewtwo, has changed the Mewtwo list so that it can beat Pikachu. Not always does the BDIF have to win, in my opinion, but it is like morphed the meta around it. And one of those examples is Arcanine EX and Moltres EX. So obviously Charizard is a much larger hitter. Charizard can knock out any Pokemon with its 200 damage. But Arcanine is a stage 1 that can do upwards of 140 damage, 120 damage? Let's check it out 1 second. Let me just bring up Arcanine over here. Arcanine is able to do upwards of 120 damage, which once again is a knockout into any of the Pikachu Pokemon other than Zapdos. And with the 10 health of a Giovanni, it knocks out those Zapdos as well. Arcanine doesn't knock out Mewtwo, and it doesn't really knock out some of the other decks like Machamp, Marowak, and Pokemon like that. But if you are assuming, right, that you are going to be mainly running into Pikachu, then it's not a bad idea to run a card that could sweep that opponent that you expect to see. And with that, we see 32 players actually playing Arcanine EX and Moltres EX. Let's see if their matchups are really coming out like they expected. So we're not going to see as many of those matchups here because there's just not as many of the deck being played compared to Mewtwo or Pikachu, but you do see they have a 100% win rate against Pikachu EX and Raichu. They have a 100% win rate against Pikachu and Electrode, and let's see, they have a little bit of 0% win rate down here, but they only had 4 matches with that. So you would say over, what is this, 11 matches, we're seeing a 7-4. That's almost a 70% win rate against Pikachu decks for Arcanine, which is pretty fantastic for a stage 1. We should be nearing the end of our round now, guys. Let me just check out our tournament real quick. We are officially timed out, but we may have a couple judge calls because of it. So let's see here. Let's see. Oh. We have, it seems like, a couple more judge calls that we're waiting for. So just give it a second, guys. Round 2 is not out yet. So I just want to make sure that all of the things are completed. You're still waiting for round 2. I will do a huge announcement when round 2 is done, or round 2 is up. So let me give 1 second, guys. 1 second. Yeah, it's lagging again. I'm just checking to see if everyone's good. Goofy, there's no more that you need to do. I just want to make sure that they're all done. Okay. We're gonna go on and start round 2, then we're all good. Oh, wait. 2 more just came in. Okay. It looks like we have a couple more judge calls coming in right now. So we'll be back up and start in a second. I do think it's interesting for this Charizard EX, Moltres EX. There's about a 50% win rate here. I do think we have I think this could honestly be because Charizard is a stage 2, so Arcanon's able to get the attack in before it's able to get powered up. Arcanon's only a stage 1, so you only need to find one of it before you get there. So for questions about judge calls, you're able to do a judge call if something is wrong in your game. There's a button that says request a judge in the chat through Limitless, and it will show up for judges who are able to do judge calls, and they can come to your game and help you. Judges are really all our judges are really awesome. They're the reason I'm able to broadcast and not be needing to do judge calls myself. And a huge shout out to our entire judge team. I am so thankful to them and their willingness to help. So huge. If you ever have to do a judge call, please thank your judges. Please be really kind and respectful. That you should always be kind and respectful to anyone in this tournament. So yeah. Also, though, with that, huge shout out to our sponsor here, XP Collect. XP Collect is awesome enough that they put up the 400 USD prize pool for us. And we puts up the 400 USD prize pool, and we're just so lucky that they're willing to go on a limb for us to do that. But yeah, I am just so appreciative to XP Collect, for being willing to put the money up for this prize pool. So thankful to them. I so appreciative. So I just want to say that again. Exclamation mark, sponsor. To check out our sponsor, you can order your physical cards through them if you would like, and they have never had to refund a pre-order in 8 years. So they're pretty reliable if you want to order your cards to them. Guys, for those of y'all coming in that are asking why we're waiting a little bit extra time, we have a couple judge calls coming in. We are the largest tournament by multitudes of a Pokemon tournament on this platform. Huge shout out to Robin for still being able to support tournaments like this. And I just want to say huge shout out to that. Huge shout out to Robin for willing to be putting all this stuff up. But we are taxing this website a lot, so it's lagging a bit, and judges are having to get in still to do the judge calls, and also from the beginning of the tournament, there was a lag when everyone was trying to get their round ones. And so there was a lot of some issues that needed to be dealt with. So I'm going to go on and get, since we're all clear, I'm going to go on and get this second round going. And we're going to end round. And prepare next round. Okay, I've now announced round 2, guys. Round 2 will be starting. It has officially started. So go on, and check in. Like go on and check in, get going, guys. And let's get started. I'm gonna quickly find us some games to play. And yeah. Okay, guys. I'm gonna go on and find us our next round to watch here. I'm gonna see. We have a couple match. Oh no, young monk. That does mean it sounds like you're gonna have a game. So that's exciting. I think that means we are actually gonna try to stream Young Monk's game here. So let me get that set up, guys. Yeah, that'll be a great one to watch, I think. Oh. Okay. Okay, guys. Let's transition over. Hello! Okay, guys, so this is going to be our round 2 officially. It is another Blastoise, which is super interesting to me, versus a Mewtwo playing the baby Mewtwo as well. This is going to be such a great game to watch. I'm very excited. It is currently 0-0. No games have been won. No points have been taken. And we are seeing a Squirtle beginning to get powered up here. Those energies are coming down onto that Mewtwo EX. We're seeing that second energy attached. It does look like Squirtle is who started turn 1 and Saitama started went turn 2. They did finally get Ralts down, but they're going to want to start getting that to be a Curlia, a Gardevoir. But with that baby Mewtwo in the active, we may not even need to see that occur. It does look like that with that Misty last turn, we were able to see this Tentacruel get its first energy on it, and they retreated the Squirtle back to be able to attack with Tentacruel. Tentacruel poisons as well as damages. So Tentacruel is going to do 50 damage just from his normal attack, but because of the poison, he'll be doing upwards of 70 damage per turn or before it gets back to him, which is about 2 to 3 turns for that Mewtwo EX. We do see that Mewtwo EX already going to 90 health here. Mewtwo will not be able to be doing its 150 attack, but it could do 50 this turn. Because that Ralts is still a baby. We do see an X speed come down. That does mean we're going to see a retreat, it looks like. Only 1 energy being costed. And we're seeing that baby Mewtwo being promoted again. Mewtwo this time is being a bit of a tank here, so that its Mewtwo EX counterparts can be powered up without that Gardevoir. We are seeing a Curlia, however, which does mean we may see a Gardevoir next turn. But with 1 energy on both Mewtwo's, that could mean that we won't even see that 150 attack in this following turn. Instead, it's just going to be 50 again, and that means Tentacruel is going to survive. We are seeing another Misty come down, it looks like, for Young Monk here. Sadly, Misty only hits Tails here, which means no extra energies will be attached this turn, but they did attach their energy to the a full health Squirtle here on the back end. Okay, guys, Mewtwo does, or Gardevoir does finally get created here. I'm assuming we're gonna see an X speed potentially, and we don't. We actually do not see that X speed. Baby Mewtwo is bordering on low health right now. We're gonna have to see what exactly happens here. Research does mean a second Tentacruel is in hand, and we see a potion as well. And Tentacruel does get evolved here with 1 energy on him, so we could see potentially 2 different Tentacruels. So we are going to have that 50 damage come into that baby Mewtwo, which does mean we are going to see the first point come onto the side of Young Mung here. The first point. Young Mung still needs 2 more points to win, and with that Gardevoir down, that could be a bit of an issue. Mewtwo is going to be able to do 150 damage this turn, meaning it's going to be able to knock out Tentacruel before it takes any damage. And does look like Tentacruel is getting knocked out. Another point now goes to Saitama, putting them 1-1 in game 1. Okay. We Pokeball. Looks like it's just a thin, and we do have that second Tentacruel getting promoted. A second Tentacruel being promoted here, so the first 60 damage is coming down. Does look like we're going to see another 150 from that Mewtwo, however, because of the Gardevoir, and that does mean that we're going to be seeing potentially another knockout onto Tentacruel. We did just see from that mouse over by Young Mung that there's only 4 cards left in the deck. He's still looking for that Wartortle, and it is 50% of his deck. He had a 40% chance of pulling it, and he did not hit, which is a big ouchie, a big brick on the side of Young Mung. Could be interesting coming in game 2. We do finally see Wartortle appear. However, that is going to be game 1 for Saitama. I'm going to quickly hide the channel again, guys. We don't want to, accidentally cause any issues. But yeah, Young Mung got Blastoisted. Some might say. Anyway, by last week's winner, Saitama. Saitama last week did win the tournament. Huge congrats to that. And huge shout out to our reigning champ. But that was very, very, very unlucky on the side of Young Mung there. Blastoise could be doing 1-hit knockouts. But yeah, we'll have to see what happens here. Okay, guys, we are officially into game 2 now. Let me take those points off. We're officially game 2, guys. Okay. We are seeing another baby Mewtwo start on the side of Saitama, which is really good for Saitama, but maybe not as good for Young Mung. We do immediately see Misty come down. We get 1 energy attached to that Squirtle, and that does seem like that's all he's going to be able to get done this turn. And we do see 20 damage now into baby Mewtwo. Okay. Okay. The question is going to be, so Saitama did attach his energy to that Mewtwo EX, beginning to power it up behind his tanking baby Mewtwo. But this time, Young Mung does immediately have the Wartortle that he's been looking for. It looks like this time the question is, will he be able to find his Blastoise? Let's see. Okay, we see that 40 damage from Wartortle come down. We still don't have a single other Pokemon on the bench, and we're still looking potentially for that Blastoise next turn. Stage 2s can be a little bit difficult really to get built up for this exact reason. We are seeing a Pokeball come down on the side of Saitama. Saitama gets a second Baby Mewtwo. What in the world? I did not know his deck was running 2 Baby Mewtwo's. That is not normal for Mewtwo, but we'll have to see what happens here. An energy is now being placed on that second Baby Mewtwo. So how this game is going to be ending up is definitely a question. But it does look like no one's going to be able to do more than 50 damage next turn, which means this Wartortle is at least going to be safe for another turn. We see 40 go down onto that Baby Mewtwo, like mentioned. And a Kirlia does come from Saitama now. That could mean a Gardevoir the following turn, but we'll have to see exactly what happens. Oh my gosh, and the Blastoise is officially found. That is a 4th energy on the Blastoise, meaning while we will only do 100 damage this turn, we may do upwards of 160 next turn, which is enough to knock out that Mewtwo. We are given that Mewtwo EX, and we're going to be doing 100 damage, just shy of that 160. Let's see here. We are seeing that Gardevoir come down now. It does look like we're going to have enough energies on that Baby Mewtwo because of that Gardevoir to do 120 damage to that Blastoise. Blastoise cannot survive many more of those. He could get knocked out even from a 50 damage from that Mewtwo now. But that 5th energy will mean that Blastoise is finally able to do 160 damage. Okay. That's going to be 1 point for Young Mung now. The first point going to Young Mung here. Okay. Okay, and we see that we do finally see another basic on the side of Young Mung, which is going to be interesting. This means that a knockout onto that Blastoise does not 100% mean that a loss. We could see a second Pokemon being promoted. This Blastoise is at 60 health, however, and we are seeing that a Gardevoir is starting to be powered up. That means Blastoise could get knocked out by that Gardevoir hit that is on the bench. Baby Mewtwo will now need a retreat here, or not retreat. Gardevoir will still be able to knock out that. We do have a second point outside Young Mung, but Gardevoir will still be able to knock out the Tentacool and be the first point for Saitama. However, the Blastoise on the bench still is able to do 100 damage because of that retreat. which may not be enough really to knock out the Gardevoir. Gardevoir is going to be powered up, and that is going to be 60 damage onto that Tentacool now. The question is going to be is, does Youngmung have a Geo in his list? If Youngmung has a Geo in his list, we potentially could see, or another Misty, could potentially see the 160. We're either going to need a Misty or a Geo here to consolidate the win. Oh, but a potion does appear just in the nick of time, which will put the Blastoise out of range from that Gardevoir attack. That does mean next turn, Blastoise is going to be able to knock out whomever is in the active, be it that big Mewtwo on the bench, be it that Gardevoir, whomever. And there's no energy currently attached to either of those Mewtwo EXs, which does mean that we may have the win here for for match number 2. We do see game 2 go to Youngmung now. And we're on to game 3. That potion came in so clutch, just perfect timing so that Youngmung could survive another hit from Gardevoir. Will our reigning champion from last week be taken out by a Blastoise? We saw some interesting plays from both sides. Blastoise, as we talked about briefly last round, is a very interesting pick. Definitely not a meta pick. But we are seeing that Blastoise is going to get to go second this game. First time in this round, or in this series of games. We are starting Squirtle for the 3rd time, but we'll have to see exactly what happens here. We are seeing that baby Mewtwo in the active again, which seems like the best play for Saitama, but also not fully sure here. It does look like we may have some cards that we're going to need for the following turns. Saitama is searching for that Mewtwo EX, trying to thin his deck so that he's able to get to where he can start powering up, start getting that Curlia made, start getting every piece that he needs to be able to fully get going. We have a research come down the side of Youngmung. That energy is immediately attached to that Squirtle, and we're seeing a Pokeball, which may actually get an early second basic for Youngmung, where he was only able to get 1 basically the entire game last time. We are seeing that 20 damage come down once again onto that baby Mewtwo here, and we'll have to see exactly what happens. Wartortle can still be attacking with only a single hand attach, but we are going to want to see a Misty if we want to do early 160 hits that we otherwise might not see. Also, potentially getting Tentacruels out that could do upwards of 70 would also be really nice on Youngmung's side before that Blastoise with a 3 energy retreat is fully powered up, depending exactly how this game plays out. The opponent is drawing, it appears, is able to play that baby Mewtwo. The attach goes on to the Mewtwo EX. We are tanking with these baby Mewtwo's now, and we pass back up. We do immediately have a Wartortle on the side of Youngmung here. Evolving with these stage 2 Pokemon is super, super important to be able to efficiently pull off our game plans. So stage 2 Pokemon, we have no way to search for evolution Pokemon currently in Pokemon Pocket, which means they have to be drawn into. But pulling into Wartortle, now all we need is a Blastoise, which is 1 step closer to getting it all done. We will be able to have 3 energies assuredly on the Blastoise, which will be 100 damage to be able to knock out this baby Mewtwo in the active. However, we're going to have to see how it continues to play out. Saitama is also seeming to have a little bit of a high roll here. He's gotten both of his baby Mewtwo's. He is getting his Gardevoir immediately built up, turn after turn after turn, and we're going to have to see if we are able to come across a Blastoise. That seems like it might be really important in this game plan. We are seeing 1 energy attached to that baby Mewtwo. We do see potentially another basic in hand, but it does seem like with that draw, we may not have pulled into a Misty just yet. Maybe it is in Young Monk's hand, but I'm not fully sure here. We're deciding where to attach now. If we attach to the Blastoise EX, we potentially see upwards of 100 damage this turn. If we have Misty, we could see upwards of 160. Or with only a single Misty energy, we could see a Tentacruel attack if we're able to get that off. But it does look like we have a retreat coming back to that second Squirtle. We do go on and involve that benched Wartortle though, and make a Blastoise. Looks like we're still deciding where to attach energy. Getting up to 5 energies on that Blastoise would mean being able to one-shot a Mewtwo, but getting early energies on that Tentacool could also mean Tentacruel being able to be an attacker here. Blastoise does get that energy. We're up to 3 energies now on Blastoise. But no damage onto that baby Mewtwo, which does mean we can potentially see a retreat directly into 150 damage with that Mewtwo EX. Let's see. Okay. Does look like we may be deciding to sacrifice the Squirtle here, but that could be it'll be interesting to see exactly what happens. We do see Blastoise promoted to the active now, and that should be a 150 damage attack from that Mewtwo onto the Squirtle. We do not see one hits from the, we will not see a one hit onto that Blastoise if Blastoise is promoted. Blastoise is 180 health, which means he can survive a Mewtwo hit no matter what. But Blastoise is only going to do 100 damage this turn. That potentially did protect him from an early 150 attack last turn, being retreating and sacrificing that Squirtle, which would be very interesting in this matchup. Blastoise doing 100 damage does outtrade Mewtwo right now. But we see a Sabrina come down. And we'll have to see what happens. He's not going to be able to one-shot any of the Pokemon on the bench right now. But it could save us more time to be powering up our Blastoise. This does mean that only 50 damage will be able to come down from that Mewtwo next turn. 1 X speed has already been used, so at least 1 energy will have to be... So at least 1 energy will have to be put onto this baby Mewtwo to retreat it. Okay. We did see that 4th energy attached to Blastoise this turn, and we are going to do Hydro onto that baby Mewtwo, leaving him with only 20 damage. Let's see. We're 1 energy away from that huge 160 damage attack that Blastoise can do. So close to being able to one-shot Mewtwo EX. And very, very close to being able to take home the game. If Mewtwo EX is promoted, that does mean that we will only see a 50 damage attack and we'll be able to do 160 back to the Pokemon. Back to Saitama's Mewtwo. We are seeing that Gardevoir energy attached to the baby Mewtwo now. It does seem like Saitama's really having to think here. Does he retreat to a Mewtwo that can only do 50 damage? Does he retreat at all? He's already started to attach energies, which does mean we may continue to have to see some different... we may see 2 energies attached and threatening a 120 hit, potentially, but we'll have to see. 120 from that Mewtwo would mean that we would have to see a Sabrina come down, but it does seem like... wait, we didn't even get it. Oh, our hand attach went onto the Gardevoir there. Hand attach onto that Gardevoir. Youngmong may be pulling off the upset this week onto Saitama. It does seem like we are attaching that last energy for able to, and we finally find a Misty here. Misty does miss, but we are still going to do 160 damage every following turn with this Blastoise. Even though Blastoise is doing huge damage here, Blastoise actually doesn't discard energy in the way that Mewtwo or Charizard does. Mewtwo and Charizard EX both do really big damage, upwards of 150, 200 damage, but they have to discard their energy. On the case of Blastoise, however, Blastoise only takes 3 damage to hit, but to do that extra damage to 160, he needs 2 extra energies, and he does not discard, which means any Pokemon now will be knockoutable by that, not Mewtwo, by that Blastoise. We do see Gardevoir promoted now. It is 1-1. My bad, guys, that I don't have those points up. We are 1-1, Youngmong and Saitama. We see Gardevoir promoted, and they will be able to do 60 damage onto that Blastoise, meaning that we could potentially be within that 150 range. But here comes a huge problem for that Gardevoir, and that's that without Gardevoir surviving this turn, Mewtwo won't be able to hit for 150. Mewtwo will only be able to do 50 damage that following turn, while Blastoise will be able to keep fighting. Let's see. We see Tentacruel being put up. That Sabrina does mean we're going to have extra damage put onto that Tentacruel now. Tentacruel cannot retreat unless we're going to have an X-Speed or a Mewtwo. And we'll have to be slowly powered up to see the fight. But it does seem like we're using this almost like as a stall method on the side of Saitama. Saitama went on and attached that first energy to Mewtwo, which means that even if we X-Speed here, Mewtwo will be able to do 150 damage the following turn. But that's just not enough in this case. Blastoise is upwards of 180. They're both at 1 point each. Mewtwo cannot one-shot the Blastoise at this point. And even knocking out another one-prizer will not spell defeat for Youngmong. It does seem like a very hard matchup with this Blastoise build. We're going to see the energy attached to Tentacruel. Do we see a retreat, though? We do not see retreat or X-Speed. We'll have to see what happens this following turn. We do see that energy onto that Gardevoir and the Mewtwo now. Gardevoir will be able to do 60 damage to the Tentacruel, but even retreating this Tentacruel could mean that we'll be able to win now. Retreating that Tentacruel would mean a 160 attack onto that Gardevoir. And then we could see maybe Mewtwo put up 150 into the Blastoise, and he would still be able to attack. And we are doing that retreat as mentioned here. Sabrina still would not spell the end for Youngmong. It looks like we're going to be able to do that 160 into the Gardevoir now, which will put Youngmong to 2 points where against that 1 point for Saitama. Saitama has decided to put up here. His only powered up Pokemon is that Mewtwo EX that cannot one-shot Blastoise, though Blastoise can one-shot it back. So we'll have to see. Oh my god, and they put up the Ralts from Saitama. So Ralt stands no chance versus the Blastoise here, and we are up to 2 points on the side of Youngmong, which means any knockout now will mean a full round win versus Saitama, taking Youngmong to potentially 2-0 and making our champ from last week onto the back foot at 1-1. Can Saitama pull something off this round that would mean he doesn't lose this game? Okay, guys, let's see what Saitama decides to do here. Let's see. Gonna need some big thinking here to pull off any type of knockout that would spell victory for Saitama. Let's see here, guys. What an interesting matchup, though, chat. What an interesting matchup to see Blastoise versus Mewtwo. First game going to that Mewtwo, and then game 2 and 3 reverse sweeping from that Blastoise. This does mean we're going to have the win from the timeout. And game 3 goes to Youngmung. And Youngmung wins. Youngmung wins. Okay. So that will be a win for Youngmung now. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second while we see if we have any other matches. There's only 8 minutes left in the round. So we potentially don't have any more matches, but let me quickly check if anyone is still going. It does not seem like we're really having any other games going on streams that I'm seeing here. There's only about 20 matches left. And so I'm going to quickly bring back up that metagame that we were looking at briefly, and we can check it out. This time, guys, after watching that crazy match between Blastoise and Mewtwo, let's check out to see where Blastoise is really standing in the standings. Or in the matchups. Metagame. In the metagame. So let's quickly check that out here. Okay, so the most played Blastoise, wrong thing, metagame. Let's see where Blastoise falls in our metagame. Blastoise. We see Articuno Starmie here. Oh no. Wait, did I miss one? Blastoise Mewtwo. Interesting. So I guess Blastoise Mewtwo is the most played Blastoise? Interesting. Okay. So let's see what Blastoise Mewtwo looks like for a second here, chat. Very interesting. So we are going to see this Blastoise Mewtwo deck here. It looks like it is about 2 Baby Mewtwo's, 1 Articuno, and 1 Kangaskhan. It does not... Who knows if it wins or not? Who knows if it works? We'll have to see in the long term. There's only about 8 matches that have played, obviously, so we don't have that much data. We'll have to see how it comes out. The person we just watched, Youngmung, does not use the Mewtwo. Instead, they're using their... What do you mean, Blastoise Mewtwo? It's a very interesting deck we're looking at here. It's the most played Blastoise. Only 4 people are playing it, but it's pretty interesting in my opinion. We're seeing the 4 people play it here. Let's see if there's any others currently. Blastoise Mewtwo right here. Are there any other Blastoises? I mean, obviously there are, but where do they fall? We have that Blastoise Snorlax we saw during game 1. Let's see. Blastoise, which we're seeing 2 players play. Blastoise Wigglytuff EX, which is interesting. Do we have any other Blastoise? We have a Blastoise Starmie EX. Blastoise EX. Where's our one we just watched? There's a lot of different decks being played this tournament. It's very cool to see, very cool to see. We have where's our Blastoise? Blastoise Meowth. Blastoise. Guys, this metagame is crazy. Blastoise Tentacruel. Here we go. And it is young. I found you as the bottom 2 decks. Oh. It has gone against the Pikachu and it's gone against the Mewtwo. And it's won both of them. Bottom 2 decks. Very interesting. And it is 2 Tentacruel, 2 Tentacle. Yeah, I know. It was a no-show. Blastoise EX, Wartortle, and Squirtle. Okay, guys. Very interesting. We're seeing that 1 red card, 1 potion. We were not sure how many there were. 1 X-Speed, 1 Sabrina, 2 Pokeball, 2 Misty, 2 Research. Okay. Let's see. Go back to pairings. We have about 3 minutes left. There's about 8 matches left to go. We can see who's playing here. Only a couple people left. And that should continue. We'll see standings. You can see, I mean, it's only 1 game right now in the standings. So let's go back and look at some of those meta games, guys, that we mentioned earlier. Let's look at Pikachu Raichu. So I think Pikachu Raichu is very interesting. To me, Raichu is a really good tech for the mirror. If you're battling against other Pikachu EX decks, Raichu may be the way to go. And it has a couple variations between if you're playing Magnetron, if you're not playing Magnetron, and both have done fairly well. Magnetron really helps power up that Raichu, but you don't have to rely on it. And we saw that really in one of our first tournaments where Raichu really kind of dominated the scene. And now we're seeing it re-arise. And the thing is, Raichu can do upwards of 140 damage, which is enough to knock out all of the other Pokemon in the Pikachu deck. But the interesting thing to me is that we might see its revival with the upcoming Baby Mewtwo. So Baby Mewtwo is 120 health, which means most of the Pokemon in Pikachu's deck cannot beat it or knock it out in a single hit. Furthermore, Raichu is able to one-shot Mewtwo EX if it has a Giovanni. Obviously, you would have to pre-power up your Raichu in that case. You would not be able to do the Lieutenant Sarge and Giovanni, but it's definitely an interesting way of playing. And we can see really how some of these different matchups are showing. I would really be interested in seeing how the Charizard does, and so I'll have to see how it goes. We talked about the Mewtwo a little bit because of that new tech with the Baby Mewtwo being so strong versus Pikachu. I think it's really changed that matchup where it's almost kind of an auto win now for Mewtwo as long as it's got the Baby Mewtwo in it. So let's see here, guys. So the first big matchup for that Raichu is a Pikachu EX Electrode with a 42% win rate. This is what I was just mentioning. I think Raichu is fantastic into that game where you're in the mirror, you're against the mirror, and Electrode is a mirror. So we do see that scene here. We also are seeing that with the Charizard EX Moltres. Charizard EX Moltres, I do think can beat Pikachu for sure if you're able to get it powered up. But in the case, but Moltres is weak to Electric, so you don't have as many turns to really get it, to make your Charizard before that before the Moltres is knocked out. We are also seeing a pretty good win rate against that Arbok Weezing here. 83% win rate, insane. We see versus Blaine, it's also got 80%. Against this other mirror match, however, is Zebstrika. We're not seeing as much wins into it. Even though we've seen about 29 games, it's only a 55% win rate. Obviously 50 against Raichu. And I think really interesting is that Marowak EX Sandslash, which is built and made and ran to counter Pikachu. Marowak has the support of the type advantage, where it does an additional 20 damage to any of the Pikachu Pokemon, other than Zapdos. But he's only 140 health, so Raichu could also knock out that Marowak. And here is really what we're talking about with that Mewtwo EX Gardevoir. Mewtwo EX Gardevoir is, with that baby Mewtwo, really able to knock out any of the Pokemon on Pikachu's side and power up without even needing a Gardevoir. We are at time, guys. I'm going to quickly check. Huge welcome to everyone who is new to the community, by the way. We're really happy that more and more people are, watching the stream and seeing it from the tournament. But we are concentrating on tournament games today. So, anyone who is interested in community stuff, I would love to see you guys on other days stream. A lot more talkative to chat, but today we are concentrating on games. But thank you for everyone who's hanging out here. I'm checking right now with chat, or with my judges, to see if we can continue on to that next round, guys. So give us 1 second while we see how that is shaping up. And hopefully we'll be on to round 3. This tournament can take a couple number of hours, but for those who do not know, we are officially doing a day 2 today, which means you can come back tomorrow for that top 32. I'm really, really, really excited for the tournament. And I'm really excited that we are doing a day 2 this time. It's gonna be really cool. Okay, it looks like all the judge calls are good. All the judge calls are good, and we can go on and pair the next round. Round 3. Okay, we are officially on round 3, guys. There are still over 1,100 players playing. Huge shout out to everyone here. I hope you guys know what a huge milestone for the community this is, having such large tournaments, having such a huge competitive scene. I think it is so awesome to see the turnout. So awesome to see how everyone is having fun, playing. We're all really coming together for that community scene. So huge shout out to all of us, everyone in the community, all of you. Obviously, always a huge shout out to our supporter, sponsor, our sponsor, for being willing to put up the prize pool every single week. I'm so appreciative for that. And we're gonna have to see how this continues to go. So I'm very excited. Let's see here. Okay, guys. Let's see. I'm gonna see who we can find to follow this round, and that'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, Pikachu EX was really interesting to see this game, or this turnout. We had, not Pikachu EX, Mewtwo EX is really interesting to watch this tournament because of that new tech it has with the baby Mewtwo. Okay. Just grabbing some people real quick, guys. Ooh. 1 second, guys. I'm just making sure I can find the person I want to stream real quick. Let's see. Where is? How does seems KST in the? Interesting. Okay. Okay, I guess we'll bring up a Twitch stream real quick. Okay, guys. We are going to be watching a Arcanine deck this time. Yeah. We're gonna try to watch an Arcanine deck this time. Oh, it looks like we're still waiting for that. They have not checked in yet. The opponent still has not checked in. Give me 1 second to get that up. Let's see what other streams there are, though. Sorry, guys. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to find the people's streams. Looks like people are not checking in right now. Grr. It'll be an interesting one to watch. It does look like we are officially into a game for this one. So I did find one for us to watch, guys. Give me 1 second while I get that going. Are you? Okay. We're gonna watch a Wigglytuff Wheezing game that I think is gonna be really interesting to see. It's a Wigglytuff versus a and we have 0 points on both. Oh, we already have 2 points actually. This side. Are gonna go on and transfer that. And I will go and bring that up. Julio. So we are gonna be watching that Pikachu versus Wigglytuff here. The Pikachu just took out a Wigglytuff, which is going to be 2 points for Judge Holden's side now. There's going to be a second energy attached to Wheezing, which will mean with that poison, Wheezing is going to be doing upwards of 50 damage per turn, 30 each attack, and then 20 with that rotating damage of poison. It does look like Wheezing is having a really hard trouble here with that Wigglytuff knocked out. Wheezing has no backup, no Pokemon on the bench, no Wigglytuff getting set up, and this is going to be 100 damage from that Pikachu. Both Judge Holden and Master Sup are both at 2-0 right now in the tournament. We do see potentially another basic, but at 2-2, any knockout now would spell defeat for game 1. Let's see here. We see a potion now come down onto that Pikachu. And it does look like with this Pikachu attack, Weezing will be knocked out, and that will be game 1 for Judge. Okay, so it is game 1. We're gonna hide screen for a second so that the passwords do not get shared, and we can continue on. Okay, guys. Let's see here. We are going to be bringing that back up. It does look like they're connecting now. So we are going to see game 2 of this matchup. We'll have to see exactly how well it does, though, because we have some problems for that Wigglytuff. If we lose another game, that'll be 2-1 if Wigglytuff loses here. Okay. It does look like we are going first this time, which does mean Weezing can evolve and attack before Pikachu can attack. It's pretty nice for Weezing to go first, in my opinion. Obviously, it can be a little bit rough, but with a Weezing, it's not too bad. We are going to see a pass here. That means there's no other basics put down for Master Sup here. Judge is looking for his other electric Pokemon now. Pikachu's, Zebstrika, Blitzles, any of those Pokemon will really help out. But we do see this red card come down from that Pikachu, which means Coughing has another chance at getting more cards. And this time we do see like he may be getting more draw support from that red card. Okay, guys. We're most likely going to be seeing that research come down now. And then energy does get attached to Coughing. We're looking for a Weezing really to put that first 50 damage down. We do get that Weezing. And we are going to go on and see that evolution. That'll be 30 damage with poison, which will take it up to 50 damage per turn, where that Pikachu is only doing 60 damage. Let's see here. We are going to see that poison tick. We are down to 80 health now. That research comes out. We do see Blitzel get evolved to that Zebstrika, but will we see a third basic put down, putting Pikachu upwards of 90 damage? And we do for this turn. See that second energy comes onto that Pikachu. We're going to see 90 damage going into Weezing just like that. Master Sup is definitely going to want a second basic very soon if he wants any chance of surviving this turn. We do see a Sabrina now, or potentially, and we do see research go down, which means we'll be getting 2 more cards to be able to do that. We see potentially some more basics that we put on the bench. We see a Jigglypuff that is getting powered up now, and we're going to see another 30 damage or 50 damage onto that Pikachu. We do this tournament every single week, for those who are wondering. It is a weekly tournament. You should definitely get on Limitless, play.limitlesstcg.com if you're looking to do tournaments. They're basically all on Limitless. It's a really awesome way to play most card game tournaments. So definitely check out play.limitless, and we will be posting maybe this tournament at the end of the day as well. Let's see here. Okay, that Weezing, or that Jigglypuff did get knocked out, which is pretty sad. And we potentially are going to be seeing a loss for Master Sup here. That is going to be the end of the round for him. That is going to be 0.1 for that Pikachu as well. And that is game 2. That is game 2. Let me quickly find another match, guys. Let's see how that Blastoise from last game is going. It is currently 1 for that Pikachu. Let's see. Okay, is best conceived. Let's see. Trying to see who else is streaming right now. Let's see real quick. I'm just checking what we need here. That one's already done. It does look like we potentially have another match, guys. Let me quickly see how long. Give me 1 second to set it up. Okay. Oh. Oh, but that game is already done. Let's see here. Trying to see if we can find another game to play or watch, guys. Oh wow, where did I just go with this? So I have found us another Blastoise to watch. I think this would be really cool. So let me quickly bring that up. Oh my god, where is it? Okay. Sorry guys, give me 1 moment. Bring up this next game. Oh my lord. Um, oh, hi guys. Weird. Yeah, I'm still getting it set up. Sorry about that. I don't know why it was showing over here. We are gonna go on and see here. It's Aloe versus Skies. It is 1-1 currently, and they are 2 points. I think that was 2 points as well. Let me just quickly make that correct. And it is a Blastoise Mewtwo with fossils versus a Mewtwo EX. So let's see here, guys. Let's see. We're looking for those different pieces of Blastoise here. We are seeing one Wartortle down, a second Wartortle now being built. We are going to need Blastoise if we really want to do much with that. We do see Baby Mewtwo getting set up in the back. And then we are still seeing that Mewtwo EX in the front almost like tanking what the Wartortle puts in. We do see that Mewtwo here, Baby Mewtwo coming down. It is the tank for this deck, it looks like. So we'll have to see exactly what they decide to do with it. And we can go from there. Let's see here. Let's see. It is going to be a defeat for the game 3, it looks like, unless there's a delay on this. And that does mean that Mewtwo EX is going to win that game. We now need to find another one. It does look like we have still 18 minutes left at 100 matches to go. We should be able to find one pretty quickly, I think. Let me see here. Oh, this is a loss already. Never mind. I think that one. Okay, we could have a Pikachu Raichu versus Mewtwo now. Let me quickly set that up, guys. They are 1-1 currently. Let's see if we can quickly get into that match. Okay, let me just get the players' names down. And they cannot see points yet. So I think they're 0 and 0. They're currently on game 3, guys. Game 3. So let's watch. It is a Pikachu Raichu versus a Mewtwo deck. And they are on game 3 of round 3. Oh my god, I still have round up. So we are seeing that Raichu being built in the front. That is a little baby Pikachu that can evolve here. And we're going to have to see exactly what happens. And we're going to... It does look like we are deciding what to do if we're attaching energies to one of these other Pikachus, one of these Zapdos. And it does seem like we may be attaching to Zapdos right now. Or... That second energy does go into a Pikachu now, and it looks like we're going to do another 20 damage with that baby Pikachu directly into Ralts. Mewtwo only has 2 energies attached right now, but it does have a Curly on the side of Zozu's in. This could be a 150 attack if we see that Gardevoir come down, and we do see Gardevoir being found here. Mewtwo basically sweeps the Pikachu side once they are able to power up here. And we are seeing that 150 go down. That'd be 150 into Pikachu, and then we'll need to start seeing damage really come down from Pikachu EX. But really the only hope is a Zapdos attack, which I do not believe is set up. Let's see here. I believe that's going to be game though, guys. That's going to be game for that Mewtwo with another win. I'm going to see if I can find us another match, guys, while this gets finished out. It does look like I may be able to find this one. It is going to be a loss for that Pikachu. Let's see. We are 1, 2. Oh, and they just... Guys, it just ended. It just ended. Never mind. Okay, let's go to the meta screen, I guess, guys. And we will discuss the meta. So yeah, we're gonna discuss the meta breakdown. Let's go back into that Raichu matchup that we were just talking about. And how the matchups like to shake out for okay. Let's see. They're currently 1. Well, so, okay. No, we hide hands. We specifically hide hands so that people cannot see them. I'm going to transition over now, guys. We are going to be watching Captain Kerr here. It does look like Captain Kerr has changed over to a Pikachu deck, which I think is really interesting. Last week, he took top 16 with Blaine, and we are going to see him battle again with this new deck with Pikachu. And Captain Kerr is officially up to 1 point now. So, let's see. We have that Electorb in the active here, about to be having another 20 damage onto it by that Ponyta. It really, really wanted to get up a Rapidash here if it could. And so let's see. We are hand attaching here to that Raichu now. We're going to be doing another 70 with that Electro Ball. Let's see. Okay, Ninetales does come into the active now. It is 1 and 2 now on the side of Captain Kerr with 2 points. Ninetales does knock out, which will put them back to 2 and 2. And now it is Pikachu. Pikachu's going to have to find... Oh, did they concede? They conceded. Let's go. I'm confused. What just happened? But let's see. It is you, Captain Kerr. Hi. Is that your last game for this? Let's see. I don't actually know because that might have been your last game. Okay, guys, let's go back to the metagame. Let's go back to the metagame then. We were just there. Okay. Back to the metagame breakdown. And let's check out that Pikachu Raichu that we were just talking about. I do think Captain Kerr might fall under this. So, very interesting. What is... Anybody remember the refresh hotkey? Let's see. Let's just do this. We'll just click around. So we're going back to Pikachu Raichu, which is 3rd in the whole metagame. And we're going to see exactly what happens here. It does look like a lot of these are running 2 Raichu and 2 Pikachu and 2 Pikachu EX. A lot of these are running 1 to 2 Zapdos EX. Some of them are deciding to run that Magnetron, Magnemite duo as well to help power up. Pincurchins are seen, Voltorb, Electorbs are seen, as we just saw in that last game. And we're even seeing some Jolteons, Kangaskhans, Zebstrikas, and so let's go into the matchups. If anyone is interested in tournaments like this, we host these every single week, by the way, and we are so thankful to our sponsor, XP Collect, as well as to all of our judges who are helping us out with all the judge calls today. So yeah. Let's see here, guys. Is this Discord call that I'm in? Oops. So let's see exactly how Pikachu Raichu is doing against all its matchups. It's had some interesting games against Arcanine EX and Rapidash, Moltres and Centiskorch, some Alakazam Weezing, my gosh. But let's get down to what we really were looking for. So Raichu EX is kind of a really good meta pick if you expect to run into a lot of mirror matches. Raichu can knock out the majority of all of the Pokemon in the Pikachu EX deck. And it even can knock out some of those big hitters that it otherwise would be fighting against. Raichu is able to knock out Marowak EX. With Giovanni, it's able to knock out Mewtwo EX. And all of the Pokemon, all the legendary birds continue to be knocked out by it as well. So let's really see here. So here we are seeing that mirror match of the Electrode version. And it's Pikachu X Electrode. We're having an 80% win rate against it, which is very expected. I think that Ninetale Rapidash is a really interesting one to see winning against, because Blaine is kind of there to counter Pikachu. A lot of its damage does help to counter Pikachu, but in this case, it's actually losing to it. That Charizard Moltres is also getting defeated by Pikachu Raichu with almost a 70% win rate, 68.75% win rate. Moltres is weak to Electric. Electric does definitely have a like Pikachu has a type advantage to Moltres EX, but Charizard does need a lot of setup, even though it does hit for a lot of damage. So because of that type advantage for Moltres against Moltres EX, Charizard really has needs to go quicker to get set up. So let's see. We also see that Pikachu's Zebstrika it's doing well against. It's obviously against itself, 50-50%. Doing about 50-50 to that Marowak EX. And then, so yeah, let's see what else we wanted to check out in the metagame. We have 4 minutes left. Let's see if we can find Blaine real quick. So here's Blaine that we were just talking about. And we can see what it's played against a lot. It's got about an 80% win rate, looks like, versus that Arcanine Moltres EX. It's got a roughly 47% win rate versus Mewtwo. But you do see against that Pikachu Electrode that we mentioned earlier, it's doing about 66%. However, for the other Pikachu variants, it is not doing very well against them at all. Let's see here. I think this is really the one that we're seeing it running against a lot. Even with the Zebstrika matchup, it's not doing great this tournament. There's not too many of the Blaines, though, this week. I mean, there's 45, so. We have a couple that are still going for the tournament. Let's see. We can check out Charizard for a second. Charizard, to me, is a lot of fun to play. Charizard, as we mentioned shortly, does do more damage than any of the health of any of the Pokemon in the game, but he's got a lot to set up still. He is a stage 2 attacker that needs to be really powered up, or almost like overpowered up, to be able to wipe the board. And Moltres' EX is really that engine that's supposed to be powering him up. We're seeing a lot of wins versus Marowak EX Sandslash, which is here to really deal with the Pikachu, but only 6 games that has been battling so far. 6 games that it's had so far against the matchup. It's had about 10 matchups against that Blaine deck we were just talking about, that 60% win rate for Charizard versus it. Mewtwo EX and Gardevoir does still run a Stage 2 line similar to Charizard, but it is in its support Pokemon instead of its attacking Pokemon. And Charizard is often seen as almost a counter to that Mewtwo EX Gardevoir. But even then, a lot of times Charizard can beat itself with its inability to set up. So we also see it doing fairly well against the Zapdos variant. And then the Arcanine variant of itself, it's doing about 50-50 versus Zebstrika. It is not enjoying at all. With almost 33 games versus Pikachu Zebstrika, it is only got a 24% win rate, which is abysmal for sure. We have about 3 matches left to go in the round, guys, about 2 minutes. So we're going to see exactly how that continues to play out. Let's see if there's really any Gengar going. I saw that briefly. So let's see. It does not seem like there's much Gengar going. It does look like Pikachu, Raichu, and Mewtwo EX are both having really great win rates so far this tournament. Almost a 57% win rates for both decks. Raichu's seen a pretty high percent win rate for all of the tournaments we've had, especially in like the beginning rounds, going in above 50% for many of the rounds. Let's see here. Last tournament, we actually saw Wigglytuff EX doing really insane. It was really funny to see. It was like 54 to 57 for the majority of the tournament, and then none ended up being in the top 16. It was sad, but really funny to watch. Marowak EX Sandslash is not enjoying this tournament with only a 38% win rate. Oh my god. And neither is Arbok Weezing, which people have been enjoying a lot lately, I feel like. We've got 2 matches left, 8 seconds left in the round. So let's see how people are doing. That's a cute Wigglytuff emote. So let's see, guys. Okay, guys, it looks like, yep. Oh, give it 1 minute after timer. Okay. Let's see here. We'll give it about 30 more seconds, guys. If no judge calls come in, then we'll go on and start our round 4. Let's see. Okay. So we're going to go in and start that next round. And I will post in the tournament in the different one. Okay. Okay, guys. Let's see what we have for the next round here. I'm going to quickly get up our next match, guys. I'm going to bring back up that Blastoise player we saw earlier. So let's see if I can get it going. Bloop, bloop. Oh my god, I did not just do that. LOL. Okay. So we're gonna transition over and let's get started, guys. So it is a Blastoise EX versus a Zapdos EX, or a Pikachu Zapdos EX. And we can see how this keeps going, guys. Okay. We are going to see a Misty's here on the side of Youngmung. We did immediately hit Tails. And this Pikachu board across from Youngmung is definitely decked out. It's already fully built up. Pikachu EX can do upwards of 90 damage, 100 or 120 with type advantage here as soon as next turn. Blastoise is going to need to set up quick and fast if it wants to be able to do this matchup or deal with this matchup. Okay, guys. Yeah, we need this is set up quick and fast by Blastoise. We're gonna need some Misties. We're gonna need a a Blastoise, and hopefully to see how this goes. Let's see here. Okay, we're seeing a Pokeball on the side of Pikachu starting to thin that deck to try to get all the extra cards that it does need. We're gonna have to see here. Tentacruel is right out of range of being able to overcome a one-shot. Even 120 would demand a lot more from Pikachu's side. But we are gonna see a 40 damage come from Zapdos now. Tentacruel will survive one hit here, and we'll see how it goes. So let's see here, guys. Okay. It does look like we're going to continue to power up that Zapdos. I find it pretty interesting. We're going to see that Pet come down again, which is finally going to knock out that Tentacool, making it a first point for the opponent. Let's see here. Let's see. We are going to research here on the side of Youngmung. We'll have to see how it continues to go. And we are getting that second energy under Tentacool now. That does mean we're going to see 50 damage onto that Zapdos here. And Poison is going to continue to tick and make it upwards of 70. Wrong one. Okay. Let's see here. We are going to see the first game go to the Pikachu. But it's definitely a very difficult matchup for the Pikachus. There we go. Okay. Oh, I should be hiding that for a second. Let me hide that, guys. Let them get set up here. And it does look like we're going into the next game. Let's see. Okay, guys, so we're going into game 2 now. It is Blastoise once again against Pikachu. It is Blastoise versus Pikachu, and we are going to be going first with the Squirtle again. And we do immediately get that Tentacool down. It does seem like it might be helpful to start with Tentacool at first and allow that Blastoise to be setting up on the bench. But it definitely seems difficult with 2 Water-type Pokemon to really have a tank that allows that Blastoise to set up. We are having a Blitzel in the active here, which can do 40 damage on turn 1. So getting that retreat quickly is the only thing that we can really hope for here. Let's see. We do immediately get that 20 damage into Squirtle now. But the Pikachu's also pretty poorly set up as well. And we're gonna have to see how it goes. We potentially see a Tentacool immediately getting made, which will be good on the side of our water deck here. But do we have a way of retreating, which would allow us to continue to fight and build up that Blastoise in the back? The type advantage really hurts here on the side of Blastoise. Squirtle's only 60 health, meaning even these small little hits from the Pikachu decks do a lot of damage. Sadly, even if we're able to survive here, Blitzel could still, if we were able to retreat here, Blitzel could be able to knock out the Squirtle by hitting onto the bench. Blitzel's one of the few bench sniping Pokemon in this game. One of the others, Hitmonleak, is only able to hit onto the bench. So it is very unique in that it can hit bench and active. We're gonna have to see exactly what the Pikachu player, or William, is able to find here. Okay, we are gonna see that Blitzel attack again into Squirtle now, and that is gonna be a knockout onto that Squirtle. Still, however, no Pikachu EX or Zapdos EX is able to be seen. We are on round 4. And we now are missing any type of Squirtle that would be able to be set up even with that tank in the active. Tentacruel can get the energy attached to it. It would be able to knock out that Blitzel this turn, which would, with the tick of damage, which would bring us another Pikachu into the active. But without a third energy, even Raichu isn't able to attack this turn if William does have that evolution. William's really going to be looking for that Raichu, those Pikachu EXs, those Zapdos EXs, and Youngmon's really going to want to start having that Squirtle appear, having that Wartortle be evolved onto, that Blastoise, getting a Misty with 5 energies onto that Blastoise so that it can one-shot Pikachus, so that it can one-shot Zapdoses. I think that might be one of the few hopes right now. We are seeing that Sabrina, however, that's gonna put Tentacool back into the active, No damage goes down. It does look like we're powering up a Raichu on the back right now, which could be very, very bad. If we could see a Sabrina here, we could potentially stop it. Like an energy onto the Tentacool retreat, Sabrina would be a knockout onto that Pikachu and stop any type of Raichu, which could potentially put us at a 1-1 for these 2 players. We do currently have a second point a point for Youngmung as well. And we are going to be seeing that Sabrina, that knockout onto that Pikachu with the damage tick. And Raichu is going to want to appear here, but he does not have any energy yet. He's going to need 3 turns to get that Raichu powered up, which should be enough for that Tentacle to take the win. So we do see Pikachu appear in the active now. However, no energies on it is a really bad spot. We do see Pikachu EX finally appear. This is gonna need to be a retreat by William, but we may not see it unless we have an X speed now. It was a second point. We do have the Raichu, however, which is going to be put into, or going to be able to tank in the active for at least a couple of moments. Only 60 damage is going to come from this Tentacle, so Raichu will be able to tank a couple hits from Tentacle. Okay, we are seeing a Misty now, and that Misty looks like it's going onto that Wartortle. We're hopefully we need upwards of 4 heads, and we don't get those. We do not get those. This energy on Wartortle will hold for a moment, but it's not going to be doing enough to secure, or to be able to secure that large damage attack of 160 from the Blastoise. Next turn, we won't see a knockout from Pikachu unless it's able to get 2 more basics, which would be, I would assume the basics are not in William's hand, because I do believe there's a red card in Youngmung's deck that would make him want to go in and put them onto the bench. We do now see another Pikachu. Did I not see? We saw an X speed being played. I thought that was a Pikachu. And a second potion coming down onto that Raichu now on the bench here. Pikachu can only really do 50 damage, which will allow Tentacle to tank a hit while we're trying to get that Blastoise going. Blastoise will have 2 energies this turn, so it could potentially stave off another turn here. But even 1 more basic from this Pikachu would put Tentacle into knockout range. Honestly, even a Giovanni could see a knockout onto this Tentacle here. We're going to see 50 damage onto that Pikachu now, which will put it in knockout range from the Blastoise once it has 3 energies on it, which it should have next turn. So we're going to have to see here. Blastoise could be taking game 2 here, right in front of us. We do see Zapdos come down, which will make it where Tentacle will be able to be knocked out with a single hit. It is already 60 health, so it didn't have much left. But Pikachu could potentially knock out Tentacle here, and Blastoise should be able to revenge KO and take the win. But it does look like we're going to see a retreat here from the Pikachu. The only Pokemon he can really retreat to, however, is that Zapdos to be able to survive. Otherwise, well, one, Tentacle is also going to survive, but Blastoise knocks out that Raichu. Raichu only has 60 health, and Youngmung is at 2 points already. That means a knockout on that Raichu would mean game. I guess a Giovanni would lead to a win here. That would be a 0.2 for William, but next turn, Blastoise is promoted, presumably, and we have a knockout for win. Okay, we do see a concede, and that will put us into a game 3 now. I'm gonna close chat for a second here, guys, and reset our scores. And we'll be going into a game 3, Pikachu versus Blastoise. Could we potentially see a Blastoise take the win here? Could we potentially see a Blastoise take the win? Okay, guys. We are seeming that we're matched into our player now. So it is Youngmung versus William again in game 3. It is Blastoise going second, meaning we do get a little bit of that energy advantage, but we're needing to power up a lot more Pokemon than William might have to. We are starting Squirtle again in this game, which does not seem great. Zapdos is the starting Pokemon for William here. That would be immediately 40 damage next turn onto Squirtle, but with no ability to attach energy this turn, Squirtle should be able to survive happily. We see a Blitzle being played as well and a Pokeball coming down from William. It does seem like our setup is going to be very fast here. Already 2 Pokemon onto the bench for William. It is a Pikachu EX. And this seems kind of rough for our Blastoise player here. We're going to really want to get more basics down because any type of knockout onto this Squirtle could be very painful and could lead to a loss. In Pokemon TCG, you need to have at least 1 Pokemon alive in the active or on the bench to be able to continue. So a knockout on the active with nothing on the bench would be an immediate loss. We already hit 20 damage from Squirtle onto that Zapdos now. That is 110 health left. Even a Blastoise hit doesn't really knock that out, but we should see 40 damage here. Potentially 50 if it's the Blitzle hits, or evolves and hits. And we'll have to see how it goes. Pikachu does attach to that Zapdos now. It's only 40 health onto the 40 damage onto that Squirtle, which does give us another turn to evolve, to build up our bench. But we'll have to see exactly what we decide to do here. Let's see. Okay. We are seeming to get another basic here with that Pokeball. And we potentially see an evolution here onto that Wartortle. A second energy, but he's still only 40 health, which does mean that even as a Wartortle, we could see a knockout here from that Zapdos. Potentially we're gonna wanna retreat and start powering up our Tentacruel. But we'll have to see how it goes. Okay, guys. We see another 20 damage now from that Tentacruel. Wartortle does retreat back, and we'll have to see. Do we have a Sabrina from William's side? And we do. That Sabrina comes down. That means Wartortle will have to be put into the active, and Zapdos will be able to take its first point. William takes his first point. And this could be a very slippery slope for Young Mong. Let's see. Okay. Let's see here. Tentacruel does get knocked out by that Pikachu potentially, which is a little bit of a problem here. And it doesn't look like we have another basic on the bench, which could mean this could be the last turn that we see from them. If we see a retreat from Zapdos here to that Pikachu, that's a knockout onto the Tentacruel. Okay, guys. Let's see. And that Pikachu does get promoted. That energy is going to be put up. And with the type advantage, that's going to be 110 damage from the Pikachu. That's going to be a game 2, or game 3. And that will be a win for Pika. Okay, guys, let me find another tournament now. Another stream to watch. It seems like all of our streamers are out of the 3-0 bracket. But let's see. Let me quickly, guys, get set up for our next game. We are going to watch an Arcanine EX here. Arcanine EX, Moltres EX. Arcanine EX, Moltres EX versus Venusaur and Executor. Oh. We can go on and transition over now. And so here we go, guys. So it is up 1 game for Matthias. Executor took game 1, and we are currently 2-2 in our current second match. Executor versus Arcanine. Okay, guys. Let's see. Oh, and that's gonna be a tie. They're gonna tie game 2, so okay. Yeah, so they're gonna go on and play game 3. Yeah, you can tie in multiple ways. So you can tie by hitting round 30. You can tie by hitting round 30. You can tie by also both getting knocked out at the same time. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see. We are waiting for that game 3 now, guys. But ties are super interesting to see. It is how this game deals with all points being taken by both players at the same time, as well as going over 30 rounds or turns. So we should be going into this next matchup now. Arcanine's definitely an interesting game to see with that, because obviously Arcanine does damage back onto himself when he attacks, which does put him in a position where he could give points when he takes points. And as said, we saw that tie here. We're gonna give it a second, guys. So let's see. It does look like they're gonna be answering here. Okay. We should be starting in 1 second back to this game. So what do you guys, I guess, think about the Arcanine? I think it's a very interesting list. Arcanine is definitely set up and made to go against Pikachu decks. Pikachu is not weak to fire in this game, but Pikachu is 120 health. It is therefore able to knock out all of the Pokemon in Pikachu other than Zapdos. But with the Giovanni, Arcanine is still able to knock out Zapdos as well. And neither Arcanine does not get one shot by any of those Pokemon unless Zapdos hits, 3 heads. So we'll have to, so it makes it a very good counter to that matchup. Furthermore, it doesn't need as many setup pieces because Charizard, which is normally the attacker in a Moltres deck, is a stage 2. So even though Charizard hits the hardest of any of the Pokemon in the game, or at least assuredly the hardest, he doesn't oh god, what was the word? He doesn't need as many energies, and he's only a stage 1, which makes him easier to set up. And because he doesn't discard energies, he doesn't need as many excess energies either. So yeah. Okay, so we're still searching here for that game 3 against Executor here, guys. So we'll have to see exactly how it goes. I'm pretty excited to see exactly the matchup. It does seem a little bit more difficult than I would have thought. Personally, I would have thought that Charizard would have, not Charizard, Arcanine would have been a winner easily versus the Venusaur deck. Just because it's fire, because it's such a good matchup. So we will have to continue to see how it goes here. But however, even though it normally, or in my opinion, would have been such a good matchup for Arcanine, we do see game 1 did go to the Venusaur, and we did see in game 2 that they're already tying. So how will that matchup really play out? We'll have to see. We should see how this goes. So, the code is hidden. The code is hidden, Smithy. The code is hidden. But yeah, the 50 HP heals do help a lot in this matchup. And so, or even the 30 HP heals, honestly. So we'll have to see exactly how that ends up playing out here, guys. I am going to go and reset that score. They should be going into this next game here. They are going to have to regame that tie. So we'll be seeing 2 more matches from the Venusaur versus Arcanine. We'll have to see how it goes. Matt, code is hidden. What do you mean? Oh, it pops up. Well, don't repeat it. I'll hide it though, because he's not actually hiding it. I thought he was hiding it. That's why I was, I thought he was hiding it. Okay. They're finally connected. They're finally connected. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Neon. I appreciate it. For a second, I thought you were memeing me. I thought you were memeing me for a second. So we are going to be going into that game 2 now. They did have to regame game 2 because of the tie. So we're going to immediately go into that game 2. It is Venusaur versus versus Arcanine. So let's see here if that type advantage for Arcanine really does help it overcome the really vast health and damage difference. Well, not health, but health and the health difference between Venusaur and Arcanine here. Okay. It does look like we're immediately starting Moltres with a Growlithe on the bench, which is kind of the perfect setup for Arcanine. Moltres does want to be the starter in decks like this. Moltres has an attack that allows it to flip 3 coins, and for each heads, it attaches an energy onto the bench. And so having it in the active spot is perfect for our starting hand. Having Growlithe down as well already does mean that when we are able to do that attack, we can go on and continue doing those matchups. Or not matchups, but continue to get those energies onto the Growlithe that it needs. In the case of Arcanine and Growlithe, though, we are not discarding energy in the way that Charizard does. We only really need 2 energies before the turn that we attack, or 3 if we don't have energies on the Moltres for the retreat. So let's see here. We do have that energy attached onto that Moltres like expected, and that will lead to an Inferno Dance. Inferno Dance that will be putting energies onto our bench. we had a tie in game 2 of this match here. We just replay ties currently in tournaments. So we are currently only in game 2, even though this is their third game. So let's see. Let's see. So that Bulbasaur is getting set up fairly quick here. They're keeping the one Bulbasaur in the active and building up their Ivysaur on the bench. That means Venusaur is going to be going onto that benched Pokemon. He's going to need 4 energies to be able to do his healing attack each turn. But he doesn't discard energy either, which means once he is set up and in the active, he's kind of able to continuously power himself or repower his health back up and fight. We will see here what Moltres decides to do. Only 1 energy got put onto that bench last turn, which means even if we see an Arcanine EX go down, we are not going to be able to attack this turn. So let's see here. Okay, and we do get all 3 heads here from that Moltres. That means we could see energies attached to either of those Growlithe's. We could see them potentially attached onto that other Moltres, and it does seem like we've at least spread this energy one onto the Growlithe, 1 onto the Moltres, and we're still deciding what to do with that 3rd energy here. It seems like we are seeing a 2nd energy onto that Moltres now. Because we have 2 energies on the active Moltres, it will be able to retreat without having to have a 3rd energy on any of the Arcanines. This gives more options for potential fighters, such that it can retreat to an Arcanine and power up that Arcanine to a 3rd energy that turn. And similarly, with that 2nd energy onto that Moltres now, it could be retreated to and powered up for a 70 hit as well. It does look like we're going to see a 3rd energy placed onto that active Moltres now. It does potentially have 2 fighters on the bench, almost fully powered up, but we're going to have to see how it goes. Okay, guys. We could choose to Inferno Dance again, get more energies. There is 1 Growlithe that is not powered up yet, but we do see that 70 attack come down, which is going to put the first point onto Chronos here. Okay, so we are seeing Venusaur in the active now. It does take multiple hits to get KO'd by the Arcanine / the Moltres. Venusaur, the most interesting thing about Venusaur is that it actually heals itself for 30 every single turn when it's able to do this big giant bloom. And with Erica, that's almost an 80 heal each turn. So let's see here. Okay. We could potentially see 70 again from this Moltres, but instead we're seeing a retreat now back to one of the benched Mons. It looks like we don't have our Arcanine yet, so we're going back to the other Moltres to essentially stave off losing 2 points. A 3rd energy is now attached to that Moltres as well, and we could see another 70 damage. Oh, we're going to see 80 damage with this Giovanni, which will put Venusaur to 110 damage. However, with his attack, he'll be back up to 140 next turn. With type advantage, he'll be on to 90. That's my bad. I, for some reason, forget that Venusaur is weak to fire, even though I said it earlier. He is 90. With that potion, he'll be back to 110. Back up to 140, however, with his heal. And if he does get an Erica, that could put him back to full health at 190. We're really going to need an Arcanine on Chronos' side here. Arcanine can do 140 with that type advantage, but we're going to put up a Growlithe to sacrifice only a 1-pointer instead of a 2-pointer, which will be a giant bloom onto that Venusaur. That'll put him back to 140, As I said, we really want to get our K9 here. Because we did not have an Erica last turn, that will essentially put us in range to now knock out that Venusaur and take the game. The opponent is now up to 1 point as well, so they are 1-1 in this game too, guys. So let's see here. We are seeing an XP. That does mean we did not find the Arcanine, is my assumption. And we are going to retreat back to another Moltres. That'll be another 90 damage, 100 if we have a Giovanni again. Potentially we're safe, but honestly another Sabrina could be really painful here. We do see a Giovanni. It's gonna be another 100 damage hit. I wonder how many cards he has left in deck. Honestly, it always hurts when cards come down or just never appear. Does look like we may see, personally I can kind of see an energy attached to that Moltres to allow it to retreat again after this turn, but we see that energy instead fall onto that Growlithe. We need need one of those 2 Arcanines from that deck. That does put Venusaur to 40 health. With his own heal, he only goes back to 70, so he's going to want to retreat here or find an Erica, but even with an Erica, that's only back to 120, and Arcanine still knocks that out. We do see that 5th energy attached to that Venusaur here, which does mean we're going to see that retreat, in my opinion, to that Executor. Instead, we actually see a Sabrina come down, which will be able to knock out that Growlithe. That does mean Erica will not happen. If we don't see a retreat here, we'll see a knockout from that Moltres taking the win. And we do see that retreat like I expected. Executor is very interesting. He has an additive coin flip, which means he does flat 40 damage, but if he hits head, can do upwards of 80. But we're only going to see 40 here, which means Growlithe does survive this hit and could potentially become an Arcanine. That is, I believe, the 2nd Sabrina from the Venusaur, which does mean we won't see any more Sabrinas. I don't know if we have a Sabrina, but we are only at 1 point, so I'm not sure it'd be super helpful. It would only be a knockout onto that Execute. So we'll have to see here. Okay, we see a Research. And another potion onto that Growlithe. We are seeing time get really close here. With 41 seconds left and 1 game for Matthias, that could potentially just be a win for the Venusaur. So we'll have to see here. There's only 32 seconds left. I'm not sure if what is happening here. But it does look like if we're not going to have a knockout, there potentially would just be a win for Matthias, the opponent here, because of his game 1 win. We do see a judge call happening now. We do see a judge call happening for this game. There has been an ask for a time extension. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, guys, they are debating the judge call here. I'm gonna swap us over to look at the metagame. So there was a really interesting matchup to watch. He never got the Arcanine, but we did see a win happen. So let's flip over to the metagame again while we wait for our next round and while the judges talk that out. So let's see. Okay, guys. So we are gonna see the metagame. Let's see. What should we look at? We've checked out the Mewtwo EX and Gardevoir matchups. We've potentially checked out the Pikachu EX, Raichu, Charizard. Let's see how Starmie EX and Articuno is shape. Oop, I clicked wrong one. How that Articuno is shaping out here. Let's see. Okay, guys. We do have 52 players playing that Articuno EX and Starmie EX. I love this deck personally. I think this is really fun. And so... One second. One second. Okay, guys. So we were seeing there's 52 players. I think it's a really interesting matchup. Not matchup, but deck in general. I personally like it. I think it's about an A tier deck personally. It plays really well into Mewtwo EX. It can do pretty well against many of the matchups, especially how quickly the Starmie EX and Articuno can really set up and deal with a lot of these matchups. And I would love to see exactly how they really end up working out over time. One second. So let's see here. We see it obviously doing well, very well against Blaine here. We see that Greninja wheezing. But let's go down to some of those like a larger number of matchups been played. For those who don't know, we do this tournament every single weekend. We are the largest and most competitive tournament every single week. So looking at matchups here can be really interesting to see how they play out. So we have about 13 matches against that Pikachu Electrode with a 53% win rate. It's also got an 87% win rate with 8 matchups against Charizard EX. I think this is really, this makes a lot of sense to me. Articuno and Starmie, they set up just so quickly. Charizard really doesn't have as much time to get built up and set up in the same way that it can against a lot of its matchups. And in the Charizard side, Charizard is weak to these water decks like Starmie, Articuno. I'm sorry, 1 second, guys. Let's see. Okay, so that next one we're really looking at is that Mewtwo Gardevoir. I'm actually kind of surprised to see a 40% win rate here. But I do think this might be because of that baby Mewtwo we've talked about a lot this tournament. Baby Mewtwo really causes is a buffer between a lot of those attackers and that Mewtwo EX. And I think Starmie normally should have Starmie normally would be able to do 90 damage into that Mewtwo or to knock out a Ralts really early. And that initial 90 damage into the Mewtwo would mean that Mewtwo would be able to be 2-hit KO'd. But with the baby Mewtwo down, Mewtwo can still sacrifice that baby Mewtwo. It takes 2 turns to knock out the baby Mewtwo for only 1 hit. And you could sacrifice a Kirlia or a Ralts and still make a Gardevoir and a Mewtwo EX on the bench that would be able to one-shot those Articunos and those Starmie EXs. And Starmie EX and Articuno are not able to one-shot a healthy Mewtwo back, which is why... let's see. We do also see how it's doing not great against the Pikachu Raichu either, which is fairly understandable to me. Raichu hits a 140, which even without type advantage, is able to knock out that Articuno, is able to knock out that Starmie EX, and really gives it even more advantage than it already had with just a type advantage. Zebstrika is also able to shoot around Articunos, so while you are trying to build up your Starmie EX on the bench, or hide that Starmie with an Articuno, you could be hitting with a Zebstrika 2 hits and it would knock out a Starmie. Even then, a lot of times why Starmie EX is so strong is that you can retreat that Starmie EX to the bench and be able to retreat that Starmie EX onto the bench and be able to hide from any further damage, which would mean to me that, you know, that's how Starmie EX wins, with that 0 retreat cost. But that Zebstrika, once again, is just so important here with its ability to bench snipe. That bench snipe means that even though that Starmie EX is running away, he doesn't really get to run away. Instead, he still has to end up taking that damage, though it doesn't end up having that same like type advantage hit. Type advantages only work in the active versus if it is in the active. That is also with Giovanni and the type advantage both do not work onto benched Pokemon. Instead, they're only into the Pokemon in the active. So even though Giovanni is just like so strong, it doesn't really work onto those benched Pokemons, meaning as long as Starmie has over 30 health, like at 40, 50, it can still survive. We're still waiting for some judge calls here, guys. Just give us 1 second while we are dealing with those. So give me one moment here. And then let's see what else. It looks like that's kind of like those big matchups that Starmie EX has been facing. But overall, Starmie EX only has about a 49% win rate. That means it's not in a fantastic place this tournament, but I think it's still a very strong deck. I do think it's a little bit weaker with that baby Mewtwo in that Mewtwo EX deck. It was such a good counter against Mewtwo, but that baby Mewtwo honestly is such a buffer for Mewtwo EX to get set up without getting any damage on it. So we'll have to see really how the matchups really continue to fare with this new meta shakeup of the baby Mewtwo. I think it really is going to do so much, and we're really going to see how it continues to go. So for those who don't know, by the way, I do want to give another huge shout out to our sponsor here. XP Collect was so awesome with being willing to sponsor our tournament. They have sponsored every single one of our weeks thus far. They've obviously gone out on such a huge limb to sponsor these early fledgling tournaments for Pokemon Pocket. Obviously, there's not been a lot of work in Pokemon Pocket for now because the game just came out like 2.5 weeks ago. So thank you to XP Collect. And we're going to see how this continues, guys. So yeah. But yeah, huge shout out to them again. Exclamation mark sponsor if you can. We are so happy that we get to work with them. They're so awesome. And huge shout out to them. Also, huge shout out to all the judges for being willing to help with today. And guys, just be patient one moment. We're having a little bit of a judge call. We're just making sure all the results are correct for everyone. And we'll be continuing very, very, very shortly. But yeah, so almost there, guys. Thank you so much for your patience. Yeah, make sure you don't forget. Make sure you don't forget. So 1 second, guys. We are almost done with the judge call. Let's see. Let's see. Give us 1 second, guys. We're almost done with the judge call, I promise. We're just dealing with a little bit of a judge call. It'll be a moment, guys. Just take one moment. Sorry about the delay, but it's just gonna be 1 second. It's gonna be 1 second. Yeah. So yeah, anyway, so let's continue. Let's look at another metagame pick here, guys. So we looked at that Pikachu, or not Pikachu, that Starmie EX Articuno. Why don't we check out Arbok Weezing? Arbok Weezing was in a really good place for a little bit. So it was in a really good place for a little bit. It has a really great type advantage versus Mewtwo. But obviously it's not doing as well this week, as you can see here with that 41.32% win rate. A negative win rate is never nice to see. They've had, what is this? 121 matches. It is 32 players playing this deck. And we'll have to see how this goes. I do think this is, once again, as we were just mentioning with that type advantage into Mewtwo, it's played 30 games into Mewtwo, and it has a 70% win rate. So that's really honestly why that deck is popping up so much. That 70% win rate is honestly what is so good about that deck. And it's kind of insane. But let's scroll down, because obviously that is not the case for the majority of this tour. Oh, sorry guys. 1 second. That was not supposed to go to that channel. That is not the case for the majority of this deck. Instead, we are seeing here exactly where did it go wrong, because obviously it's gone wrong for a lot of these other matchups for here. Awesome. Let's see. Okay, and honestly, I don't really see a lot of bad matchups that it's dealing with for it to have such a low win rate. And it must just be like just how many other decks are able to deal with that Arbok, I believe it's Weezing, before it gets set up. You see that Pikachu, it really is not doing well into Pikachu. For Pikachu, it is doing almost a 25% win rate. That's absolutely abysmal. Absolutely abysmal here. And even that 40% win rate with Raichu is just not enough. Just not enough right now. Let's see. Okay, guys. It does look like we are finished now. So we should be good to go. So let's see. We have a little bit of a judge call going right now, guys, so give me like 2 minutes. We are having okay. Let's see here. Okay, so it is finished now. We will go on to be able to continue. Okay, so we now are able to continue, guys. So let's see. We're gonna we are pairing round 5. Okay. Round 5 has begun, guys. Round 5 has begun. Let me announce it. We are officially on, we're basically halfway to the last round. We are a 10-round tournament today, guys. Day 2 will be tomorrow. And yeah, so let's see how this goes. Okay. Okay. Let's see. We should be able to go on and find another match now. Able to find another match now, guys. And we'll have to see. Maybe we can find an Arbok Weezing to watch, and we can see exactly what this matchup is, or one of those Articuno Starmies. I think would be really fun to watch if we can find it. So let's see here. Let's see. Tomorrow, same time. Tomorrow, same time, guys. We're going to be doing this day 2 of the tournament. So if you can, please, please, please come watch. Please, please, please come watch tomorrow as well for day 2. We still have about 6 more rounds to watch, though. So we're going to have a lot more still. Give me 1 second while I find us a game, though, because it's going to be a lot of fun. Let's see here. Okay. I don't think I'm able to find any Arbok Weezing or Starmie gamers immediately here, guys. So let's get a Blastoise Mewtwo game. I think having one of those will be a lot of fun. And then maybe a Pikachu Raichu after that. So, 1 second. They are getting their game going, and I will get everything I need for that. 1 moment, and we will start our match, guys. Okay. We're gonna watch a Blastoise EX and Mewtwo. Okay. Transition. And they are currently 0 and 0, guys. So let me correct the board, and we'll get started with the casting. Okay. Okay, so I am going to go on and make this full screen. And so let's check it out, guys. So we are running it is a Blastoise EX with a baby Mewtwo and fossils on Aloe's side, and a Pikachu EX on Flygon's side. I think it's a really interesting matchup. Both are 3-1 right now. Both are 3-1. And so we're gonna have to see how this continues. But it's definitely a very interesting matchup that we get to watch here today, which I'm very excited about. We are seeing that Baby Mewtwo promoted to the active. That is 0.1 for Flygon here. He knocked out a Fossil. Fossils are really interesting. They can be played on your bench like a basic Pokemon, but they are not a basic Pokemon in the eyes of a starting hand or in the eyes of a Pokeball. So you're still able to Pokeball with the same odds, and you're still able to have the same starting odds for the beginning of the game as well. That Pikachu EX here is already set up with 2 energies, which is going to be super painful from that. Wait, what is happening? I'm so confused what's happening right now. We are gonna see that 90 damage into that Baby Mewtwo, but it does give time for that Blastoise EX to set up on the bench in the most case. So this Misty is a Tails, but that is a third, this will be a third energy attached to that Blastoise here, which means we're only 2 turns away from having a 160 damage attacker, which is absolutely insane. 160 does knock out most Pokemon. It knocks out Charizard because of type advantage. It knocks out, I think Machamp, or like the Machamp EX. Knocks out all those Mewtwo EXs, and it definitely knocks out all of those Pikachu Pokemon, or Pikachu EX, Zapdos EX, and all of the baby Pokemon in the Pikachu deck. So being able to get it online before promoted active is just crazy. Is 180? Huh. I thought Machamp EX was 160. That's insane. My bad. Thank you guys. So we are gonna see here that the Mewtwo, is my assumption, is being promoted, but that is 0.2 on the side of Flygon. That being said, Flygon does need to take at least 2 turns to knock out this Mewtwo here, because he is over the damage that Pikachu can do in a single turn. But we are going to see a concede for game 1 on the side of Aloe here. Oops, daisy. So I'm going to quickly cover that up so that they do not have their password on the screen, and then we will get directly into game 2. Let's see. Let's see here. Okay. So we are going to be into that game 2 now. It is 1-0 for that Pikachu right now. Pikachu, we're just going like this. It is 1-0 for that Pikachu right now. And we do have that starter of Mewtwo. I think that's really good on the side of our Blastoise player Aloe here. Having that Mewtwo up means we have our biggest tank up. And we can start building up that Squirtle, that Wartortle, that Blastoise without having to risk an early point for the Pikachu side. We do see a potential Misty coming out in... Nope. We do see the Squirtle played, and we do see a second baby Mewtwo coming down. This means we're able to play around Sabrina's, and we're able to potentially have to deal with that. Oh, thank you. We are in round 5 now, guys. Okay. So Pikachu is starting to get set up on the bench here. It does look like we're only got 2 on the bench, however, and it doesn't look like we're having a Pikachu EX just yet. So we do have Zapdos EX on the bench, as well as it appears to be a, I think that's a Voltorb, but I could be wrong. Essentially, this deck is using Baby Mewtwo as a tank while it builds up its Wartortle, its Blastoise. We do see this Misty come down now. Heads would be really good on the side of Blastoise. We see 1, but even 1 energy is going to be so nice to really be accelerating that energy on that Blastoise. We do still have to find that Blastoise, however, which will be a little bit difficult depending what's already in hand. But getting to draw more, getting to look at more of the deck is really what we need on the side of Aloe here. Flygon does finally have his Pikachu EX down. That does mean we're going to be having their main attacker set up. And we're potentially going to be seeing, so we see another 20 damage from that Baby Mewtwo. Potentially could see upwards of 90 damage next turn. Let's see here. Okay, and we get another Misty here that's going to get up to 4 energy onto that Wartortle. We still need to find that Blastoise, however, because without a Blastoise, do we have a Blastoise? Without a Blastoise, it's just not going to be enough. Wartortle is getting promoted, and a Blastoise is evolved now. That's going to be 100 damage from this Pikachu, but it's going to be able to one-shot that Pikachu EX. It's going to be able to one-shot that Zapdos. And the only Pokemon that they have a chance of one-shotting with is that Zapdos EX with 3 energies. And there is no energies currently on that Zapdos. That being said, there is an energy on what looks to be a Voltorb on the top right, but Pikachu EX gets promoted. That's going to be 90-60 damage if he doesn't get a 3rd basic. And Blastoise EX is going to be able to do 160 this next turn, which does seem like a GG, a win for Aloe. And the game, it will be tied 1-1. 1-1 here. And that 180 health Blastoise is just so big. It can't, like, even that type weakness doesn't do much because oh, and we do see a Sabrina come down. Sabrina could potentially be a bit of a stall here. I don't think any points have been taken on the side of our opponent yet. Our first point did go to Aloe. But not oh, I gotta take the Flygon one down. My bad, guys. Flygon has not taken any points yet this turn, which does mean that even if it can knock out that Baby Mewtwo, this Blastoise EX can survive, it can come through, and it could take the win here. I'm interested to see if Aloe even takes the bait. Powering up Mewtwo doesn't seem very useful here. Instead of going on and using it as continuing to use it as a tank might be the correct play. Going on and attaching that energy to Blastoise, potentially drawing into our 2nd X speed. These could be really nice for continuing to get set up and be able to deal with this Pikachu X and just how much damage that Pikachu X can really do. I'm interested really to see how this variant works. The Zebstrika could be used to attack Squirtles early, but I think I do think that the trade-off with Mewtwo versus that Snorlax Blastoise we saw earlier is that Mewtwo can viably retreat. Snorlax doesn't have much of a chance to retreat. Zebstrika immediately cuts out that gameplay. Like, it has to retreat or whatever's on the bench gets knocked out. But in the case of Mewtwo, baby, it only needs 2 energies to retreat. And with already 5 energies in that Blastoise, waiting a turn is not that bad. We do see an energy attached to that Mewtwo now as a potential retreat. But we could also see another Sabrina that would, however, knock out whichever Mewtwo it will be dealing with. Zapdos does look like it's starting to get powered up. And it does, oh, that's a Magnetron on this top right corner here. So that Magnetron is getting powered up with its ability, getting extra energies attached. that means we already have Lieutenant Surge potentially in this list. We could see as Raichu do 160, 170 damage, but even then, Raichu will not do enough to one-shot this Blastoise. Just not enough. Oh. And Magnetron does get promoted here. It can do that 60 damage that we mentioned earlier, but knocking out one Baby Mewtwo is not enough. Even if it takes out both Baby Mewtwo's, Flygon will only be at 2 points thus far, which means they do have to deal with that Blastoise at some point. They do have to deal with that Blastoise at some point. Okay, that is 1 point for Flygon now, as Magneton takes out that Mewtwo. We do see that Blastoise getting promoted, but honestly, unless we see like him misplay by playing a Squirtle here, I don't see a win for Flygon. That is 160 immediately into that Magnetron. Even if Sabrina just pulling up that other Mewtwo, even being knocked out, that's only 2 points for Flygon. We are now 2 points for Aloe, and we one-shot anything that gets put up. We do see those 2 energies on our Pikachu in the back. Zapdos still only has 1 energy attached to it. Having 3 energies might have been a potential game, but we still don't have that. All you need is, I guess, 3 coins and a Giovanni, which is still a lot. We do see Raichu being promoted here. Lieutenant Sarge would mean 160 damage, but as I said earlier, 160 is still not enough to deal with this large 180 health butt that is on that Blastoise. We're going to see that 160 get put onto that Blastoise, but Blastoise can just knock back, and that is going to end the game for game 2. That's a beefy turtle. And that means we're going immediately into game 3 now for this Blastoise. Very interesting to see. And we're going to have to see if Flygon can take game 3, or if Aloe is going to secure another win for this meta-breaking Blastoise deck. I'm going to let them set up for a second, guys. Give them a moment so we don't see anyone's points. Let's see. Okay, guys. Does look like we're into our next game now. So this will be game 3 for our round 5. Okay, so we do see that start with that Baby Mewtwo again. Baby Mewtwo is able to tank a lot of hits from Pikachu, as we saw in that last game. And we're gonna have to see exactly what other Pokemon are in our hand. It does look like we are going first. It does look like we're going first here on the side of Aloe. We see potentially a fossil Pokemon, but it doesn't look like we have a Squirtle just yet. That being said, Squirtle doesn't need to come down to this next turn. Squirtle can't even start getting energies on it, but it would have potentially been able to be evolved. I don't know if we have a Wartortle in hand or not, but a Wartortle would potentially be useful if we had gotten a Squirtle this turn. Otherwise, there's really no foul of waiting till the following turn to have our Squirtle out. We do get a third Pokemon, however, on the side of Pikachu. That does mean Pikachu, once powered up, will be doing upwards of 90 damage. But only right now, 1 energy is down. I'm sure we're still looking for that Squirtle here. It doesn't look like we have a Squirtle just yet, and it does look like a defensive Sabrina will come down. That does mean that he's going to be pushing back that half-powered up Pikachu and hoping that Flygon does not have an X-Speed so that he cannot use that energy just yet to finish powering up the Pikachu, but instead to retreat whatever Pokemon or get that set up. Presumably, we really need that Squirtle very soon if we want any chance of winning. But we'll have to see here. Okay. So Pikachu EX with no energies does get promoted here. If we're gonna have to see exactly, we have that charge vault come down. I can't see if they had to use the energy or not, but they did have to use the energy to retreat, which means Pikachu EX cannot attack just yet. Let's see here, guys. Mewtwo doesn't seem to have a Squirtle just yet still. 2 energies now on that Mewtwo, and we don't run, in my guess here, that psychic energy. So it does seem these energies will only be able to be used to retreat later in the game. Magnetron does take 2 energies to retreat. He's able to power himself up with that ability. So Pikachu will be able to see doing 90 damage this turn into that baby Mewtwo. It does seem like time is running out for game 3 for this Blastoise player. I'm gonna go in and see if we can find another player, guys, while this one works itself out. And let's see if he is still playing. Oh, that one's done. Let's see. Young Monk's finished with his game. Kronos is finished with, wait, wrong? Not 5. So many people are done with their games already, guys. That is 0.1 for Flygon. But we definitely are going to be having some problems here as we don't have anyone set up on Aloe's side. We still don't have a Squirtle. This is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Still no Squirtle. Let's see who else is who's streaming here. I'm gonna pause here, guys, while I try to find us a match. That is a second loss for that Blastoise, but I do think some X2s will be making it in, but to top 32, but I'm not fully sure either. So I can't guarantee anything. I'm gonna see if this Arbok Weezing player is still, nope, Arbok Weezing's already finished. Okay. They're already done. Let's see, maybe her is still going. Let's see. Let me really quick, guys. Okay, Captain Kerr seems to be completely done with his round already. Let's see. Give me 1 second, guys, while I'm checking this out. I feel like everyone is already done, but I'm trying to find us another matchup, guys. Okay. I might have it. I might have another match for us. They're currently 1-1, guys. And they just finished their last match about 4 minutes ago. It does seem like they are 0-0 right now. So I'm gonna see if I can get this going really quickly. So let's see here. There we go. Oh, why is that popping up over there? I don't understand. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. So let's check this out. It is Mewtwo versus Mewtwo, guys. They are currently on game 3, and it does look to be a Jinx Mewtwo versus that baby Mewtwo that you are seeing here. I think, honestly, when it comes to these variants of Mewtwo, it gets a little bit more skill intensive trading out these single point attackers and deciding how you want to weigh those different Pokemon. So it is currently 0-0. Let me change that scoreboard real quick. But honestly, I feel like once you start getting these different one-pointers into Mewtwo's deck, we start seeing a lot of like skill expression on how we are building up our attackers, who we're promoting forward, assuming we're able to get set up, and how we want to deal with Mewtwo EX and things like that. Whereas before, it was kind of whoever takes the first point kind of wins. But now with these different one-pointers that they can put up, it's not as much just that. And so you see here that a Gardevoir, a Curlia on the bench, and that baby Mewtwo in the active. Next turn, baby Mewtwo can do 120 damage, but that Jinx this turn can do 70 or 80. So baby Mewtwo does potentially knock out that Jinx here, but it will have to wait a turn before we see that occur. And by then, we might be able to have our Gardevoir forward. Oh, I guess we can't really, but then the Mewtwo on the bench can knock out with 50, things like that, and we start seeing different types of trades. I do think Jinx kind of probably needs a different one-point attacker to really get the most out of this. But I think it's always interesting to see how these decks change and become variations of themselves, so that we start seeing more gameplay even in between the same decks. So we are going to see a 120 damage attack from that Jinx here, but we... Let's see here. Okay. I do seem to have a little bit of a delay, my assumption. But so we are going to see that Pelinitis here does take 0.1 now. Does take 0.1 now, but this Mewtwo EX that is getting promoted is almost fully powered up. We can't see exactly how well this Mewtwo is doing here on the bench. How many energies are on this Mewtwo. But we'll have to see exactly how it deals with that problem. Darker is at 0 points right now, but he still needs to take 3 if he wants a chance to win. Let's see here. So he's at fourth energy already attached to this Mewtwo, and potentially a 5th with that Gardevoir. We are able to play that energy here, or play that Mewtwo EX here and start powering up a second Mewtwo EX now. Let's see. And it does look like we are gonna want to retreat back to that baby Mewtwo. Let's see here. We're gonna have to see what they decide to do now that the first point has been taken. We're spectating games that are streamed on Twitch or streamed into our Discord. We are gonna knock out that Curlia here. The real big question is here is if Kelenitis has any energy on this big Mewtwo here. And it doesn't seem that, oh, he has 2 energy, so we could see that 150 come down from Kelenitis now. We do have that first point for Darker. Oh, this is a really big delay. Okay, so we are only in game 2, it looks like. We are only in game 2, it appears, for this. No, for sure, I agree, Dan, I agree. Yeah, they have a bigger delay than I thought. No, I have to, there's no spectate right now. So we are gonna see a win for Kelenitis here. That is game 2, and we're gonna go into game 3, guys. Okay. Okay, so I am going to cover up chat before they get that next, that next game. They have one more game to play, and we'll have to see exactly the how game 3 goes. How game 3 goes for this matchup. Okay, it looks like there's a judge call, but I can't really tell what happened. So okay. So we're having a little bit of judge call real quick, guys. We're gonna move on to a next game. So we're gonna move to the next game real quick. Let me find one because that was there's a little bit of a funny thing occurring. But yeah, let me quickly find another match, guys, for us to watch. There's only about 10 going that are left. So I assume we should probably start looking at the metagame again. So how about that? Let's check out that metagame, guys. Okay. How do you judge even when rules are automated? It's not always the automated things that make it into a judge call. Let's put it that way. Not always the automated parts that make it into the judge call. Okay. Okay. Okay, guys, let's go on and move over to that metagame breakdown here. So let's check out how these games have gone. So let's see here. Okay, so let's check out this meta breakdown, guys. So let's see how it's continued to shape up. I would love to really quick check out our standings so we can get kind of an idea. We are in round 5. It'll probably be going to the next round now. So we are now on that. Let's see exactly where the standings are. We do have that Articuno, not Articuno, I call him that every time. That Arcanine Moltres EX up here in second place right now. I think that's super interesting. I would love to see exactly what matches he's gone against. He's gone against a lot of Mewtwo, actually. I'm kind of surprised. I would have expected more Pikachus for this type of breakdown. 5-0. He's beaten 3 Mewtwo EXs and 2 Pikachus. Not surprised by the Pikachu wins, but I am a little bit surprised by those Mewtwo wins, if I'm being honest. We also have a Marowak EX Primate that's doing well, which I am very surprised by. That Marowak EX Primate did not do well at all last week. Marowak EX Primate had its debut last week in the tournament. It is a new card that came out with the promos of Lapras, and he did not do great. But we are seeing really how these decks are are shaping up. Last week we really saw a lot of those Marowak EXs trying to run it exactly like how you would a Sandslash with those Hitmonlees and other Pokemon like that. And in this case, he's running just that Mankey, just that Primeape, and just that Cubone and Marowak. So maybe we're really figuring out how that deck list works. So that's also another interesting one. I would really love to keep my eye on these two to see how they continue to shape up as the tournament continues. We also have a Starmie EX, Articuno EX that is having a lot of success at 4-0. He's also won many of his games. He won a Marowak EX Sandslash. He's beaten a Pikachu, Mewtwo, a Blaine, and a Charizard. So we've seen a very diverse field of different decks here. So we're gonna have to see how they continue. I do also want to check out how this one went. It does look like we do have a 4-1 now for this Marowak Primate. He was able to knock out 2 of those Pikachu, or not knock out, but beat 2 Pikachus, a Mewtwo, and an Arcanine Rapidash, which I'm not really sure how that ends up shaping out, but we'll see here, guys. Okay, and then those are are there any other interesting ones? We do have an Arbok Weezing here that we can check out. They are also 5-0 now, this Arbok Weezing. They've beaten 3 Mewtwo EXs, which makes me not really surprised there. Marowak, oh not Marowak, Arbok Weezing has that type advantage really against Mewtwo EX and Gardevoir, and is all but doing so well against the Machamp EX and that Marowak EX. I'm a little bit more surprised by. And even here with that Executor, Alakazam, I guess there that you do have that Alakazam type advantage, but still, it's interesting to see how these decks are continuing to like be played and what they're winning against. Okay, that was that one. There is a second Starmie EX. We do see a 4-0 Charizard EX as well. And dude, there's a lot of 4-0 Machamp EXs down here at the bottom. I would not be surprised by that at all. I would not be surprised by that at all. And there's actually at least 2 Arcanine EX and Moltres EXs that are 4-0. 5-0 actually, if you check out this larger call here. So we have 2 5s and 5-0s on that Arcanine and Moltres EX deck. And we have, let's see how many Machamps are doing well. We have a Machamp EX deck that's 5-0. Not the rest of them are not doing as well just yet. And let's see how many of these Marowak Primates. That's the 4-1. Others aren't doing as well either. So I have to see how these continue to shape out, guys. Our time did just get called, so let me check with those judge calls. Let me check with those judge calls. Whew. Okay, guys. We're going to go on and start up our next round then. We are good to go, guys. Okay. We're going to go straight into round 6. Okay. Okay. Let's see who we can get, guys. I'm gonna see exactly who is getting paired. That might be an interesting to watch one then. Okay, so do think we might watch this matchup between the Young Mung and Kalanitis here. That's going to be a Blastoise versus Mewtwo, which would be really cool. Oh, I'm already in here. LOL. Okay. One second, guys. I try to grow this a bit. Okay. Hmm. On. Okay, we're just gonna... Okay, guys. I'm a little frustrated, but it's whatever. And we are ready to go. Over. Okay. Okay. So let's see, guys. Let's see. So we have that Blastoise EX versus Kelenitis today. And we are going to have to see here. So we are setting up that Blastoise almost immediately, but Blastoise has no energy on it yet. We are getting this Toedscruel that is going to do 50 damage, and that poison ticking set up to start doing damage into that Mewtwo instead. We are going to see one energy from Misty now onto that Blastoise, which is going to get it going. And so now let's see, we're having that 50 damage on to Mewtwo, which does mean Mewtwo is going to be able to get knocked out by just that straight 100 damage that Blastoise does when it is only 3 or 4 energy. So we do see a Gardevoir immediately being made as well on Kelenitis' side, which is going to be difficult for Young Mung, but not too much of a problem. So we are seeing X speed immediately here by that low health Mewtwo though, which does mean we are potentially going to be able to maintain a turn of our Tentacruel. We will need a Giovanni, but Mewtwo can do 50 here. Oh, and the Giovanni comes down, which means Toedscruel is going to get knocked out. That Toedscruel is going to get knocked out here. That Giovanni and that Gardevoir together is just enough to do 60 damage. Blastoise is 180. He will be able to survive one hit from that Mewtwo, but with them both at, well, now 1 and 0, this could very shortly in a turn or two be close to game here, guys. We do see that first point inside of that Mewtwo. Mewtwo cannot knock out this turn, but unless we have another Misty, neither will Young Mung. Let's see here. We are waiting to see what that opponent does with that Sabrina. The Sabrina, he is promoting that other Mewtwo EX. Mewtwo will need at least 1 energy to retreat if he wants to retreat, but he could just do 50 here. So we are going to see that 40 damage come down now. So that is 40 damage, bringing this Mewtwo to only 50 health, and we'll have to see exactly how this goes. So let's see here. Mewtwo is 50 health. It does seem like we're having to decide as well if there's any way to get X speed. That could be really important because that would mean no energies needing to be taken off of this Mewtwo. That being said, however, Blastoise needs to survive 2 hits, and it's not a great spot for it to be in. We are seeing that 50 health come down. We're gonna need potions on this Blastoise side, but even 1 potion is not going to be enough to keep it over that knockout range. We are gonna need both potions here. We do see a professor's research go down. Will we be able to find a second potion? We don't see it just yet. And this does look like a really bad situation for the Blastoise. We need 2 potions to make us safe. We do need 2 potions to make us safe. It is a very tough spot. And that does look like that's going to be a game for Kelenitis now. That's going to be game 1 for the Mewtwo, guys. That's game 1. Oh no, you only run 1? That's not good, Younglong. That's not good. Okay. We are going into game 2 now. I forgot to cover up screen, but we are directly into it. And we're gonna have to see how this goes. Okay, let me quickly reset the board here, guys. I think we're also in round 6. I'm the dumbest right now. Okay, so we are into round 6 now. We have that Mewtwo come down. Mewtwo is in the active here, which could be good or bad. And we have Tentacruel in the active like we want, Tentacool in the active like we want, and a Blastoise on the Squirtle on the bench. That is best case scenario right now for Youngmong, in my opinion. We really want that Tentacruel to tank and be doing steady damage on to that Mewtwo, while we hope to power up that Squirtle and Wartortle on the bench. Let's see. Do you think we're gonna... I'm not sure if we attach to the Squirtle, Squirtle or the Tentacool here, if I'm being honest. On the side of Squirtle, we're starting to get our actual attacker set up. On the side of Tentacruel, we can start getting that early damage out. We do say it attached to go onto that Tentacool, however, and start doing that. Hopefully we'll have a Tentacruel for the following turn, but we're just gonna have to see. So Mewtwo could go on and evolve here, which is the pro of having that going first start. We do see that Kirlia come down. However, going first can be a bit difficult, even if you do get every single one of those evolutions on curve. It is not great because we'll still only go do 150 the turn that you, not 150, only do 50 the turn you would be getting Gardevoir. So even delaying that Gardevoir an extra turn is not doing much to change that damage. We do see that attack from Tentacruel come down, which is really good, honestly, onto that Mewtwo. It is definitely in range that if you do not have a, potions, that Mewtwo EX could be knocked out by this 1-point attacker here, which is really, really interesting. We did see that Wartortle get built as well, so we are going to be looking for Blastoise, and Gardevoir is officially created. So, I do see an X speed come down here for that Mewtwo. It does look like we see a retreat now to that baby Mewtwo. I wonder if we're going to see both energies on that Mewtwo threatening 120 the following turn. And it does look like we have 1 and 2 energies now into that baby Mewtwo. Tentacruel will be able to do 70 damage again this turn. But the real goal here is to start powering up that Wartortle, turning it into a Blastoise and being able to do 160 damage per turn. It does look like we don't have a Misty just yet. This research is still looking for that Blastoise as well. We particularly get half of that, but we're not there yet. We are gonna see, another Squirtle go down as well. And we do appear that we are doing that Tentacruel attack. We're powering up, by the way, guys, that other Tentacruel on the bench still. Tentacruel on the bench now has 1 energy. We are waiting for more energies, hopefully onto that Squirtle here, so that we can keep going. Okay, guys. He does go on and power up that Mewtwo, baby. It will be enough to knock out Tentacruel here in the active, and it will be 0.1 for the opponent for Kelenitis. Okay, and that ticks to 50. That will be a knockout from this Tentacruel here. But we do still are hoping for that energy on that Wartortle, because we really need a Blastoise. We need upwards of 5 energies here. We only get 1, however. We haven't actually seen more than 1, I feel like, for Young Mung just yet. We are going to see that 50 damage come down, which does mean there will be no poison ticking this turn, and we'll be going into this other Mewtwo now. I'm more interested to see if they decide to put the Mewtwo or the Gardevoir up. I don't think there's energy on any of them, which means we'll be max getting 50 damage from this Gardevoir this turn. Yeah, from the Mewtwo this turn. Okay, so we are going to be seeing 50 damage now from this Mewtwo. One energy is on that Wartortle. We are really looking for that Blastoise here. We still have a couple turns to find it, but if we have a Giovanni come down again, we could definitely see a painful turn next turn. We do see 1 head, 2 energy onto that Wartortle. That does mean next turn we could have upwards of 5 energy, be doing 160 damage if we can now just find a Blastoise. A potion does come down, but Mewtwo will most likely be doing 150 damage this turn, which means it doesn't matter too much. We do, though, really need a Blastoise if we're hoping to win this game, too. Let me put a point on for Young Mung, because he did knock out that baby Mewtwo. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay, we're going to have that attached from that Gardevoir now. That is going to mean we're set 150 damage come down from Mewtwo here. We really, really need Blastoise. I'm not sure how many cards are left in Young Mung's deck, but Kelenitis could be very lucky and we could just not hit it, is my assumption here. We have 7 cards left in the deck now. That does mean, I don't know how many researches we've even seen though either. So that does mean like a 2 in 7 chance, a 33% chance of hitting Blastoise here. And basically any Pokemon would be knocked out otherwise. And we get the Blastoise, guys. We get the Blastoise. That is going to be a knockout, I do believe, assuming that we are able to evolve it. We are able to evolve it. That's going to be a knockout here onto that Mewtwo. 160 damage to take game 2 for Young Mung. And we're going to see a game 3 now for this Blastoise player. Game 3 for the Blastoise player here. Okay, this time let me actually cover up chat. We'll hide that real quick. So let's see exactly what happens here, guys. Let's see what happens here. Okay, they are getting into that next game now. It will be game 3, and this could decide if they're going to the next turn or not. Okay. Okay here, guys. Okay, so we're starting Tentacle, which I do think is the best one to start here. A second Tentacle, it looks like, as well, is on the bench. We're gonna have to see here. Huge shout out, guys, to our sponsor this week, XP Collect. XP Collect is so awesome that they're putting up this prize pool to support our community. So huge shout out to them if anyone wants to pre-order the next set or get some of that Surging Sparks. They are definitely the right place to check out. So let's see here. I'm going to wipe that board, my bad, on those points, guys. We are going second for the Blastoise, which I do think is good. It definitely puts us at a little bit of an advantage here. And we're going to see exactly how it goes. So we are seeing immediately that Pokeball for a Squirtle here. It was a 100% chance of a Squirtle. And it does get played. That energy does look that like it is going onto that Tentacle here, and that is going to be 20 damage onto a Ralts, which could be good, bad, who really knows. It does look like we're going to research as well. It gets us further and further into that deck, guys. 20 damage already onto that Ralts. I assume we're going to see a retreat here, because if we hit a Toedscroll, that would be knockout for the Ralts. And I'm not sure if Pkmn has a huge game plan if we're not seeing a Gardevoir. We do immediately see that X speed, so we're going to be retreating to either that baby Mewtwo or that Mewtwo EX now. So it'll be interesting to see where he decides to put his energy this turn. Let's see. Mewtwo EX does get promoted now, and we are going to have to see he attaches to that Mewtwo EX. He attaches to the Mewtwo EX, goes on and passes. We do see that Wartortle evolve here. And, ooh, a Misty onto that Wartortle. Ooh, and zero energies. Zero energies. We are hopeful, though. Is there a Tentacruel potentially going to come out and be able to attack? It definitely won't be enough to knock out this turn, but it could definitely be a start. And a Tentacruel would mean we are definitely safe from an attack where Mewtwo Giovanni doesn't lead to a knockout. So we're going to have to see here if they have that Geo or not. Geo would mean first point is going to Kelenitis. We see a Curlia come down inside of Kelenitis. A second energy onto that Mewtwo EX, and I'm assuming only a 50 energy attack here, which does mean Tentacool does survive an extra turn. I wonder if we have the Blastoise yet. I assume if we were attaching to that Tentacool, that we're not going to see a Blastoise, but we do see Blastoise here. And that does mean that we may not see a Tentacruel. We're going to go in and see that energy attached to Blastoise. Definitely no Tentacruel in sight. But it does look like we are going to be getting a Sabrina. I'm wondering if we are going to be hitting that baby Mewtwo or the Curlia now. Okay. Okay, we do put the Curlia out. It does survive one hit. Oh, it doesn't. So we are now a Gardevoir, guys. We are now a Gardevoir. Straight to that Gardevoir. 2 energies on to that Gardevoir. And the attachment from Gardevoir is a retreat now. Mewtwo can do 50 damage, but no 150 just yet. Next turn, we could see 150 attack, though, guys. I do believe we've seen both Misties already, which is pretty painful, but maybe I am misreflecting. We do see Tentacool in the active. Nope, only one Misty, so we could see a second Misty that would be able to help power up this Blastoise. But with only one energy currently on that Blastoise, it doesn't look like we're going to be in a very good spot here. We could have a second energy potentially this turn if we still don't have a Tentacruel. We do have a second energy onto that Blastoise now, which does mean we should have 3 energies, but I'm not sure if we're running a Giovanni or not in this list. I'm not sure if he's running a Giovanni not or this list. Okay, so Mewtwo isn't active at 110. He's probably going to be attaching that energy and retreating, or not retreating, attaching and attacking here. I wonder if he's going to have a Giovanni be able to save some of that energy, maybe start powering up someone on the bench, but we're not going to see it just yet. So we do see a Sabrina come down, which is going to go ahead and put that Blastoise into the active before it can do much. That does mean we're going to see 150 damage onto that Blastoise, which will mean that we were potentially seeing a knockout that following turn, guys. Yeah, that does look like 150 damage here. That does mean we're going to see a knockout this turn, this following turn, probably no matter what. We could retreat, but it's just, we don't have anything. And that will be a game 3 loss for Young Mung. That will be a game 3 loss for Young Mung. Let's see if we can find another round to watch. There are 16 minutes left to go. About 50 matches still running right now. So there might be another one if we can find it. Let's really quick see if there's any other interest. Oh, we'll hide his chat. There it goes. Give me 1 second, guys, while I find this again. And this looks like it's already done. Let's see real quick if there's anything. I'm trying to find us a matchup real quick, guys. Already finished his match. Already finished his match. Finished his match. Okay, this is going to be a very interesting one if I can get it up quick enough. Unless they just finished. But let me see if I can get it going. I don't think they're done. I think they just finished game 2. Yeah, they just finished game 2. So we're gonna quickly, guys, get this next game going. Okay. And then opponent is okay, guys. Let's get going here. Okay, so we're watching a Pikachu Versus a, this is why I thought it was really interesting, by the way. It's a Blastoise Chansey? Like a Blastoise Chansey? Which I think is really interesting. But I'm not really sure what to think about it just yet. They are both 3 and 2 right now, guys. So they are round 6. They're fighting to stay in contention for this tournament. And I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup. It's going to be a really interesting matchup. I feel like we're seeing a lot of Blastoise. We're seeing a lot of Blastoise right now. Let's see. So we are going to go on and see some coin flips on the side of that Blastoise. Misty does get 1 energy for one of those Squirtles, the healthy Squirtle, and it will begin to power that up. It will begin to start generating the energies on that. But we are going to need to see that Wartortle and Blastoise if we want it to work out. So we are going to have, it looks like, that 20 damage attack onto that baby Mewtwo now. The baby Mewtwo does have 120 health. It's a pretty strong tank, but you do have to run multiple different types of energy if you want to be able to use it as attack. That being said, its retreat cost is only 2, which means that you are able to run away at times with those 2 X speeds, 1 hand attach, 1 X speed, and things like that. Let's see here. Okay, so we are going to get the Pokeball inside Pikachu. That does mean we're going to get that 3rd basic more than likely. That means Pikachu can start doing 90, 110, 120 damage into those Snorlaxes. Not Snorlaxes, those Blastoises. However, we see that 3rd energy now come down onto the side of Zapdos. He needs 2 heads to knock out here. Heads, heads, heads. 1, 2, and that will be a knockout onto that baby Mewtwo, guys. And that's going to be the first point for Ron's here. The first point for Ron's here. Let's see. Oh. Okay, so we are passing back here now. We do end up getting that Blastoise made up. He has 4 energies, which means next turn he'll be doing 160 damage every single turn. That's a lot of damage for Pikachu to deal with. Pikachu does have to 2-shot that Blastoise unless it's that Zapdos. That Zapdos, though, does have to get a Giovanni and 3 heads or 4 heads to knock out, which does mean we have a bigger problem. That being said, there's enough Pokemon on Yamal's bench that with Sabrina's, you might never have to knock out the Blastoise in the first place. We are seeing 2 heads now come onto that Chansey. That does mean no knockout, and we'll be going for another turn to get a 2nd point. But yeah, having that extra Squirtle down is definitely going to be a liability for Yamal here. Let's see. Okay, we have a heads and a tails. That'd be 1 energy again for that Blastoise, which means that is officially set up for 5 energies, which means we're gonna see 160 damage come down. We'll have to see if we are looking to be powering up that Pikachu. We have 1 energy on that Pincurchin. That does mean Pincurchin could be working to stall after Zapdos. We could be wanting to see some different types of attackers here. And we're going to have to see how it continues to go here. Okay. Okay here, guys. Okay. So we see that energy attach onto that Chansey. We're getting an X speed back. And it does seem like we are going to be seeing that Blastoise now. The time did run out on the Zapdos, it looks like. So he was not able to attack. And we're going to see that 160 damage come down onto that Zapdos, giving 2 points to Yamal. The only comeback I see now is potentially hitting this Pincurchin heads for multiple and multiple turns. We're gonna have to see how it goes though. Oh, Crazy M Snap, thank you so much for that raid. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. So let's see here, guys. We potentially could have a Sabrina as well. But I do think the Pincurchin is what they're trying to do here. They want to stall this this Blastoise EX while they get more damage on it. They're going to be putting 50 damage here with that electricity. And what tells that will be no paralyze. That is no paralyze here, guys. Let's see. Oh, that's on his screen. Okay. So he is marking the losses. It does look like that it will be game 3. And we are going to have okay. Let's see here. Let's go back. I'm gonna cover up his screen. Let's go back to that metagame here, guys. I'm really interested to see how it plays out. There's only about 4 matches left going. So give me 1 second. So let's check out. I mean, we can't really see standings just yet. This is standings at the end of last round. So yeah. Okay, so let's check these out, guys. We are seeing that Machamp doing really well here. We were mentioning it shortly last turn before we got going again. 1 second. Let's see here. Okay. So we are seeing a lot, obviously, of those Mewtwo's. I think Mewtwo is a really good pick this week. I think I probably would have ran Mewtwo myself this week if I had played. I think Mewtwo's a really, really good pick right now. With that baby Mewtwo in the deck, I think it is just so strong against Pikachu, and I think Pikachu's going to take a little bit to come back and figure out exactly what they need to do. And we're gonna see here exactly how that, exactly what they need to do to fend off those baby Mewtwo's. That being said, I also think Arcanine is a very good choice for a similar reason, being that it really does counter those Pikachu decks. And I thought it was really interesting. Oh, wrong one. My bad. Sorry, guys. I don't know what I just did. Okay, it's fixed. That being said, let's see exactly how he did this round. And that is another win for Jack of Spades. He's now going to be 6-0. I was really surprised to see how many Mewtwo's he was able to defeat. And we're going to have to see how it continues to work out here. Let's see now. We also want to check out that metagame we mentioned for a short bit. We are seeing how many are left of that Arcanine Moltres. Arcanine Moltres here has about a 50% win rate still. I think this Arcanine deck is really, really interesting. I personally could not figure it out against Mewtwo EXs, but obviously it's doing so well, and it's really, really strong against Pikachus, which is a really good choice for tournaments like this. We do have this 56% win rate for Pikachu EX and Raichu here still. Pikachu EX and Raichu is really just continuing to stampede this tournament. It's got 102 players in the deck, or playing the deck, and we'll have to see how it continues to work out. This Pikachu Raichu, in my opinion, is really good both against the mirror and potentially could be something for that baby Mewtwo, but I'm not really sure, and we're gonna have to see how it continues to evolve. I do think this really bad win rate could be potentially because, or not really bad, but bad win rate could be because of that same thing. But we are even seeing a 53% win rate for Pikachu EX, Zapdos EX. It's honestly just such a good deck. Pikachu EX, Zapdos EX is just so strong. And we're going to have to see how it continues to work out here. So, yeah. Let's see. I want to see exactly if there's any other interesting ones going on. Let's see how this Machamp is still faring. This Machamp did end up losing to a Pikachu, which is pretty sad. But we'll have to see if they... I mean, 5-1 is still in contention for day 2. So we'll see how that works out. And we're also seeing that Articuno Starmie did get another loss, did get its first loss this round, as again, it is still in contention for day 2. Let's see here. We have enough. Everyone I click right now has a loss other than that Moltres, that Arcanine Moltres. I say Articuno every time right now for some reason, guys. This Charizard also got a loss. Oh my god, guys, I'm telling you. Every single time I click someone's name, they have a loss. What about Jace away? A win! Finally. A win, finally. Okay. So we do have finally another win. I really am interested to see how this Arbok Weezing goes. As I said shortly for a little bit, you know, Arbok Weezing does counter Mewtwo EX. And that's stalling, right? Like, so Arbok, the effect of his attack is that he is able to stop anyone from retreating. So even cards that would normally retreat like Starmie EX do not have that ability here. So a 6-0 Weezing Arbok is absolutely insane. I love to see it. I love seeing decks like that perform well. And we're going to have to see how it continues to work out. So let's see here. What other are some other interesting ones that are 6-0 right now? And there are really no other 6-0s that are super interesting to me. I'm interested to see, oh, time has gotten called, so we officially are seeing those 6-0s here. So let's see. Making sure we have everything ready. Time has officially been called. Love seeing how the I mean, it's cool to see Arcanine EX, a Charizard, Arbok, but obviously we're seeing a lot of those Mewtwo's and Pikachus still. So we are able to go on and pair next round then, guys. And we are officially going to be going into round 7. Officially going into round 7. Let me go on and announce that. Okay. Okay, guys. So, while we're waiting to get our round going, we can just do a quick look at. We're seeing a lot of these getting closer and closer, either to 50% or starting to plummet. We do see Mewtwo maintaining its 51%. That Raichu's climbed a little bit to 56. Don't even look here. That Pikachu Zapdos is up to 52 instead of 51, I believe. And we're seeing that Arcanine and Moltres has maintained that 50%, which we are seeing it kind of being carried by that one player who is 6-0 right now. So let me see, guys, about that next round now, and we can get going. One second. Let's see. Let's see. Sounds off. Okay. Let's see. Let me quickly find that round for us, guys. Are there any streams that are fun? We have some 5-in-1s we can stream. So I'm going to get those up. So let's watch a Pikachu EX Raichu versus a Pikachu EX Electrode this game. We are going to go on and get that pulled up, guys. Oh, that is not what I want. I want... here. And then... quickly clear up the scoreboard. And we can watch round 7. And okay, guys. Okay. So let's see here. We are going to go and see a Pikachu. It's a Pikachu Raichu versus a Pikachu Electrode here. Pikachu Raichu, in my opinion, does kind of have a foot up in the mirror match, but we are seeing a huge problem here, which is that Pikachu is not finding its basics for the bench. So Raichu obviously will be able to knock out Pokemon that are on the other opponent's side, but we need to get energies on him to do it. He does take 3, and he does discard all of his energies when he attacks. That means that this Raichu may not be in a great spot in the active right now while he still needs to get powered up. It does look like our player here, who is 5-1, is also using that Magnetron tech to power up Raichu. So once you are able to evolve your Magnite to Magnetron, he can get an energy every single turn attached to him, and then we can begin to see that almost like every other turn where you're able to Lieutenant Sarge onto that Raichu, sometimes even the turn following. All energies when you Lieutenant Sarge do go to the Pokemon, but if you attach afterwards, you could attach it onto the bench or to a different Pokemon. So that would be one way of then having that one on somebody else. You get that energy onto the Magnetron, and then you get that energy from the attached next turn and be able to attack with Raichu 2 turns in a row. But we are only going to do 30 here with this Pikachu EX. With it in the active, it did tank some damage, and now we will see another retreat. That Lieutenant Surge is going to bring that energy onto that from that Pikachu onto that Raichu, and we're going to see a 140 damage knockout onto that Pikachu EX. There are no other energies on the opponent's side right now, which does mean that with 2 points for Judy, there is no energies for Toonie on the other side. This could be a bit of a problem. Pikachu does not really have much of a way to accelerate energies other than that hand attach every single turn. So we'll have to see how it continues to go. Voltorb can attack for 1, and its evolution Electorb can attack for 2 and has a 0 retreat cost. So it can retreat to whoever it needs to. That being said, Pikachu is a little bit stuck in the Raichu's a little bit stuck in the active right now. He wants to power up, but he doesn't know how to get there. So we do potentially see a second basic getting played this turn. There is 80 health left on that Raichu now. So we're gonna have to go. There is 80 health, so it could potentially get knocked out by Pikachu if we find a third Pokemon for that bench. And we're gonna have to see here. Okay, guys, it does look like we might be deciding, and we do decide to attach that energy to Zapdos. That's going to be our first energy on Zapdos. Raichu can retreat for 1, but it does mean by attaching to other Pokemon, we don't have to worry too much about those energies being lost if that Raichu gets knocked out. So either Raichu could get knocked out or energies could be lost, but they won't happen at the same time. We do see that Pikachu EX getting promoted to the active again, and with three basics on the bench, that could be leading to a knockout onto the Raichu now. Okay, we see that first point go on for Toonie now. Okay, guys, and we finally see that Magnetron getting built up. We are hoping to see exactly what is going to happen. And we do see 20 damage come down onto that Pikachu. Pikachu does have type advantage here, crazily enough. Zapdos is weak to electric in this game, as are all of the legendary birds. Zapdos will therefore get an extra 20 damage. And we're gonna see exactly that would be upwards of 110, but we won't see a knockout just yet. So we're gonna see 110 now onto that Zapdos, which does mean we potentially have a couple turns left over. We are gonna see a Sabrina come down. It's gonna be interesting to see exactly who they put up. We do see that Electro, which is not surprising. Electorb does have a 0 retreat cost. And we are finally getting a third basic on the side of Judy here. Let me just double check. I believe we are in game 1, guys. We are in game 1. So we have to continue to see exactly how this plays out here. And that does look like a win for Judy here with that knockout. Very exciting to see after such a poor beginning for Judy. Judy had 1 Pokemon on the bench for the majority of this game. And it does seem that he was able to come back just like that. We are going to be bringing up that next game in 1 second. In just 1 second here. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna pull it up a little bit. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so Toonie did go first here. No energy is able to attach. They're able to get a Pincurchin down and Zapdos. But we are starting with a Pincurchin, which does mean that either we're going to need an XP on Toonie's side to retreat, or there'll be no attack. And on the side of Judy, it does seem like we're having a little bit of a better start here. We have some Pikachu X's, and our entire bench is filled. That first energy is now going on to that Pikachu here, and we do have that energy, almost like energy advantage because of our turn 2 here. Okay. So with with that Sabrina, we're promoting that other Pikachu. As we said it before, X speed. Oh, and we have that X speed will mean we could still attack this turn. That's going to be. Oh, let me restart the scoreboard, guys. That's probably going to be a 0.1 for Judy. So I'm going to leave that as he knocks out that Pincurchin with 90 damage. And that's going to mean Zapdos is going to be promoted to the active. Zapdos will only be able to do 20 damage this turn. But he could potentially be seeing a lot larger attack that following turn onto whichever Pokemon Judy has in the active. Zapdos does do anywhere upwards of 200 damage because of those, because it is a coin flip. So we have a coin flip with that Zapdos where he has 4 coins. For every heads, he has 50 more damage. So he could potentially knock out a lot of these Pokemon on the bench. Okay, guys. We said 110 into that Zapdos because of type advantage. But the question is going to be, can Zapdos hit the heads? And does he have another basic? Because if he doesn't get another basic down, this could be the end of the game for Toonie. You need at least 1 basic to survive in this game and to be able to play. So we're going to have to see if they're able to do it. Let's see. And we're going to see, oh, not a single heads. And that is going to be 0 damage on the Pikachu, is going to be a knockout. And that's going to be probably a win for Judy here. Pikachu will take that knockout now, and that's going to be game 2. And that is round 7 for this pair. Let's see, guys. I'm going to quickly get another game going. Let me find one real quick for y'all. Okay. Um, and then okay, guys. We look like we're good to go, so let's go on and transition over, and we're gonna start that next game. These are 4 and 2. Amber and Kronos are both 4 and 2 here, and we are going to see exactly how this Arcanine shapes out. So we are gonna see that we are in game 2 right now. Our Arcanines are fully powered up, but our Mewtwo's look like they could be powered up as well. We do have one Mewtwo on the bench with a very low health, but 0 energies attached. And this full health Mewtwo does have enough energies that it will be able to potentially sweep here. Okay, guys. So we are gonna go ahead and attach to that second, what's it called here? Mewtwo here. And we are going to see immediately that knockout onto the Arcanine now. It's going to be first 2 energies for Amber, while Kronos already has 1. I'm not fully sure exactly how this Arcanine, or how Arcanine is going to come back in this game. Mewtwo can one-shot, Arcanine cannot. And so therefore we're going to have to see really how this works out. We are actually going to see a concede with game 2, and that does mean we're going into a game 3 now for Amber and Kronos. Let's see. So they're hiding game. I'm going to hide their game as well. And we'll see. Quickly. And the game is starting. So we're going to get right back into it. We are in game 3 now for this Moltres EX and Arcanine list versus that Mewtwo EX. Moltres EX is the Pokemon that you want to start, in my opinion, with this deck. And it does look like we're immediately going to be Pokeballing for more cards. We do get another Moltres EX as well, and see how this goes. So we have a second Moltres EX now on the bench. And it does look like we're going to have a Growlithe as well, which is exactly the type of setup that we do want here. Those 2 Moltresses do protect against a Sabrina that could potentially put us behind on energies. We really need a Moltres to stay in the active so that we can attach an Inferno Dance that following turn, as well as potentially evolve that Arcanine EX. And that following turn then, depending how many heads you get, you'll be able to get a full attack. We're going to go into that research here as well. We saw an energy come down onto that Mewtwo EX and a Ralt be played. We're still waiting for Kirlia and Gardevoir now. That energy does get attached. Arcanine does appear, and we're going to see that Inferno Dance, but how many energies we get is going to be a whole different question. And we get 3 heads, 3 chances. 1, 2... 2 energies. That will be enough, though, to power up the Arcanine. That being said, we'll have to see exactly how this plays out here. So Arcanine, you have those 2 energies. If you retreat, you can attach and be able to still attack. But we'll still need, obviously, an X speed to be able to do that. Does not seem to be the game plan, though. We have a 1-in-1 attachment for that Arcanine and that Growlithe, and we'll have to see how it continues to go. Okay, guys. The Ralt immediately is evolved to a Kirlia. Amber is only looking for a Gardevoir now, and that is perfectly on curve to allow us to do 150 damage with that Mewtwo next time. I'm not sure really exactly how... I think maybe the 2 energies on that Arcanine EX last turn might have been the correct play, because we could go on and put that damage on to Mewtwo this turn. instead of only being able to continue to attach energies. But maybe it is the correct play. Looks like we're looking to hand attach to one of the bench Pokemon. I kind of feel like going on and prepping that Mewtwo to retreat. I guess maybe we don't even expect to retreat. But we're putting that second energy on the Growlithe now, which I find a little bit questionable. But, you know, it's no. Oh, but we're going to go on and promote the Growlithe to do 20 damage to the Mewtwo. Okay. We are going to be looking for a Giovanni then, is my assumption. We also still need 2 energies attached to that Arcanine EX to be able to knock out. But a Giovanni and 2 energies would be enough. That being said, we still need 2 energies on that Arcanine EX as well. So even with this Growlithe attack, we're going to have some difficulty. We are going to go on and knock out that Growlithe here. I'm not really sure exactly the play, but maybe I just don't understand it. I potentially do not understand it. So we are going to see the Arcanine EX put up with only 1 energy on it. I am very confused. Oh, and we go on and concede. Okay. I will try to find us another game then, guys. Give me 1 second. To find that next game. There are about 70 matches still going. They'd already gotten Guardy the turn before, I thought. Did they not? I thought they'd already gotten Guardy. Maybe actually I'm over-guessing that. Oh, wrong thing. They did not already have Guardy. That's my bad. Yeah, makes sense. Potion? No, but yeah. Let's see here. Let's see who else is still playing right now, guys. Give me 1 second to find us a player who is still going. Oh, they're already done for this round. On here still going? It does look like we have 1. There are 1 and 1 right now, guys. We're gonna quickly try to get them up. So give me 1 second here as we do that. They are currently 0 to 1. So we'll have to go on and do that really quick. And we are 0, 1. Okay, we're transitioning over very quickly. And I'm going to go on and bring that up. That does look like we're going to go on and get 2 points for the opponent here. Still, no points for our for Emerson here. Emerson is playing Mewtwo versus a Pikachu with Raichu. And it does look like that Gardevoir is going to go and be attached to 150 damage with that Mewtwo EX, and that'll be a first knockout onto that Pikachu. That Raichu on the bench, though, we should keep an eye on, because that Raichu with the Giovanni is enough to knock out this Mewtwo EX, and without needing Lieutenant Surge, that could be a risk. So we are now getting 2 points for our player side here, or for Emerson. And we are just looking for that next, for see what happens. Oh, and a Giovanni does come down. That is going to be game 3, guys, for Emerson and in here. And we're going to have to potentially start looking at the meta game because I'm not sure we have any other ones to watch right now. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think we have any other matches right now. So let me hop over to that metagame, and we can check it out, guys. Okay, so let's see how these are really ending up. We had some interesting decks still last time. We had some interesting decks, and we still have a couple of those still playing. A lot of them were even 6-0 last round. And so let's see here. We're going to see that we have that Moltres Articuno. Let's see how he ended up doing. He did win his round again, so he is now 7-0, guys. Our Articuno, our Arcanine EX and Moltres EX is 7-0 right now. That's insane. And let's see how that Arbok did. Jace did end up getting a loss, but 6-1 is not bad. 6-1 is not bad. It is still in contention. So yeah. Let's see what else we have. Let's see real quick. We also have the, but Charizard lost. Let's see here. Kronos, Keonitis, thank you so much for those raids, by the way. I just saw those. I have a new setup, by the way, guys. So I am still getting used to the new setup. I'm really sorry for just noticing those. But thank you so much, guys, for those raids. I really do appreciate it. I really, really appreciate it. So yeah. No problem. I always had a lot of fun hosting these. And thank you so much for judging tonight. Thank you so much for judging tonight. So, okay, guys. We're still we have about 15 matches left to go right now. And we'll have to see how it continues. We have 15 matches left to complete, and 12 minutes. So yeah. So let's see here. Are there any other ones that we're interested in looking at? That's kind of a question I have right now. I kind of wish they showed the matchups in the pairing. Ooh, very cool, very cool. Let's see. Well, Arbok Weezing lost. We checked out on that Arbok Weezing for a second here. Arbok Weezing did end up losing, which is super sad to see, but they are still in contention, and there is still like 3 more rounds to go. It's 3 more rounds to go. We can check out that metagame, though, as we were mentioning earlier. I'm really interested to see how this Raichu ends up going. Is this the last 8? It's around 8, 9, and 10 we still have to do. And then we do top 32 tomorrow. Top 32 tomorrow. Oh, yeah, I wanted to check to see how that Articuno did. How did we have 2 Articunos that are 5-1, 3 Articunos that are 5-1. We have one that is now 6-1. We have one that is now 4-2, 5-2. And one that is now 5-2 as well. But both of those are still potentially in contention for top cut. I do believe some X2s are going to make it. I'm not sure how many. But yeah. That's what I'm saying. Some of the X2s make it. I don't know how many. Some of the X2s will make it. So that is still in the round. They're still in contention. So yeah. Let's see here, guys. So we're gonna go on and start looking at that Raichu now. So I wanted to see exactly how it's doing. We do see Captain Kurt is 6-0 with the Raichu variant of Pikachu. We have a couple 6-0s here. Analyst, Sterling, Lucari, Zoppy, Schmax, all of them are still going. And let's see. Oh, I misclicked. So let's see how their matchups are getting done. So we are seeing that they have 5 against this Alakazam Weezing right now. 7-0, let's go. We have 5 wins against that Alakazam Weezing, so we're starting to get some type of idea really how it plays. You see it's played obviously against most, if not all, of the matchups in this tournament, but we are actually seeing it do a 76% win rate against that Pikachu Electrode here. That is a 38 matches that it has played for that. We're also seeing a 67% win rate against Charizard EX and Moltres. That is 31 games that it has played. We're also seeing with that 18 matches, a 55% win rate against Starmie EX Articuno. Really starting to make more sense why the Starmie EX and Articuno are not as high in the standings. But you're seeing a lot of matchups when it comes to that Zebstrika that is still winning against. A lot, I mean, obviously it's Mirror. And that Mewtwo Gardevoir. With over, what is that, 140 games against Mewtwo EX and Gardevoir. It has a 53% win rate still, which is really nice for it. And with about 73 matchups against Zebstrika, it still has a 53% win rate as well. Super exciting to see how these are all doing. Are there any other interesting ones? Not really. We do have these two 19 and 15 matchups. It only has a 33% win rate against that Arcanine Moltres EX. And surprisingly enough, only a 33% win rate. And only a 47% win rate against the Pikachu EX and Zapdos EX. We still do have 8 more matches to go, guys. And we're going to have to see how it continues now. So let's see. Okay, guys. Are there any other really interesting meta tournaments here? Meta decks here. So I think we briefly looked at Charizard EX. It does not look like Charizard EX is doing great this tournament. We can quickly, there are 86 players for the deck. But even then, we are seeing 217 losses for it. So let's see really why this is. So it is having still a 56% win rate versus Mewtwo Gardevoir. That is still 141 matches that it has played for that 56% win rate. With only 11 matches, Charizard EX has a 54% win rate. And we are also seeing a 13 matches, a 53% win rate against Arcanine EX as well. With 14 matches, it's about 42% win rate against that Pikachu EX and Zapdos. And we are seeing, just look how bad it starts doing against some of these Pikachu decks though. 32%, 31%, and only a 15% win rate against that Starmie EX Articuno. Absolutely insane here. Absolutely insane. Is that 31? Is that 131? No. I said 41, didn't I? You got me, Sponge. Let's see though. Okay. Whew. We are still 6 matches out, guys, before the next round. And about 5 minutes left to go. Thank you, guys. I appreciate all the compliments. Thank you so much. So let's see here. One second. Which one should we look at next, guys? What do you guys think? Thank you, Top. I appreciate that. What do you guys think we should look at next? We looked at Charizard. We looked at many of the Pikachus. We looked at those Starmie EXs. We have about 4 matches left to complete. If those finish before timer, we can go on and start. We can go on and start to the next one. So let's see. Okay. Did y'all decide who? Turtle and Mewtwo? Or Turtle and Mewtwo? Let's see if we can find the Turtle and Mewtwo, guys. It's a bit far down, if I'm being honest. So we have 4 right here. It's got a 52% win rate, not the worst. And we have the best one at 4-2, which is potential to still work. Okay. Still make it into day 2. So we can go in and look at that deck list for a moment here. It looks like in some of these decks, they are running an Articuno, and some of these decks, they are running Kangaskhan, but all of them are running the baby Mewtwo. Furthermore, they're all running Blastoise EX, they're all running Squirtle EX, Squirtle, and they're all running Wartortle. Let's see how those matchups are now. Okay, so they've got 11 wins and 10 losses. They have a 55% win rate against Mewtwo EX and Gardevoir. But they don't really have many other like matchups they continually play against. We do see there's 3 Pikachu Raichus that they have a 0% win rate against. They have 2 matchups against that Pikachu EX Electrode that they have a 50% win rate against. But that's really all they played against multiple times. So we'll have to see how this continues to go. And we're going to see how it goes. I would love to see a Blastoise EX actually in our top cut. I would absolutely love to see that. So yeah. Let's see, guys. What else should we look at? What else should we look at, guys? What else should we look at? Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I'm surprised Blaine is doing so badly as well. Blaine's been doing pretty well in the last couple of tournaments. We were looking at it briefly earlier exactly to see how or why it is shaping up the way it is. And I think some of it comes to be like with this Mewtwo EX Gardevoir. It's always not had the best matchup into it, or had a couple issues, obviously. But a 35% win rate is absolutely abysmal here. And I think that baby Mewtwo really does something to really just continue to push down a lot of these matchups that did okay versus Mewtwo. Furthermore, we can that's kind of like the main one I see here. We also see that Arcanine Moltres EX really doing well against it. Or it does seem to be doing pretty well against Arcanine EX and Moltres EX here is what I actually meant to say. And so that's about 70, it has a 75% win rate against it. It's about only a 40% win rate, though, against these two Pikachu variants, which is also not great. It seems like, honestly, every matchup is bad for it this tournament. So we're going to have to see how it continues to play out. So yeah, I'm interested to see how Blaine continues to do in future metas with this game and how it continues to adapt. We're seeing a lot of decks start putting in different techs that are helping them survive or be better. And it is pushing some of those other decks out of the metagame. Okay, guys, all matches are over and time has been called. I'm going to double check with my judges that everything is good. Oh, we have one open judge call. So we're gonna wait a couple more minutes. Wiggly, thank you so much for that raid, buddy. I really appreciate that raid. Let's see how, I really, really appreciate it. And thank you to everyone who raided tonight. I'm sure I missed a couple. So I am so sorry about that. I have a new setup. I moved to Streamlabs recently. I can't see anything. I don't even know how many hours I've been live. I try out the tournament decks all the time. For those who don't know, I'm Ursi. Hi. I stream Pokemon Pocket 7 days of the week. I try out a lot of different tournament decks that do well. I play in a lot of different tournaments. And so when I'm not streaming the tournament on Saturdays, and now Sundays as well, it appears, I am playing in tournaments. I'm trying out a lot of competitive decks. And we're having a lot of fun. I've won a tournament. I've top 16 in 2 large tournaments. So if you guys are interested in gameplay outside of tournaments, outside of me casting tournaments, I'm here 7 days of the week. And we do have a really awesome active community that you can join. Also, huge shout out to our sponsor, XP Collect. Thank you so much, XP Collect, for sponsoring this tournament. That is so awesome that they're willing to do that. And I really do appreciate them. They've been sponsoring us since week 2 or Ursiiday number 1. And so I'm really so thankful that they're willing to, go out on a limb to sponsor us when this, this competitive scene is still so new. And so obviously they don't have to do that. I'm just really happy that they can support us in the way that they do. So we are waiting for that judge call to finish, guys. And then we should be getting into our next game or our next round. Oh, we have 2 open judge calls now. Never mind. So we're going to see how those continue to play out. So yeah. Let's check out Marowak Sandslash. Marowak Sandslash is very interesting to me. It tries to take advantage of that, the type weakness versus Pikachu. And it does a good job of it. But we have, as we saw earlier, seen some changes with the list potentially towards Primeape. So let's see how the Sandslash version is continuing to do here. Okay, so we are seeing versus Arcanine Moltres. It's got a pretty good matchup, honestly. A 71% win rate, not bad at all. We also see that 80% win rate against Pikachu EX and Zapdos, so it's only had 5 games versus it. It still has a 60% win rate against Starmie EX and Articuno EX, so it's only got 5 matches. And with Zebstrika, it's still doing a 50% win rate and a 50% win rate against that Electrode. I'm interested where the Raichu fell. Maybe it has not played against Raichu. Oh, here it is. Raichu does have a little bit of a better win rate against Marowak EX as well, which I think is super interesting. Raichu is able to one-shot that EX. So it is it's definitely a little bit of an issue for Marowak. However, versus our other Meta King, which is Gardevoir Mewtwo, it's only got a 20% win rate, guys. And here is why we see such a low win rate for this deck. It has played 24 matches. 24 matches against it. So that's really what's dragging it down here. So let's give us a second, guys. We have about 2 judge calls that are going right now, and we're gonna see how it goes. Let's see here, guys. Just checking with the judges to see how it's going, and then we'll be able to continue. We'll be able to continue. So yeah. Whew. Okay. Let's see here. Let's look at the Dragonite Articuno. Yes, I'm very interested to see how this. There's actually 3 players playing it. They don't seem to be having great records, but I don't know if I've seen this deck before. I think it's so interesting. So, guys, what type of decks do you guys want to see, and what decks do you think you would have played in this tournament, if you did play or if you didn't play? So let's see here. We looked a little bit at a couple of these with the Sandslash now. I wonder if we can find that Marowak EX and Primeape. Marowak EX. Oh, there's Primeape right here. So Marowak EX and Primeape both have really low win rates this tournament, guys. They're both only at 39 and 40%, so they're not doing much different. And so let's see here. We are going into that Primeape now. So that Primeape, let's see how these matchups differ a bit. We do see it's got a 100% win rate against that Pikachu's Zebstrika, though it only has 4 matches. We do also have but we do only have a 23% win rate against Mewtwo EX and Gardevoir, which I do think is a bit of a problem here, guys. I defer to my judges. I'm just gonna state this. We have a head judge, and the head judge will make the final calls. If they need my help, they'll ask me, but I do defer to my judges. I am so happy that the judges put in as much work as they do, and I'm so grateful to our judges. My head judge has the last call, unless there is anything that he asks of me, but unless he asks of me, he has last call. So, yeah, that's how that goes. So let's see here, guys. Okay. So it does seem like that Primeape EX, though it does seem to be doing well against some things, it looks like the real problem is just how many Mewtwo Gardevoirs that Primeape has gone against. I am very interested to see how these are going, but it's really interesting to kind of see. What is an underrated deck that I think that did well today? I think currently some of these underrated decks that are doing well, especially now since that round is ended, we can go in and see how these are going. And I'm very confused. 1 second, guys. So it does look like we're going to be good to continue, guys. I think some of the underrated have been... So we're not good to go yet. We're not good to go yet. Never mind, guys. We're not good to go yet. My bad. So we're going to have to see how... We're going to let the judges do what they're doing. I think some of the underrated decks, for sure. I think Venusaur is really underrated, but I do think it's a bit of a problem. I really do think that this Arcanine Moltres EX deck is really interesting. I think it's so good against Pikachu. Surprisingly enough, Jack of Spades has done really well against Mewtwo as well, which I didn't expect. Even in the list that got second place, they had beaten 1 Mewtwo, and all of their losses were otherwise all their losses were to Mewtwo's. And we see here that Jack is just beating every single Mewtwo and every single Charizard. Not Charizard, every single Mewtwo and Pikachu that it runs into. So we're gonna have to see how that breaks down. I think this could have been, you know, a really good choice, but obviously if you're not running into the correct ones, then you're not going to be like doing a meta call. You have to run into the cards that you expect that you're gonna run into. So I think that one's really interesting. It does seem we do have one Blaine that is starting to rise up with that one loss. I also think we had some Articunos that were doing well earlier and an Arbok wheezing, and I'm really interested to see how those continue to do. So yeah. One moment, guys. Oh. Okay, so I think those are some of the ones that I think are really interesting to see. But obviously we have a lot of Pikachu, a lot of Mewtwo, but we still have 3 more rounds until we are really going to see who ends up in our top 32. Okay, here. Let's see. I'm just making sure we're all good to go, guys. And we're going to be starting it for our next round. Let me quickly start that. So yeah. Okay. Okay, we're going. And we are pairing round 8. Round 8 is officially up. Round 8 is officially up. And we're going to see how it goes. We'll find some fun matches for us to watch, hopefully. So let me get that going. Let me quickly post the bit. And we can continue. Okay, guys. Okay. Thank you for all the compliments, guys. I really do appreciate them. Let me quickly see if I can find us a match, though. So. We're gonna find. Okay. Let's see here. I think I might get us up an Arbok Wheezing, guys. So that's going to be a fun matchup. It does look like it's Arbok Wheezing versus a Mewtwo, against a Mewtwo Gardevoir, which I think will be fun. So let me quickly get everything ready for that. And then we are round 8. They are still getting set up, but we should be able to go on and... Oh, okay. And transition. Hi, guys. So we're going to be watching the fill versus Sin XD. This is a 5-2 match, and see how we are dealing with stuff. So let's get this going. So we are going to be seeing that Arbok Weezing versus a Mewtwo Gardevoir. I'm very excited to see exactly what ends up happening here. I'm going to double check what Sin's list is really quick. It does run a Meowth. So this Mewtwo we're going against is going to be the Meowth Mewtwo EX, where they play the baby Meowth to be able to draw extra cards for only 10 damage. That being said, we're going to have to see how it ends up playing up against this deck where the type advantage is really against that Mewtwo Gardevoir. I think Arbok Weezing is very interesting. This one does decide to run a Grimer here, which Grimer, the Muck and the Weezing really synergize with the Koga package. So that Koga package really is, it can be really strong. Koga is essentially a scoop up net for those who played Pokemon, but it only works for those 2 Pokemon when they're in the active. So it is able to scoop up that Muck, that Weezing with that, however much damage is on it. And those energies or things like that, and it costs no points for the player, and you are able to basically reset that Pokemon. So if you have a prepared Grimer or a prepared Coughing, you're able to go on and replay that Muck / Weezing and start that next turn, or your same turn with that Pokemon. Then is also running this Arbok card. Arbok is a really cool card. It only does about 60 damage, it's only 100 health, but the thing for Arbok here is that it stops Pokemon from retreating. We are going to go and see on a point for our player here that is going to start us off for that game. So Weezing does 50 damage with that type advantage and can tick for poison. So that means that it does 60, then they do their turn, and it can be 70. I will say real quick, for when it comes to Kirlia, when it comes to Gardevoir, when you evolve, that poison does get nullified. So by nullifying that poison, they don't have that same poison tick again. And that also is for when you retreat your Pokemon to the bench, it does nullify that poison again. So we don't see another Pokemon come down for Sin XD here. So potentially we could see a knockout in the next 2 turns. Even though that is only going to be 2 points for the fill, it only takes that if there's no other Pokemon to put into the active spot. So yeah. So let's see here. We do have that 50 damage go, and that tick to 20. Kirlia will not be knocked out by the following tick, especially if it evolves into that Gardevoir that we mentioned earlier. But in a following attack will end up knocking out Gardevoir. So Gardevoir does get put up. Gardevoir is going to be able to attach to itself and do 60 to the Weezing, but that's just not going to be enough to take back game 1. Instead, we are going to be facing a knockout from this Weezing, and that will be game 1 for the round. So let's see. Let's see. Okay, so that 60 damage does come down now from that Gardevoir. It does seem like that Sabrina could have some issues, but we are going to go and be able to see a retreat here. Coughing only has a 1-cost retreat, so it is not too big of a problem for our Weezing player here, and that 50 damage is going to come down again. So let's see, guys. That is going to be game 1. I am going to go on and cover up that stream while they make the next game. So let's see, and I can go on and clear that board as well of those points. They're just setting up game 2 now. They're just setting up game 2. Okay. We're going to go and get these points cleared. Here. And we are going to go on and start that game. We do have Grimer in the active this time for Phil, which can be good. We're going to have to see how it really plays out, though. The problem with Grimer is that Grimer is only, well, not only, but has a 3-cost retreat, which means retreating it is not easy. One of the only ways really to do that is either getting Sabrina'd or waiting for that Koga onto the Muck, which could be a waste for that Koga if it doesn't have something behind it. Okay. We are going to have to see how this continues to work out. We do only have a Ralt in the active for SinXD, but it is only turn 1, and we have a Pokeball coming down. We should start being able to set up more onto the bench, but this could be a chance for SinXD to really get set up behind this Grimer, because otherwise it's going to be blocking Phil's game plan here. It will be blocking Phil's game plan here. Okay. We are on the standard Ralt, so we do get a Mewtwo EX down this turn time. Mewtwo EX is a little bit more beefy at the least, which means we should have a couple extra turns. Maybe we'll see more damage come down from SinXD. We are seeing a red card now from Phil that is going to change that hand that just got those Professor's Researches to only a 3-card hand. And we are going to Professor Research ourselves now. We're still going to be looking for those basics. We're still going to be looking for those different Pokemon. We're going to have to see how it works out. Okay. So we are going to see that Poison Gas, it looks like, which will be 30 damage onto that Ralts, and it is going to set up a Poison. Muck does take 3 energies to attack as well, so it is not like just evolving to Muck is going to solve everything right here. So we'll have to see how it goes. We do immediately see that Kirlia, which is okay. Kirlia does nullify that poison that we mentioned, but it's only to 40 damage, so if it 40 health. So if he doesn't retreat, this Muck attack will knock out that Kirlia with that poison tick that goes into the next turn. Hey guys. We are seeing another attach onto that Grimer. We haven't got another basic yet, and that is going to be a knockout into that Kirlia now, which is going to be 0.1 for the Phil. But again, there's not another basic on Phil's bench, which means if this Mewtwo has a Giovanni, well, it really doesn't do much, but if this Mewtwo is able to attack 2 more turns and he still does not have a Muck or anything like that, we could see this be the end of game 2. It does seem like both games could potentially be going to knockouts of a single Mon, and without anything on the bench, it just ends the game. We're going to have to see how this plays out, but both of these are ending up to be a little bit of a result to the number of basics they're able to get out if it continues to be this way. It could still change, though. We are still at 0 points. We have a lot of way to go, and there's a lot of things we can still do. So we are going to see that 50 damage come onto that Grimer now. If we don't have a Muck next turn, that could be a knockout for Grimer. We're going to have to see if we can find a basic. We do see a Research come down. We are digging for basics now. We do potentially find 2 basics, it looks like. And by potentially, I mean do find 2 basics. We are playing those now, and we are going to start filling up our bench. However, Grimer really can't be retreated. That 3 retreat energy cost is too much to be just hand retreating, but we could do 50 damage or 30 damage with poison ticks onto that Mewtwo, and we do. We are now set up to potentially be looking at an Ekans next turn. We do have an energy attached to one of these Ekans. That could mean an Arbok attack next turn, which would be 80 damage and retreat being stopped. But I'm not sure you would want to stop this Mewtwo from retreating next turn. That'll be when he hits that 4 energy turn, and that could be a bit of a problem. That being said, with this next poison tick, we will go to 200, not 200, to 100. And if we were able to get that Arbok up, that would be 80 to 90. He would attack, and so that is our first point for Sin. And that would only be 0.2 for next when we would knock out his Mewtwo, and that would be game. We are going to say we have Arbok. We do have Arbok here. Okay. We're going to have to... Hopefully he has a Sabrina, though, because we do not want to see... I don't think he really wants to see this Mewtwo locked into the active. We do see another Pokeball come down. However, we'll have to see how it continues to work, guys. I'm not sure exactly if we are going to... we do see a Sabrina come down, it looks like, which means that Mewtwo on the bench is going to be pulled into that active spot, and we're going to lock that Arbok, we're going to lock that Mewtwo EX into the active with our Arbok. Okay. We do see that Pokeball from that Mewtwo now, but we are going to be able to two-shot this Mewtwo in the active here. He cannot retreat, he cannot do any damage, but we are going to see that that Sabrina come down, which is going to either try to pull that Coughing or that Ekans the active. We do see the Coughing promoted here. Coughing does have a one energy cost of retreat, but attacking with a Wheezing is also only 1 energy as well. So we do see that energy onto that Coughing now. That is going... Oh, we do see a retreat back to that Arbok, and we are going to knock out with that Arbok now. That does mean that 3 energy... Wait, that does mean a knockout, which will be 2 more points, and secure game 2 for the Phil, and that will be game. And that will finish up their round, guys. That is round 8 right now. I'm going to check to see if we have any other games we can cover. So give me one moment. We still have about 100 and something matches to go. We should be able to find another one. Okay. Let me quickly find another stream, guys. I'm going to bring up a Mewtwo this time, I believe. Oh, that one's already done. That one's already done. Let's... get up this one. So we do have a match that is still playing. It is going to be a... It is a Pikachu versus Pikachu, but I'm really excited to see how it plays out. They're currently 7-0, so let's see how this ends up going. Does look good. Okay. They are 0-0 right now. So let's get into this next game, guys. It is going to be Pikachu versus Pikachu. It is Captain Kerr versus Analyst. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, guys. So we do see a fully powered up Pikachu in the active for both of these players. We do, however, see Raichu inside of Analyst, and it does look like we can potentially have a Raichu for Captain Kerr as well. Both of these decks are running the Raichu variants. So yeah. Let's see here. Let's Oh, thank you so much, Little. Thank you so much. I'm just really happy that we can all play these games together. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. So let's see here, guys. We are gonna have these two Pikachu EX decks against each other. The Captain Kerr's side was able to attack first, which means the fully powered up Pikachu is going to need to retreat backwards. And we are going to see that we are getting a Zapdos EX down, which can attack for 1 energy here. That is potentially doing 20 damage into our Pikachu. That's not a lot, but it is enough to make it where with a Giovanni, we could see another or a follow-up attack from that Pikachu that just retreated to knock out the Pikachu in the active here. Let's see what they decide to do here, guys. We are going to go on and see exactly what Captain Kerr decides to do. There was no follow-up attack, however, from that Zapdos EX, which does mean his Pikachu is full health. It does look like we are going to power up potentially that Zapdos EX on the bench, which could be opening up for a larger attack. We are seeing that at 110 damage into that Zapdos now. With that type weakness that Zapdos has, he does take an extra 20 damage from all electric Pokemon, which does put him now at 20 health. Pikachu is continuing to knock down the health of the opponent here, and there is nothing on Pikachu X here that is going to stop it. It does look like Analyst is powering up a second Pikachu EX on the bench, but we pass now. Okay. We're seeing a Pokeball come down. We're going to get more basics, potentially thin that deck a little bit more. But our bench is very full, so we're not going to be able to play any more of those basics that we draw into right now. So let's see, guys. Let's see. We are going to see that 90 damage again from Pikachu, which is going to take the first 2 points for Captain Kerr. Captain Kerr is down 1 game right now, so he needs to come back and take a 2-0 swing, and really really take this the reverse sweep if he wants to continue to be able to be undefeated in this tournament. Okay, we see that Lieutenant Surge come down, however, from Analyst, and that is going to be enough to knock out that Pikachu EX, though. That does mean we're going to have 2 points for Analyst now, and that will put us 2-2. We don't have many attackers powered up. We do have a Pikachu and a Zapdos that can attack, and Analyst is already powering up his second Pikachu on that bench. We are now going to hopefully see another basic come down so he can do another 90, and that will knock out Raichu. Yep, we see that basic of a baby Pikachu, and now another Circle Circuit is going to do 90 damage to that Raichu and take us for a game 2, guys. That's going to be game 2 for Captain Kerr. I'll go on and wipe those energies, those points, I mean, and we will cover up his screen while they get ready for that next round. While I get ready for that next round. Let's see. Okay, so they're going into their next game now, guys. They're getting set up. They do have the opponents. We're good to go into our next game. Let's see here. Okay. So we do see Captain Kerr and Analyst going game 2. We are going second this game, which I do think is an advantage for Captain Kerr in this matchup. So we're going to have to see what exactly plays out. We do have a Pikachu. We are going to be looking for cards in hand. We're going to need to get set up. We're going to need 3 basics on the bench if we want to do much of anything. We do have roughly 2 turns to get that done before we are attacking. Okay. So Analyst is starting to get some of his basics down. We see a Research come down. But that being said, we only have 1 basic on the bench and 1 basic in the active. No energies attached. We are getting a second basic now as well on the side of Captain Kerr. And he does have a Pokeball that he does have a Pokeball in hand that he is deciding not to play this turn. He does have a 5-minute delay, so I'm okay talking about his hand here. He has a Pokeball in hand, which he's deciding not to play this turn. I'm assuming his opponent does not have a red card. So he is able to hold that Pokeball, keep an extra basic in his deck, so that when he Pokeballs, or when he draws at the beginning of his next turn, he has the highest chance of hitting a basic possible that he can have, and then he can Pokeball and assuredly still hit a basic. So we still are not drawing. We are Sabrining up this Zapdos here. So we will see shortly just if that holding that Pokeball does pay off at all. And we do hit a basic, which is going to make that Pokeball holding pay off. That means we are going to be having get another basic, have a baby Pikachu and a Pikachu EX in on the bench. That being said, we don't have an X speed, so we are not going to attack with Pikachu EX this turn, and instead we're probably going to have to attack with that Zapdos, and we do. So that energy is going to go down onto that Zapdos EX now. That's going to be 20 damage from the Zapdos EX onto that Raichu EX, which does set it up for a knockout from Pikachu without any type of Giovanni, which is going to be really, really nice. Let's see here. Thank you, Ryan. So we are getting another basic on the side of Analyst now. It is another baby Pikachu. And we are going to see an X speed. That does mean we're going to see an attack from that Pikachu. But if we only have 2 basics on the bench, that is only 80 damage into that Zapdos. Okay, guys. It looks like we're going to see that attack. We see that 80 damage attack would have been 60 if not for that weakness. And with that weakness, we are going to be going over half damage done to that Zapdos. A second energy does get attached to that Pikachu EX now, which does mean we could retreat back and potentially put 90 damage onto that Pikachu EX. He could decide to put 20 right now, which would open up a Giovanni knock with that Pikachu EX. But we're still going to have to see how this he doesn't really have much that he could retreat back into. I mean, there is a Raichu on the side of Analyst, which is a little bit of an iffy call if we decide to let, decide to retreat back to that Pikachu now. If he has Lieutenant Surge, he would be able to retreat the next speed and have 3 energies on Raichu to knock out whomever. And so we do see that 20 damage go onto that Pikachu now. That is going to put him in range of a 100 damage attack, where we are going to see a Giovanni and 90 damage from the Pikachu itself, making 100 to knock out that Pikachu EX. But I assume this Pikachu EX is going to want to try to retreat here, or we'll have to see. Let's see what they decide to do here, guys. It could be a retreat back on that Pikachu that we just attached energy to. That would be, I think, 40 damage with a Giovanni. It could be 50, which would be a really nice hit for Analyst, who would be taking back that 3rd game. Otherwise, we could see some type of Lieutenant Surge potentially, but it seems like Analyst is really trying to decide what is his correct play, what is the correct way to come back and win this game. And it's taking a moment for him to decide just yet, which is totally understandable. Let's see here, guys. Okay. Let's see. Okay, guys. We are going to see that Raichu put into the active, but we're not yet being able to use... We had to expend an energy to retreat, so they will not be able to do it. It does seem a bit iffy to do it. It does look like we're going to retreat here to that Pikachu. We're going to be putting 90 damage in this Raichu, and that's going to be 0.1 for Captain Kerr. To answer the question, chat, yep, this is game 3. It is 1-1. Captain Kerr has taken game 2, and he's definitely trying to get a reverse sweep here and take game 3 now. So we are seeing that second Raichu put into the active. This could be a knockout if we have Lieutenant Surge in hand. I'm assuming we are if we... yep, Lieutenant Surge is here. The energy is going to be pulled off that Pikachu EX, and we're going to see a knockout onto this Pikachu EX from that Raichu. That's going to be 2 points for Analyst now. And we're going to have to see exactly how Captain Kerr decides he's going to come back. He does, however, already have a Pikachu halfway set up. And we're going to see how this goes. So it does look like we have a third basic. That is going to be 90 energy. And if we have a Giovanni, this is a knockout for a 0.2 for Captain Kerr, but that's not game just yet. So he is going to knock that Geo to do that 100 damage. And that Pikachu on the bench is still at 100 damage himself. He is not going to be able to do any damage, however, to the Pikachu EX. Unless he's able to put down some basics. And even then, if it's only one basic, it's only 2 basics, it's not going to be enough to really put Pikachu in an iffy spot here. And he concedes. That's going to be a win for Captain Kerr, and that reverse sweep is solidified. We're going to go on, pause the game here on that victory screen. Let's see how many more games we have left. We have 14 matches left, guys. It is round 8. So I do think we are probably not going to find any more streams right now. So let's get back to that metagame. Let's see how it's going, and we may have a really cool announcement beginning of next. Very cool announcement. It's, you know, same thing. But it's okay. It's okay. But I'm really excited. So, okay, guys. Let's see here. Let's see here. Whew. Guys, I'm going to bring up that metagame really quickly here. I'm going to quickly BRB. Sorry for leaving y'all. Just give me 1 second. Actually, I'll be fine. It's going to be at the beginning of next round, but yeah. I mean, thumbs up. But yeah, so let's go on and check out this metagame and see how it is progressing, guys. We do see that 7th win getting finally put in. And we are seeing here really just how many Pikachus and Mewtwo's are doing superbly well this game. We're still seeing a lot of Mewtwo's and Pikachus up here. We are still seeing that Arcanine and Moltres EX at the top of the pack here. It even won its 8th round. So it is still going strong. It is still doing very well. And let's see if there's any other decks that we want to look at. Okay. Oh, I just made my whole setup streak. 1 second, guys. Okay. So let's see here, guys. Let's check out just how this metagame is breaking down. We do only have about 6 matches left, 8 minutes. So we will be going into round 9 very soon. Okay. Let's see. Okay. It's really interesting to see this meta develop. I am really excited to see how it's going. I think a lot of, I wouldn't be surprised if we checked out these lists. We have a Jinx here for Scott's list. We have, let's see here, a Kangaskhan on Yunlong's list. And we have the baby Mewtwo. We have another baby Mewtwo. Like, it's really interesting to see how these deck lists are shaping out. It seems like a lot of these Pikachu lists that are just that normal traditional lists are not going to be doing as well this tournament. And a lot of these new Mewtwo lists are really rising up. We see another Mewtwo with the baby Mewtwo here. I would love to actually see, let's check out that Mewtwo EX and see just how many people are running it. It does look like we're seeing a lot of that baby Mewtwo EX over here, as you can see here. About 41% of these decks are running one baby Mewtwo. Maybe a little bit less if there are some that are running two, but it's very rare. We did see it by Saitama. Saitama was running two baby Mewtwo's this morning. But yeah, it's very interesting to see. It does look like some people are trying to cut out a Curlia, a Gardevoir, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's just because they do not have it yet. So yeah, I'm really excited to see how this continues to play out. We do have 1,000, it's insane how many Mewtwo's there are. So let's see, guys. We have 4 matches left. Let me check one thing real quick. On one. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so it's, I don't know, I think it's really nice to see all of these baby Mewtwo's popping up. I do want to give a huge shout out to our sponsor, guys, XP Collect. We are so appreciative to XP Collect for being willing to put the amount of, trust they do into our community. I am so happy that they would support our community the way they do. We have a 400 USD prize pool this week because of them. Thank you so much, XP Collect. If you guys are looking for any type of pre-orders to order the physical cards and things like that, I would definitely say to check out XP Collect. They have not had to cancel a pre-order in over 8 years, and that's pretty awesome in honesty. So we're gonna see exactly how that can, or we're just so appreciative to them for giving us the ability to have this prize pool. Thank you so much, XP Collect. You guys should definitely check them out. So let's continue to look more at this, guys. Let's see here. We got 3 more matches left, 4 minutes left in the round. And let's see. I actually am also not surprised here to see that the majority of the Pikachus in top 8 are also the Raichu decks. So the thing is I do think that, as we were talking about shortly earlier, there are so many Mewtwo players that are starting to put this baby Mewtwo into their deck, starting to put those 1 point tanks into their deck, which allows them to have lines to be able to come back against Pikachu, even when Gardevoir is not an option, or when we're not able to draw into those Gardevoirs. And you're really seeing that in the Pokemon that are coming back, are really appearing in these top 8 here right now. We are top 32 tomorrow, so top 8 is not the only important thing here. But you're really seeing that all these Raichus at the top are the Pikachus that are continuing to win. And I do think that is because of those 1 point attackers. Raichu is able to still knock out that baby Mewtwo. They're able to knock out Kangaskhan. They're able to knock out Jinx in a single hit without sacrificing more than 1 point themselves. And that's really important when you're wanting to have that point trade be in your favor. So I think having that Raichu might be the correct option for the Pikachu decks as they're starting to face off versus the Mewtwo's. So let's see, guys. So let's see here. We do also see a Blaine list, which I think is going to be a lot of fun. We actually are going to top 32 tomorrow for our day 2, so that's going to be all the way down to here. The top 32 of the list all do make it their way into day 2, so all of these are important to look at. We are seeing currently a couple Starmies. We see a Starmie Greninja, a Starmie Articuno. We're seeing a couple Charizards down here. We're seeing that Blaine that we mentioned shortly. So we're going to have to see exactly who continues to be in the top 32 as we get closer to the end. We have about 2 rounds left, and I am going to announce something before we go into our last round, guys. So let me bring up everything I need. Let me give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. So I'm very, very, very excited to see how this is going. I love seeing that this meta is really kind of getting shaken up. I think the meta is still, I mean, it's kind of in its infancy. We have a lot of people, we have that like initial meta where Pikachu obviously is the BDIF, but we're starting to see these techs come in, like that Baby Mewtwo, those Kangaskhan, those Jinx, right? That are so important for how these games really end up playing out. So we have about 1 minute left. But yeah, let's really quickly. Then it will be done based on their tiebreakers. You do see the tiebreakers here: opponent win percentage and opponent's opponent win percentage. Okay. Yeah, you can see the tiebreaker stat here. So yeah, okay, guys. We have about, time is officially called, and so guys, I do want to do a really quick announcement while we are getting it all figured out. Here's the announcement. The next Pokemon Pocket Live is officially live, and that should be to both. Let me make sure it's to both chats real quick, because I was supposed to go to both chats. So the next Pokemon Pocket Weekly for Ursiiday, Ursiiday's Pokemon Pocket Weekly is officially live. Please, please, please make sure you are signed up, guys, if you are interested in the tournament. And make sure that you're signed up. You don't need to put your deck list in just yet, but we are about to go for the next round. So I did want to go on and announce that next sign up before we get going. So please, please, please make sure to sign up, guys. It does not seem to have dropped into the YouTube channel, so I will drop that there. Why is it not going? Oh, maybe it's like too long. Let's see. There we go. I have now posted it into the YouTube channel as well. And with that being said, we are going to go on and double check with the judges that everything is good. Games are done, it looks like. And so let me just quickly Okay, I posted that as well. And so let's go on and get the next round out, guys. It does look like all games are completed and we can go on and get started. So we are officially going into round 9, guys. Round 9 is officially live. The pairings are up. Let me quickly announce that into the Discord and we can get going. Okay. Okay, guys, let's see exactly what we are going to be able to play next. We can go in and also see exactly how the standings shaped out. We do see that our K9 Moltres already are still in first place right now, and we're going to have to see if that continues to be the case. We do still also have 2 Mewtwo EXs that are undefeated and 2 Pikachu EXs that are undefeated. But we still have a while to go, or 2 more rounds to go until we are done with day 1. We do have a day 2 that we're going to be playing tomorrow. Same time tomorrow, guys. We're going to be playing day 2 here on the stream, on YouTube, on Twitch. We're going to be streaming live the day 2. All rounds will be shown, or at least a game from every round will be shown. And it's going to be super, super, super exciting. I'm so excited for it. We're doing top 32 tomorrow, and I'm really excited to see how this works out and how it, I just love seeing how this community is just growing, and I'm really glad that we can foster such a competitive but fun and friendly community at the same time. Okay, guys, so let me go on and check out who we have live here. That is round 9 that is live right now. And let's see here. Standings. Something. Memes. Okay. Okay, guys, we do officially have that sign up live, and our next game is going. So just give me 1 second while I find us our next round. It is officially round 9 in the tournament. I am so, so, so excited to see how some of these matchups are playing out, guys. Okay. Do think it would be fun to watch the Phil again. He is playing that Arbok Weezing, which is super, super interesting to see. And he's going to be going against, let's see here, a Charizard Moltres. So 2 not super meta decks. I mean, Charizard is a little bit more meta, but let's see here. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. It happens sometimes. My bad on that. Okay, we're gonna go into round 9 now. Let's see. And we are going live, guys. So we are watching that Weezing Arbok versus the Moltres EX Charizard EX deck here. We do actually have that Moltres and those Charizards on the bench, Charmanders on the bench. That is a perfect setup for that Charizard, but it is really going to be wanting to find that Charmeleon and that Charizard itself. On the side of Weezing, we have a pretty good setup as well. Our first energy is attached to that Weezing, a second energy attached to that Ekans, and it's going to start wanting to find that Arbok, powering it up and getting it going. Yeah, I think this matchup is really interesting to watch. It can be a little bit difficult, but I think overall it's a really, really fun one. Let's see. Okay, here, guys. Let's see here. And we're seeing that Moltres flip right now. He wants as many energies as he can get onto his bench. So, oh, and 3 energies are going onto that bench. They now have 4 energies on that Charmander, 1 onto that other Moltres, but we still don't have a Charmeleon. We don't have a Charizard, so there's still a lot of ground to go for this Charizard player if he even wants to get into the game here. We're going to have to see exactly how this plays out. It's definitely a little bit difficult. So yeah, I think there's a little bit of a misplay, in my opinion, to attach that mini onto the Charmander when we don't even have that Charmeleon just yet. And so we're going to have to see. I do think it's really fun to hit those big energies. I do think it's a little bit of a misplay. We're kind of wanting to probably retreat back this Moltres very soon so that we can put that other Moltres up, maybe even be attacking with that other Moltres. And we cannot do that just now. So let's see here. We are going to be retreating back to the other Moltres, but it's not really set up now. It does have that 1 energy that it can use, but we still have a Charmeleon and a Zard that we have to find if we really want to rely on those Charizard attackers instead of trying to put some damage in from the Moltres itself. So let's see. Let's see here. Yeah, I think we'll have to see how this really works out here. Yeah, I feel like Arbok kind of farms this this board state right now. The Moltres cannot do anything to punish an Arbok itself. As in, like, the Arbok can't, or the Moltres won't be able to punish back because all I can do is attach energies. And you could Sabrina around a Charizard with this many energies on it. So we'll have to see what they decide to do just yet. They attach more energies to the Charmanders that are not anywhere near evolved. So let's see here, guys. Let's see here. We are seeing an Arbok getting evolved now, which is good for Phil's side, but Juhu really wants to get that Charmeleon, that Charizard, and there is no energies on these Moltres right now that would allow them to be attackers if we don't run into those cards. That is a big hand that Juhu has, but it doesn't matter if you don't run into the cards that you need. It just does not matter if you don't run into the cards that you don't need. So we're going to see here soon what really happens. He's looking for that Charmeleon. He's looking for that Charizard. Guys, he has that second energy now attached to that Moltres. But if he had attached some of those energies onto this Moltres earlier, we could also be seeing some 70 damage come down, start putting some pressure back onto Phil here. But we'll have to see what shapes out. We are going to see another Moltres attack. 2 energies are going back to the bench, and they get attached to another Charmander now. We're going to see another 70 be able to be put down by Phil here. 50 coming in from the actual attack, and that energy ticks, bringing it down even further. So we are going to see that 30 damage attack here, taking it to 60. And with those 2 poison ticks, we are then going to go on and be at 30 by the time it comes back to Wheezing here. Or 20 by the time he's at Wheezing. So let's see here, guys. Let's see. We are seeing a 3rd energy now attached onto this Moltres in the active. And we do see a Sabrina now that's hopefully going to pull up one of Phil's Pokemon, it looks like. If he puts up either that Coughing or that Ekans, we are probably going to see at least that first point come down. Oh, sorry, guys. I do need to wipe the score. Sorry about that. I do need to wipe the score here. Okay. Okay, we are going to see that 70 attack finally come down from that Moltres. That is going to be a point for Phil now. Nobody look at that. Nobody saw the 1. Right, guys? No one saw the 1. I assume Phil is going to be putting that Wheezing back up. And he's going to really... We still don't see a Charmeleon yet. I feel like a broken toy repeating that over and over. But that does mean we're probably going to see a knockout onto this Moltres. That's going to be... That's wrong side as well. My bad on that. That will be probably 2 points for that wheezing here. And we're just going to have to see exactly how this shapes out here. And I assume we're going to see this knockout from wheezing now. We are seeing that red card, but I mean, he still doesn't have a Charmeleon. I'm not really sure I would have red carded that point if the big worry is hitting the Charmeleon. Maybe it's not the big worry anymore. And we will see those 2 points come in now from that wheezing side. That will be 2 points for Phil now. Okay. The question is, what did he draw into with that red card now? It could be a Charmeleon. It could be a Charizard. We really don't know. And neither does Phil. Let's see here. Okay. And that is going to be concession. Phil does take game 1 now. And we're going to cover up their screen while they set up game 2. We are starting game 2 now. We are going to go in and see that it looks like Phil is going first here, but he is immediately able to really fill up his bench. Wheezing while coughing is the correct one that we went to the active, and Juhu does not have the Moltres just yet. Having that Charmander stuck in the active could be a bit of a problem here. We are going to be wanting to see that Moltres in the active in some way. I don't know if he's going to have an X-Speed. An X-Speed would save this moment, but having to waste the energy to retreat that Charmander will be a bit of an issue for Juhu if that is how it works out here. Okay, guys. Let's see. We do go in and see that that energy attached to the wheezing now. That's going to be a gas leak. And potentially the first 30 damage onto this Charmander now. That will put him at 20 health. And then potentially at 10 as well if it remains in the active. Okay, guys. We do see the retreat back, and we do actually get a Charmeleon this time on the Charmander with no damage on it. This is going to hope this Moltres is going to want to put as much energy as he can onto that Charmeleon now. But Juhu really wants to set up 2 attackers that even if Sabrina, he can continue to attack with. And then if that Pokemon gets captured in the active because Arbok is there, he'll be able to continue attack with that attacker as well. So Juhu's real goal here is getting up 2 attackers that is able to be attacking whoever is, or the Arbok. And we are going to see those 2 energies back on that Charmeleon now. We are going to see the first 30 damage onto the Moltres from the wheezing here. We're going to see a tick of damage that is going to bring him to 100, and we're going to see exactly where these energies fall. Again, we do immediately see a Charizard EX, which is really good for Juhu this game. It is only game 2 right now, so Juhu can come back. We are going to see how this works out just yet, guys. Okay. We saw that hand attach onto that Charizard, and we're going to see a potion come onto that Moltres that does bring him up the threshold of 2 more circulations of damage. But we're going to have to see how it continues. We are going to go on and see Inferno Dance now. Just how many energies is he going to get? Let me see. And 1 energy is all the Moltres is going to do attached to his bench. I'm interested. It does seem to get onto that Charizard. and which he is deciding to power up now. Okay. Okay. Phil is got a little bit of a more difficult game this time. He has his Weezing active. He has a Muck he's powering up, but it seems that he does not have any Arbok, or we will be powering up those as well. Okay, guys. It does seem like a little bit more of a difficult decision this game. And we do see 30 more damage come onto that Moltres now. So we are currently 0-0, 1-0 for this match, this round. 1-0 on the side of Phil, but no points have been taken by either side, and it does look like we're going to see the first knockouts by this Charmander here, by this Charizard here, doing 200 damage to this 110 Weezing. So that is going to be the first point for Juhu here. The person I'm watching has a German screen, and I just pronounced the J. So that is a first point for Juhu here. So we will have to see what he chooses to do. We are promoting that Ekans, but it has no energy on it. I'm not sure promoting Ekans is the best play by Phil here. Ekans is only 60 health, which means Charizard doesn't even need to discard energy to be able to knock out this turn. So this could have been a little bit of a misplay. We are going to see that pass, and that does mean that Ekans is probably going to just be knocked out immediately right now without any type of, damage being put onto that Charizard just yet. Okay. We are seeing a red card onto Phil here. I think that's what it was. And we are going to see that 60 damage go down. That is going to be 0.2 for Juhu. And we're now deciding as Phil exactly who to put up. But this might be game, essentially. We are going to see the concession as expected. And we are now waiting just for that next, the third game. We are 1-1. It is anyone's game still. We could see a reverse sweep from Juhu. We could see the Phil take the game back. We're going to have to see exactly how it plays out here, guys. Okay. Okay, and we are going to start that next round now, or next game now. So we do have almost like a perfect start for Juhu here. He is going first, so he will not be able to attach this turn. But we are, it is 1-1 between Juhu and Phil. We are going to see that pass over to that Coughing, and we're going to see exactly how many Pokemon the Phil can get down onto his bench. Juhu is going to want to find a Charmander, but he might have held it in his hand so that he is able to evade any type of Sabrina. But that does also open him up to any red card attacks as well. So we're going on and seems to be attaching to that Coughing now. That is going to be 20 damage onto that Moltres, start getting damage onto this Fire Moltres. So let's see here. Yeah, this 20 is definitely relevant. It does take it it is definitely relevant here in this matchup for sure. So let's see here, guys. Okay, so we are gonna have another research come down the side. Wait, was that no? We have a red card come down on the side Juhu onto Phil. We're going to have to see if those cards are going to be helpful for Phil or worse. And we can go from here. Okay, guys. We're going to see that Moltres Inferno dance now. And we are getting those energies, at least one energy onto that Charmander. It is not a lot, but it is a start. It is a start. So let's see here. Okay. It does look like we got Sabrina back to his Ekans. Now we're going to retreat back to the coughing. Do we see Wheezing? And we do see a Wheezing here that is going to be 30 to 50 damage with that poison. And it does look like we may see a Sabrina that's going to bring Charmander back out. And that means Charmander is going to be in the active where Wheezing is able to start getting damage on it. And that's really, really bad for our Charizard player here. That's going to leave Charmander at only 10 health, and it's going to or 20 health, and it is going to have to retreat and discard this energy that is on it that the Moltres is trying to power up. We are going to see that research come down now. We are going to see that energy come down now, or retreat come down now. We do have an X speed, so we do get to save that energy. Moltres is being re-promoted, but that does hurt to have such a little health left on there. We do have that Charmeleon. However, another Sabrina would spell out that 50 damage and potentially be a knockout for Wheezing. We're going to see how many heads we get here with that Moltres now. He wants at least one more if he wants to be able to retreat if he gets Sabrina, but he's going to want a lot more if he wants to sweep with Charizard. Okay. We are going to see that coin flip. Ooh. 1, 2? That's 2 energies on that Charmeleon now, putting him up to 3. With a Charizard, that's still 60 damage, which is not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, guys. Presumably, we're going to see that energy, or that poison, that attack now. Let's see how this works out, guys. Okay. Yep, we have that gas leak. And that's going to be a tackle. That's going to put him at 20 and then 10. And now Charmeleon has to research or evolve or he gets knocked out. If he has the evolution, to be fair, he will be able to do 200 damage to this Wheezing. And I'm not sure how set up this Arbok is. I'm not sure how set up this Arbok is, or if we have an Arbok in hand to be able to deal with that. We do have a Charizard come down that is going to be able to do 200 damage to the Wheezing and knock him out. And we're going to have to see exactly what the response of Phil is here. So we are going to see the 200 damage like expected. That is going to put us up to 1 point for Juhu. And now we see that Ekans in the active. The question is, does Phil have the Arbok? I assume he has the Arbok, but I do think it's the correct play regardless, because otherwise you would have that Pokemon stuck in the active. So let's see here. Does he have Arbok? Does he have Arbok? Otherwise, this might be GG, guys. This may be GG. So let's see. We do retreat back to that Grimer. That does mean we don't have Arbok. And we are going to see 60 damage from that Charizard. But it is not the 200 damage that Juhu is really going to be wanting to put in. Okay. We do see that retreat to the other Moltres now. That is going to let us repower up that Charizard. Oh, but we see the 70 attack. That is going to be 0.2 for Juhu. And the question now truly is, does Phil have the Arbok? Does Phil have the Arbok? and that will be a concede. So it does appear that he doesn't have it. I'm gonna see if who we can get up next, guys. Give me 1 second, and I'm gonna see exactly who is still going. Oh, nope. I went to go see if Captain Kerr was up. He is not. Okay. Okay, so let me see who else is still going, or if anyone else is still going. Oh, wow. The Blastoise is still in. He is 7-2. Maybe we can watch the Blastoise next round, because I do think the X2s are going to have to play. We'll see. I do think, though, however, with that, we don't really have anybody to watch, guys. Let's go on and flip over. Wait, do we have anyone? KST is no longer streaming Discord. Let's see if anybody else is streaming. It doesn't look like we're gonna have anyone to stream, guys. So give me 1 second. Okay, let me get up that metagame so we can chat about it, and we can see exactly how the games are coming out. Okay. Hi, guys. Let's talk more, I guess, about how this metagame is really shaping out. We only have about 12 matches left to finish this round, but there is still 14 minutes left, so we'll see how it goes. But give me a moment so we can check this over, see how it's really going, and then go from. Okay, so let's check out the standings. Who's ready to check out the standings? I'm ready to check out the standings, okay? Okay. Whew. Okay, guys, let's see how this is going. So let's see the Arcanine. The Arcanine lost their last round versus Mewtwo, but my god, look at this gauntlet that this Arcanine EX Moltres EX has really been having to face. I'm still so surprised by those early Mewtwo successes. So huge shout out for those. But we're gonna have to see how these continue to work out here. He did end up getting knocked out by this Mewtwo EX Gardevoir. I do think it's like a Kangaskhan or a Jinx variant. We can check that out real quick. This is that Jinx variant that I talked about briefly. So that does mean Scott is still 9-0. Captain Kerr is also 9-0 still. And then we had another Mewtwo and Pikachu matchup. Yeah, I do believe that 9-0s are definitely in a position. Or I'm gonna not say anything. I'm not saying anything on that end. We have a good number of 7-1s that are still competing, whether or not they're not still competing, but still they could be 8-1 now. They could be 7-2. We'll have to see how that ends up shaping out. But I would love to look at how this metagame is really working out the further and further we get into this tournament. We're seeing a lot of these win percentages go below 50%. We do see that Raichu EX. We do see that Arcanine at 50%. Those are really the only, or this Pikachu Zapdos is doing okay, that are still staying above 50% here. So let's see how Mewtwo EX Gardevoir is really starting to shape out with this tournament. Let's. Okay. Okay, guys. Let's see here. Ooh. We have, let's see here. So we have 2 of those 8-0s still going. I am not exactly sure how this one ended up going. Yeah, so both of the Mewtwo's did win their pairings. They are both going to be 9-0 going into the 10th round shortly. We have about 7 matches left before that round is over. So there are about 10 rounds today. About 10 rounds today that we are watching. So super exciting to see. We're going to see how this goes, though. So that meta game I wanted to look at. We wanted to see how the matchups ended up really going here. So we see a couple of different matchups here. It's got 100% against Alakazam Hypno, which I think is a little bit interesting. But let's see how those really, the numbers where we saw a lot of the matchups really do square out. So versus Moltres Centiskorch, which is definitely not a meta deck, I'm definitely interested to see how it does decide to play out. Arcanine obviously is a new variant of the Moltres decks that we've been seeing do pretty well. I mean, it is definitely, it looks like it could potentially be in our top cut. And so we'll have to see how those continue to work. I wonder if we could see Centiskorch in the future. Centiskorch does, I do believe, 130. Am I right on that? He does 130 damage, which is honestly a lot. It's honestly a lot of damage. It's more than Arcanine does, and he's only 1 point. It is, however, it is a discard energy, and it is a Pokemon that gets knocked out a little bit easier. So it is really interesting to see there. But I am really interested to see how this works out. We do see some Aerodactyls in this list, some baby Moltres in this list. And we see the Ponyta, Rapidash, there's a number of different cards, but I'm really interested to see if this deck is going to appear in our top 32 tomorrow. Okay. Then the next one we're going to see here is that Dragonite Articuno that's got an 85% win rate against. We looked at this briefly. It's a really interesting deck, but I'm not really sure exactly how well it's going to do in the long run. It didn't seem to do very well in the tournament at all. So we'll see if that really does lead anywhere. This Machamp EX and Marowak EX, we've been seeing some pretty good success in the tournament with this deck. I'm not sure how it ended up doing towards the latter half of the tournament, but it was doing well fairly early. Machamp EX and Marowak EX are both definitely trying to capitalize on that attack advantage, that type advantage versus Pikachu. That being said, Machamp EX does so much damage, and he is very, very big. He's got a lot of health, and he's able to deal with a lot of those attacks that are going into him. Even Mewtwo EX is not able to one-shot Machamp EX in most cases. However, guys, you do see here that we are having an 83% win rate against it, so it doesn't seem to be as big of a problem as some people may expect. We have 4 matches left. We also obviously have a flat Pikachu EX. Not really sure how that works out. I think that's a little bit of a mishap. Moltres Ninetales is also, I'm not sure that this one is a really good play though, because Moltres Ninetales definitely does rely really heavily on that Blaine to do upwards of 120 damage, and otherwise it's only doing 90, which is just not enough to be doing big attacks into like Moltres, into Pikachu, like not consistently enough at least to warrant that Moltres, in my opinion. There's Marowak Sandslash, who's also trying to capitalize on that type advantage into Pikachu that has got a 75% win rate against. Executor Butterfree has a 75% win rate against. Sandslash Dugtrio, 75%. It's Marowak and Primeape, it's got a 72% win rate against. Starmie EX, 71. We see that Blaine deck, it's beating 68% of the time. Mewtwo is absolutely dominating the Blaine deck right now. It's absolutely insane. And we do really see down here with that Arcanine Moltres EX, it has a 63% win rate. It did just push that Arcanine EX that we saw that was undefeated into the X1 bracket. I still think that's okay. So we'll have to see how that works out. really down here, though, with that Pikachu Zebstrika, we're really seeing a lot of wins against Pikachu this tournament for Mewtwo. Mewtwo has recently gotten a tech for the baby Mewtwo, which is really, really helpful against most Pikachu variants. And honestly, I'm not really sure how quickly Pikachu EX is going to respond. We have about 5 minutes or 4 rounds left till the next round, guys. And then we are going to be able to stream round 10, which is going to be the last round of the tournament. I'm very excited about it. But please, please, please remember, everyone, we are going to have day 2 tomorrow. It is going to be 1 p.m. EST once again. It is going to be so exciting to watch. It is a top 32. We're going to follow all the rounds and see how it works out. So I'm really, really, really excited about that round, or about tomorrow, guys. Please, please, please tune in for day 2. I am so excited for that top 32. Okay. Whew. That being said, back to here. It is doing really well against Zebstrika with that new tech. We're seeing with Electrode, it's also doing very well. But I do think the response that Pikachu probably needs to have, I don't know if should have is the correct one, and maybe there's a different one out there, is that Raichu. If I can find Pikachu Raichu. Above it? Did I miss it? Raichu. Pikachu. Yeah, and so here is the response I do think it needs to have. Let's see here. For Twitch. So the response is probably this Pikachu Raichu. Raichu is able to knock out that baby Pikachu, that baby Mewtwo, which does give it more of a chance to still knock out those Mewtwo's before it's able to fully power up. And so I think that's why you are seeing this Pikachu Raichu a little bit lower here. I am surprised to see Pikachu EX Zapdos, but there could still be one Raichu in here for it to be there. We do have about 2 more matches left in the round, guys, before we're going to the next one. I think this is really funny, that 49%, but it is because of the ties. So let's see how this goes, guys. I'm really excited for our 10th round to see who is going to be in our top 32. Top 32 is going to be so exciting tomorrow. This is my first day 2 that I'm streaming. I'm really excited to see how this turns out, and depending how, and we'll see if we continue to do them. I am very, very, very excited, though. So yeah. Okay, guys. We also see here, we have that Arbok Wheezing that Mewtwo EX is not doing well against. That is a 51 matches here, I do believe. And it only has a 25% win rate. That is just, it's definitely a counter for the Mewtwo deck. That Arbok Wheezing is definitely a counter to the Mewtwo EX deck. We have about 1 match left, guys, until the end of round 9. Let's see, guys. Oh, let's see. There's been so many rounds. It's insane how big this tournament. I'm really happy for how it went. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you so much for watching the tournament, guys. Thank you so much for playing in it. I really, really am so appreciative for all the support, guys. And thank you so much. And we're going to have to see how this continues to work out. We have about 1 match left. Why don't we just check out what that match is? And it is right here. It is Moot versus Z. Should I click it? Moot versus Z. Why don't we just check in the standings? That way I don't feel bad if, like, something's happening in chat. So it is it does. Guys, is there a Zapdos EX Hypno that is in contention for top 32 tomorrow? Is there a Zapdos EX Hypno that's in contention for top 32 tomorrow? Okay, interesting. And then the other one is Z, who is a Pikachu Electro deck. But that is such an I don't know what that deck is. I don't know what that deck is. No, he's not guaranteed. He's in contention for it. He's in contention. I think he does have to win out. He has to win his next round as well, is my assumption here. But that is so surprising to see. Because I don't really see many Hypnos do well. So we'll have to see how that continues. And yeah, guys. Let's see. Oh, okay. Just stretch my shoulders for a second. Okay. Let's see. We have that 30 seconds left in the round, guys. They could tie, though, again. I'm not really sure how 2 ties work. I think that could be an issue. I think it could be an issue. So let's see here. I don't know if it's going to actually happen, but that would be awesome to see for sure. So we have 11 seconds left in the round, guys. Let's see how this goes. I'm very excited for how this tournament has turned out. Thank you guys so much for playing in it tonight. So yeah, thank you guys so much. So let's see here, guys. I think we should be able to start fairly soon. So just give me 1 second. Our timeout has been called. Okay, guys. 1 second. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to start the next round, guys. We're all good here. Here, next round. Okay. Whew. Okay, guys. Round 10 is officially up. Pairings are out. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me for 10 rounds. 10 rounds, guys. That's absolutely insane. Huge shout out to all of you for willing to be playing in this. Thank you guys so much for playing, and we are going to get into this last round. At the end of the round, we are you holding up? No, we're round 10. Round 10. We are, at the end of this round, we're going to talk about the top 32. We're going to talk about what tomorrow is. Tomorrow is day 2, and I am so excited for us to play the game. So, let's see, guys. Let's see how this goes. Okay. We have one. We're going to see exactly who is playing. I'm assuming some of the 9-0s are going to tie. I don't know how the 1-0s are looking. It does look like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 20, 21, 22, 24. 24 people over 8-1 and higher. So I think we have about 8 spots that the 7-2s are playing for, is my assumption here. And so let's see exactly how we go. Let's see, guys. Let's see who is going to be streaming their games. Let's see who's going to be streaming their games. So let's see. Okay, guys, I think a really fun one to watch today is going to be that Blastoise EX. Blastoise EX is potentially fighting for a day 2 here. And I think that's going to be so interesting. But maybe I'm a little bit biased because I think it's just funny. These are really funny deck. I think it's a really funny deck. So I'm going to go on and get prepped for that, guys. Give me 1 second while we check that out. And towards the end, we can start watching and seeing who is really... It is going to be that Blastoise EX versus another Mewtwo. I think that is one of its best matchups, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong on that. But yeah, so give me 1 second to set up our round 10 match. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. I really, really, really do appreciate it. So give me 1 moment. Yo, come back here. Come back here. Come back here, opponent's name. There we go. Round 10. Okay, so let's see here, guys. Okay, let's get immediately into the game, guys. I'm so excited for us to watch this round. It is a Blastoise EX Mewtwo deck versus a Mewtwo EX deck. So it is so interesting. I'm so excited to watch. This is the last round for today. We are going to have a day 2 tomorrow. So let's watch this. These decks are still in contention for day 2. I think all the 7 ones are kind of in. So we'll have to see how that goes. Okay, guys, let's see now. Okay, so that Mewtwo EX on the top is also using the baby Mewtwo, which is going to help protect its Mewtwo EX. But as this Blastoise is honestly going to want to delay as much as it can. It wants to make a Blastoise EX, and it wants to get powered up to 5 energies, and then it can one-shot anything on Azume's board. That being said, on the side of Azume, he is able to actually attack with that baby Mewtwo. We could have seen it attack as early as next turn since he's already set up that Gardevoir. That's exactly what he wants. But it looks like they are currently 0 and 0. I can't see how many energies are on that. It does look like there's a lot of energies on the Wartortle, guys. We just saw a really big smile from the streamer. So he's definitely, it seems like he might be doing okay with this. We're going to have to see how this goes, though. We are going to see that 120 attack come onto that Mewtwo, that baby Mewtwo here. I assume we're going to promote that other baby Mewtwo, and that's going to be 0.1, though, for Azume. 0.1 for Azume. Okay. So we see another energy attached to that Wartortle now. We're really looking for that Blastoise. It seems we still do not have Blastoise. And so that we are really hoping not to have a Sabrina here, or that is going to be a loss for Aloe. Oh, and the Sabrina does come down. That is going to be a knockout into that Wartortle, and that is going to be game 1. I'm going to go and hide their chat or their stream for a second. So let's see here, guys. Let's see here. Whew. Yeah, this is the last round for today, but we are going to have top 32 tomorrow, 1 p.m. EST. These are 7 and 2. Both of our players are currently 7 and 2. They're both in contention for top 32. They do need to win this round to be in contention for it. Okay, so we are starting up that next game now. Whoever loses this is 100% out for day 2, guys. But they only are potentially going to be in for day 2 as well if they win. So we are both starting Mewtwo and Mewtwo here. We are going to want to see that that Wartortle, that Blastoise. We are going to need to get all ready and set up and see how it goes. Okay, we do get a second baby Mewtwo on the side of Aloe here, which will be able to help protect. Okay, so we do, we're really looking for that Wartortle. It is not happening though, if I'm being honest. Wait, I'm wrong. Wartortle has appeared, guys. Wartortle has appeared, and we only are looking for a Blastoise now, and we see a Fossil come down as well to protect. We do, however, see that Curly up in on Azume's side, but since there's only one energy attached to the to that baby Mewtwo, we're not worried about getting knocked out for 120, even if he does find Gardevoir. That'll be a next turn problem. We are going to go in and discard that Fossil, however. We are attaching another energy. Oh, and Blastoise has appeared, chat. Blastoise has appeared. That means potentially we could see a wipe now, depending how many energies on there. There are currently 3 energies in the Blastoise. We're 2 turns away, or a Misty and a turn away from that 160 damage that Blastoise can do turn after turn after turn. Okay. And that does look like we have 3 energies now on that Mewtwo. It's a question about whether or not they have a Gardevoir, if there will be attack, and there was not an attack, meaning we do attach our 4th energy to that Blastoise now, and we can just pass. And with that, we're probably going to see an attack from this baby Mewtwo. I'm not even sure if it's actually the correct play, though, if I'm being completely honest. The thing is, if he attacks with this baby Mewtwo, that means that Blastoise EX can immediately be promoted, and he can do the 160 damage every turn. But if he doesn't knock out the baby Mewtwo, then our player here would actually need 2 X speeds to be able to attack for that 160. So yep, we see a pass like we were hoping for a moment. And we can now potentially start powering up that Mewtwo on the back. Or depending how our players want to play it. We do see another energy on that Blastoise now, and we do pass that game back to Azume here. Let's see. Okay. Valentine, I'm so glad you got to play. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you so much for playing in the tournament. Melmeadow's awesome. So we are going to be looking for a way to get this baby Mewtwo back onto the bench. We are seeing that first energy attached now. I'm not really sure about this 5th energy on the Mewtwo, but obviously there's not a reason not to put it there. But honestly, he's going to want to start retreating here, getting his way back. He needs to find a way to be able to put damage on that Blastoise before he's able to do his first attack. But I'm not sure exactly how he's going to end up doing that here. Okay, so we are going to see that 120 from that Mewtwo now, and that is going to be, oh, I forgot to reset that, the first point for Azumi here. But however, the thing is this Blastoise has so much energy on it, he is going to be able to knock out anyone that's put into the active. So this is going to be 160 attacking this Mewtwo. That other Mewtwo could potentially do damage, but it doesn't really matter because that is just another turn where then that Blastoise is going to be able to respond. However, I will say it does look like we're looking to promote that Gardevoir. That Gardevoir does have 1 energy on it, and that does mean it could do 60 in the next turn. Thank you, channel. Let's see here. Oh, Valentine, thank you so much for the raid. I'm so sorry for not. I just swapped over to Streamlabs to be able to do the stream, and so I'm still like getting used to the notifications. Thank you so much for that raid, Valentine. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, buddy. Okay. We are going to see that red card come down. I'm not really sure how much it's going to be able to do here, though. We do see... Oh, this might actually be a knock. This might actually be a win for Azumi here, because it looks like we're going to power up that Gardevoir, attack with that Gardevoir, and unless we somehow have 2 potions, Mewtwo is going to be able to knock out this... Blastoise in the next turn, and there's no way for us to force up that that Mewtwo EX either. Furthermore, with this Mewtwo EX here, he's not going to be Mewtwo baby Mewtwo here. He's not going to be able to be doing the do any type of attack. He's not running Psychic Energy, and you do need 2 Psychic Energy to be able to do real attacks with, or do the attack with Mewtwo. Okay, so we do see a Sabrina down, but that does just mean another Gardevoir is put into the active, which is a little bit of a problem. We are going to do that 160 damage right now. That is going to be enough to, you know, hit, but honestly, the Mewtwo EX can now swing back and take its 2 points. And that will be enough to close out game 2, which should finish off this round. I believe they are 1-0. Okay. There's still about 70 matches left this round, guys. So let me see if I can find another stream to watch. Let me find if we can find another stream to watch real quick, guys. Let me find that really quick. Okay. I'm gonna try to watch some more 7 and 2s that are still in contention potentially. I think that'll be good. It is still in progress, it looks like, for Numentel, which will be one we can bring up here. Okay, and they're 1-0 right now. Let's see. Let's see if I can. Let's see. Is gonna go on and close that one, and then we can get this next one going. Doop, doop. Doop. Okay, that looks to be all correct. Let me just get the stream set up then. Okay, and we'll transition over. Okay. Okay, guys. Let's see here. They are currently 1-0 on the side of Numental. Numentanali? And we are seeing here that it is already going to be Curlia, that Ralt's in the active, and we are passing on to. I do assume we have 1 energy onto the Mewtwo, but I cannot really see from how he has his board cut right now. So let's see here, guys. It does look like Zapdos now has its 2nd energy onto that Zapdos. It is now on the turn of Numentel, but we do seem to have a Kirlia that we can put up. Does look like we could have a Kirlia to put up here potentially, but we do have to worry about that Kirlia getting knocked out. Maybe we see a retreat here. We do not see a retreat here by that Kirlia, and it does seem like we either are getting an assured 20 damage, or we could get a head flip with a very high % chance of hitting that single heads that it needs to knock out. That being said, I've seen Zapdos hit 0 heads. We all have. It's still a possibility. It's still a possibility here. And so we'll have to see what Crack decides to do with this. So let's see. And it does look like Electorb is going to be promoted to the active. Electorb is going to be able to do 70 damage to this Kirlia here. And that's going to be first point for Crack. Okay, so we are going to have to see what this Mewtwo does. Mewtwo was able to get 3 energies on it, which does mean it should be able to knock out at least 1 Pokemon, potentially 2, depending how it works out. And we are going to go on to that 4 energies and do 150 on to Selectorb. He's going to have to take 2 turns to power up now. That is 2 turns that I'm assuming he's taking or allowing that Zapdos to begin to put damage into this Mewtwo. He's going to need at least 3 heads over that time. If he's got a potion, it can be upwards of 4 heads. So that's, I mean, probably good odds where he's going to hit it, but we'll see how it ends up working out. So we are going to see here, guys, if he gets 3 heads, the Mewtwo is knocked out for this round, and we are on to a game 3. 1, 2, 3, and that's a knockout onto that Mewtwo, which is going to be that is going to be game 2 on the side of our player, on the opposite side of our player here. I am going to go on and hide their game here, and we will wait for the next round. Thank you, View, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Honestly, I'm sad I missed LEIC this year, but let's go into our next game then, guys. We are officially into game 3 now, and I am so excited to see how this match ends up going. It's going to be a fun one for sure. It's going to be an interesting one for sure here. Let's see. Okay, guys, and we are seeing that Blitzel, that Voltorb go on and be put on that bench. We do start with a Ralts on the side of Numentel here, but it's questionable if he's just hiding what cards he has. I don't know if the Pikachu has red card. We are going to see a Pokeball come down. That is going to be another Mon that we are wanting to put on that Pikachu side. For each basic electric Pokemon on Crack's side, it will power up the Pikachu attack to do 30 more damage. So right now, we don't even have a Pikachu down, but a Pikachu down would then be upwards of 90. Meanwhile, this Blitzel will be able to do 20 next turn. So with that Zapdos, if we have a retreat, and we'll have to see how it goes. We are starting on the side. I don't think we have a Mewtwo. He almost conceded. Did you guys see that? He almost conceded. We are going to see that Ralts attack do 2 damage onto that Blitzel. This is a very, very sad last game from Numentel. It will knock him probably out of contention for top 32. And we're going to have to see how it goes, guys. This is going to be 30 damage onto that Ralts here. And potentially another 30 that following turn. We do have another Ralts now. Ow. So let's see. We're gonna do another 10 damage with the Ralts, I assume here. Oh, we're retreating back to the fully healthy Ralts and doing another 10 damage. But sad thing is Zabriska can go wherever he wants. He can attack the active, he can attack the bench, and we'll see how it keeps going. So let's see here. Let's see. What is that smirk? What just happened to play on his screen? So let's see. Does look like we're probably in a concession here, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, guys. We have about 20 matches left to go, and are we conceding? I can't tell. We keep opening the chat, and I can't tell if we're going to concede or not. We are going to get that 30 extra damage onto that Ralston bench, and that is going to be a knockout. That'll be 1 point for Crack. If he wants to concede, he can, obviously. We'll have to see what ends up happening here. We do end up getting a Curlia, but it does seem to be still no Mewtwo, which is going to be a problem. Curlia can do 30 damage, but that Pikachu on that bench is going to be able to knock it out with a 90 health hit. 90 health hit here. So we'll have to see how that ends up working. I'm looking at all the 8-2s. Okay, and that is going to be a concession. I don't think there's many streams left, guys. I will check to see if I can find one. But I'm not really sure if any of the ones in contention are still going. It does look like this one might be. Let's see if I could, how far it is. It is 1-0 right now. So actually we do have one more game we can go. We have like one more game that we can go. So let's see if I can get that up quick enough, guys. I didn't think we would actually be able to, oh. Wait, what? Did you get like deleted mid-game? I'm confused. I don't know. Okay, he's not streaming, it looks like. I'm very confused. But, okay. So I guess that is the last round we're gonna have to, on stream. We have about, we have 15 minutes, but there's only like 20 matches left, honestly. Wait, Judy stream. Where's Judy? Oh, that's not what I wanted. But let's see here. I'm trying to see if I can find another person who's playing in the tournament. Yeah, I can't really. So let's look at the metagame. Oh, he went to a local. Oh, makes sense. Okay, guys, let's go over to that metagame. I would love to check out to see how people are doing. Give me 1 second, guys, while I figure that out. Okay, here we are. Thank you guys so much. I'm very excited for day 2. We do have a couple more rounds that we're waiting to finish for day 1 to conclude. Yep, that match we were going to watch anyway has ended now. We have about 16 matches to finish, and they're just ticking in, guys. So let's check and see how these games are going. Let's see how these games are going. Okay, yeah, we have 13 matches to go. So let's really see how some of these decks are doing. Oh my God, 1,000 matches up here is kind of insane to me. That's awesome, Tasty. I'm so excited for you. This is the last round we just watched, guys. We're waiting to see how people do. We're going to see who's in our top 32. We're going to chat a bit, and we're going to talk about what day 2 is. So I do want to go on and talk about it a little bit because they're going to be coming in as they finish their rounds. If you make day 2, you will start, the games will start at 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. I'm probably going to start stream a bit early like I did today. So if you have any questions, I'll be able to answer them. And so you know, I'll be here to answer any type of questions. You can ask questions in the Discord. We are going to have top 32. That top 32 will be decided tonight at the end of this 10th round. And then we'll start stream up early so we can answer questions. And you guys will be able to play like normal. You'll get your matchups in the morning and be able to play it then. It'll be a bracket. It'll be single elim. And we will start at 1 p.m. EST. So yeah, make sure you guys tune in. I'm super excited for day 2. So please make sure to tune in, guys. I am so excited for day 2. It's gonna be our first day 2 for the Ursiiday Pocket Weekly, and it's just going to be so exciting. It's a huge, in my opinion, what is the word? Like, milestone for our game and this community. Thank you guys so much for growing this competitive community. I'm so proud that we were able to do this. And I think we're just going to continue to grow. We're going to have such a great, friendly, and welcoming competitive scene. If you want to check out next week's tournament, it is !tournament. I do believe it is set up. I will change some of the commands in a little bit. On the YouTube side, I do need to set up a Nightbot. So we'll see how that continues to go. But yeah, so make sure you sign up for next week, but we will have day 2 tomorrow here. It'll be the top 32 of our tournament. And so with that being said, we have 6 matches left to complete. And yeah, let's see how it goes, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. And teams. There's no teams. I'm not sure what you mean. But yeah, we got 6 more matches left to finish, and we'll see how this goes. Thank you, Pirate. So let's look at some of these matchup guys, and also I do want to give another huge shout out to our sponsor tonight, XP Collect. XP Collect has put up this 400 USD prize pool that. Thank you, I appreciate that, insane. 400 USD prize pool that allows us to, you know, support this big of a tournament. I am so appreciative that they are willing to go out on a limb and support us this way. Obviously, the game's only been out like 2.5 weeks. So, you know, deciding to put that money into this tournament is awesome. We are so appreciative of them. If you ever want to do a pre-order or order any physical cards online, I would definitely recommend XP Collect. They have not had to cancel a pre-order in like 8 years. So they're definitely very reliable if you decide to order through them. So yeah, and they are also do like rip and ships and stuff like that. They're on Instagram, TikTok, all sorts of different platforms. So yeah, huge shout out to them for being willing to put in what they do to keep this tournament going. And willing for us, obviously, they're pretty hands off on the rules, so I'm allowed to control the tournament how I want, and I am so thankful for them for that. That being said, guys, let's check out exactly what we have here. We can look at the standings a bit. We can look at how people are playing. This is 8-1. All of these 8-1s, I do believe, should have made it. All the 8-1s basically should have made it. I assume they ID'd in. Not fully sure if they did or not, but I think they could have. Or a lot of them could have. I don't know if they actually could have or not. Don't take it from me. But we are still waiting 5 more minutes to find out who officially made top 32. But Captain Kerr, Young Long, and Scott obviously are able to be in. I'm always open to do collabs. They're obviously in. We're going to see exactly who is in. These 2 players should be in. Scott is obviously in with a 10-0. Sick is 9. I think all 9 ones should be in. So KST is in. KST won our first tournament. Mizmi should be on top 32. We'll see Hanamon in. Judy looks like they're in. I assume these 8-1-1s will be in. I am not fully sure, but my assumption is the 8-1-1s will be in. And then all of these will be as well at the least. And we're going to have to see how that continues to go. I would love to check to see what was the name of the player who had the Moltres, and that is Jack of Spades. So let's see if Jack of Spades won their game. And they didn't. Oh my God. If they're not in, if Jack of Spades is not in for this next round, or like if he's not in for day 2, I would feel so bad because he was carrying the pack the entire time. So if you are on the bubble, it will be decided by the opponent's win percentage. And if you are equal, then opponent's win percentage will decide if you are in top 32. So yes, I'm hoping. I personally would love to see Arcanine in the top 32. I would absolutely love to see that. I am hoping they make top 32, but we'll have to see. We have 3 more matches, 8 more minutes, and then we can look at who our top 32 is. Yeah. Whew. Okay, guys. Okay. Okay. So I'm just checking to see if there's anything I need to know. Just checking all the judge chats and stuff while we sit here. I'm really excited though, honestly. I hope he makes it. He does have a 73% opponent win percent though, so I'm pretty hopeful. I'm hopeful with that, you know, like I'm hopeful with a 73% win percent, he's gonna make it in. I'm hopeful. Yeah, so it's chosen by the number of Pokemon in your deck. It's chosen by the number of Pokemon in your deck. Yeah. Okay, guys. It's not so much when do you lose, it's who do you lose against. So if you are like 9-1 and the only person you lost against is the Jack of Spades, you're probably going to have a pretty high win percentage. It is not the round, it's how your opponent did. But obviously, if you lose round 1, there's a higher percent chance that you lose against someone who drops 2 rounds away than if you lose in round 9, right? When your opponent's then going to be 9-0 playing against someone who's also 9-0. So that's kind of is how it works out. So it's not when you lose, it's who you lose against. I'm pretty sure he may literally have the best opponent win percentage in the game, in the tournament. So I do think he's going to be in, but I'm not fully sure on that. I'm not fully sure, but it does look like he's going to be in for our top 32. I'm very excited to see that. I would love to have the Arcanine Moltres list in our top 32. That would be so much fun. And that'd be so cool to see. We do have 2 more matches to finish, guys. 2 more matches, 6 more minutes, and then we will be able to look at our top 32. We are seeing those roll in. We have 5 minutes left, but we can kind of see here. There's a lot of Mewtwo, and I think that's really understandable. We talked about this a lot, but I really like this baby Mewtwo tech, or this extra point tech in the Mewtwo deck that allows these Mewtwo's to forego having to build a Gardevoir against Pikachu EX. So you obviously still want Gardevoir, but Gardevoir pretty much assures your win in any matchup, but it's when Gardevoir doesn't appear. So as you miss that Gardevoir against Pikachu, if you start a Mewtwo baby in the active and you have a Ralt and your Mewtwo EX, you will be able to power up to having 5 energies on your Mewtwo Mewtwo EX by the time you have to fight, so that you can actually wipe their board, or wipe at least 2 EXs if you need to, and take obviously that win against Pikachu EX. Day 2 starts 1 p.m. EST. 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. I will start stream about 30 to 45 minutes early, and then we will get into the games. I'm not sure. There's a lot of different time zones in Europe. So I don't know. But it is 1 p.m. EST, guys. So I'm very excited. I would love for you to be able to play next one, Larissa. Hopefully you'll get to. There's already a sign up, so make sure to sign up for next week's tournament. So guys, we are still 2 matches away. You do see a lot. I am surprised to see some of these Zebstricas. They're obviously not doing as well as the Zapdos, in my opinion. We see a lot of Zapdos higher up, though we are seeing some Zebstricas a little bit lower coming in to this matchup, and I really do think it's because of that baby Mewtwo. So let's see here. Okay, guys, I will post in the Discord after stream ends with where it says it within your time zone, but not right now, but we'll deal with that later. So you'll have it in the Discord later. That's funny. So guys, let's see how these end up going. We are still waiting for those last pairings to finish. We are waiting for those last couple pairings to finish now. They're almost done, and then we can go from there. Yep, we are still waiting for a couple people to finish up. They are 1-1, and then we can go on and get into that next round, guys. I'm so excited. Not next round, not next round, not next round. To look at the top 32. Once these two finish, we will be able to look at the top 32, see who's in our top 32, and know who we'll get to see in our 32 tomorrow in day 2. Oops daisy. Oops daisy. Yeah. The opponent will be decided by, not the opponent, but who is in top 32 will be decided by these tiebreakers. Opponent's win percentage and opponent's opponent win percentage. So yes. Sallad's match is done. We only have one more to go. What was your matchup, Sallad? Tell us about it. We have one more match to go. It is a Mewtwo EX versus a... It is a Mewtwo EX versus a Mewtwo EX that are fighting for that last turn. 21 turns is insane. That's insane. So yeah, we have about one match to go now, guys. Then we can look at that top 32. I do want to do a huge shout out to our sponsor of this event, XP Collect. Thank you so much, XP Collect, for being willing to put up this prize pool. We are very fledgling. Thank you so much, Joanne. Very fledgling tournament scene, very fledgling competitive scene, and I really am so excited that we get to grow this community, guys. Get it, you know, going and create a really friendly and open community for people to learn how to be competitive, learn how to play. For a lot of people the last couple of weeks, it's been their first tournament. It's been their first time playing a tournament. It's their first time playing an online tournament, whether it's on Limitless at all. I'm so happy that we can get more players into A, this game, B, into this competitive scene, and 3, into learning how to compete and how to play in these competitions. Guys, that is the last round. I am checking in with the judges. We are all good. Okay, so it looks like we are all good, guys. I am going to close, I'm going to end the round. We are not setting up the next phase, for the record. We are not setting up the next phase, but that should finalize the round, and we can officially look at our top 32. Oh, I want to give a huge shout out to everyone here, by the way. Thank you guys so much for competing. I had so much fun. But let's quickly check to see what our metagame is going to be tomorrow. So in top 32, which is going to go down to here, that is a cutoff here at Jacaria. We are seeing some really interesting decks. We're going to talk about those real quick, guys. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 Mewtwo's in our top 32. We are seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 Pikachus in our day 2. There is a Charizard EX. There is a Moltres EX and Arcanine EX in our top 32. So excited to see that one tomorrow. We do have 2 water decks in our top 32 as well, with a Starmie EX and a Articuno EX, as well as a Starmie EX Greninja. Both of these, I think, are going to be super interesting to watch tomorrow. So I am so happy. That being said, guys, if you are in top 32, you need to come back here 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. You have to be here 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. There's like, if you made day 2, you have to show up on time. We're going to get this thing running. If you're in top 32, please make sure you watch the tutorial tonight on how to stream into the Discord. It is required for one person in each match to stream into the Discord their games. So you have to be there. You have to know how to do it. One of you is going to have to know how to do it. So please, please, please be punctual, be on time. And that being said, it is going to start 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. I say it a lot of times, but 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. You have to be able to stream. You can stream on Twitch, you can stream on YouTube, you can stream in the Discord, but we need to know where your stream is if you are doing it outside of that, outside of Discord. You need to let us know if it's on Twitch, if it's on YouTube, so that we can see it. And at least one person from your game is going to have stream it. So watch the tutorial tonight. We are going, if it's on TikTok, let us know it's on TikTok. Wherever you decide to stream it, let us know where it is, so that we can do that. That being said, now that I've told you about this, I am going to be streaming Top 32 tomorrow, so please, please, please tune in. And guys, we do already have next week already set up to sign up for. Make sure you sign up for next week's tournament. We're not sure what the cap is going to be for next week, so please, please, please make sure to sign up for that tournament. Right now, if you are interested. You don't need to submit your deck list yet, but sign up for it right now, guys. That being said, thank you so much to everyone who tuned into stream, to everyone who streamed, to everyone who played, to everyone who hung out with us. I am so thankful that you guys showed up for this tournament tonight. I am so appreciative. Also, huge shout out to our judge crew. Huge shout out to our judge team for being able to answer all those judge calls, for being allowing this tournament to run pretty dang smoothly, guys, with over 1,300 participants in the tournament. This tournament was super smooth. I am so appreciative to our judge team, and I am also so appreciative to our sponsor XP Collect for putting up this 400 USD prize pool. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I am so appreciative. Make sure you sign up. Make sure you check out XP Collect. Make sure you give a huge thank you to our judge team for getting this tournament going. I'm so proud of everyone for how you did, how you played, and I'm so excited to see how you again next week. That being said, please don't forget to follow this stream or subscribe to the YouTube channel, depending where you are watching. We are going to be streaming again live tomorrow, this time, or not this time, but 1 p.m. Probably going to start 12:30 if anybody has any questions. 12:30 if anybody has any questions, so we can be here to answer them. Please, please, please make sure to follow the stream. Make sure to subscribe to the stream. And then we are going to be here again tomorrow, 1 p.m. EST. Huge shout out to our sponsor and huge shout out to our judge team. Huge shout out to all of the viewers. Thank you so much for watching. And then, oh, 1 second, guys. I'm just trying to see where, 1 second. Sorry, guys. But guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Do make sure you are following me on the different socials. We'll be posting a lot of these top deck lists on my Twitter. I'm going to be posting about the metagame in my Discord. Please do not forget to to follow on all different socials and make sure that you're here tomorrow for that. Guys, I am going to be ending stream here. So thank you guys so much for being here. Let me quickly find someone to raid. We're gonna raid. I'm gonna find quickly someone to raid, guys, and then we'll get going. But please do not forget to follow the streams. Make sure that you are. 1 second. Make sure you are following the stream. Make sure you're following Twitch, and make sure you're following Twitter. If you can, make sure you are signed up for the tournament next week, and make sure you're here tomorrow. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us today. I really do appreciate all of the support. I really appreciate all of the support, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. We are going to raid Pocket Aloe. He is a competitor. He's the competitor who was playing the Blastoise EX deck that we watched a good bit. And we're gonna go from there. So guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Again, make sure you follow me on Twitch. Make sure you follow or subscribe to the stream on YouTube, and make sure that you are following all of the different socials so you can get all types of content. Oh, and make sure you're in the Discord. There are a lot of things to do. Guys, we'd love for you to join the Discord if you would. Is how we post all the different things to a tournament. We also have an awesome and active community that we would love for you to be a part of. So make sure you're there, and we'd love to see you very soon. Bye-bye. I'll see you guys tomorrow, 1 p.m. EST. 1 p.m. EST. I'll post in the Discord when we go live. Bye, guys. Have a great day. Bye-bye.